to Politico, another media organization. It's called buying the publicity, and I wonder where that money ends up and whose hands it ends up in. All of this, though, is great protection for President Trump. Elon Musk and Doge may be as valuable as the Secret Service is to President Trump's life, because the cat's out of the bag now. It can't be stopped. Killing President Trump would do them no good at this point. This will continue the uncovering of all of this waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, I believe it runs deep. Mad Maxine Waters from California. She's part of the old guard uniparty. She said the quiet part out loud. This is what she's actually worried about, folks. Listen closely.
People of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us. We don't know what all they have on us.
What do they have on you, Maxine? Is that really what you're so worried about? We don't know what they all have on us. She just said it. And I think it's running pretty deep what they have on them. They wouldn't be screaming and yelling so loudly for ridiculous spending. So today, we know this all started with USAID, the agency that President Trump has virtually shut down. Well, there was a hearing on USAID run by Congressman Mass today on the Hill. This is him opening it up.
We are here today very simply because many of the people and many of the programs in USAID have literally betrayed America. My colleagues to my left will say that I'm lying about these programs, and I know they damn well wish that I was lying. The programs that USAID and the State Department have spent money on are indefensible. They hurt America standing around the globe. And I think the fact is clear that America would have been better off if your money had been simply thrown into a fireplace.
Sadly, I think he's probably right. Now, we've all heard now of the egregious examples of funding LGBTQ mania throughout the globe. But what about other programs that really cause damage around the world? Serious programs. How about nearly $1.5 billion spent in Afghanistan to what ended up promoting drug production, the growing of cocaine and other drugs? $1.5 billion went there. How about $29 million to a charity in Kenya that was later found out to be covering up a huge child sex abuse ring? That's where USAID money went. And yet the Democrats defend this agency. Listen to this.
Stopping USAID's work jeopardizes millions of lives and billions of dollars of investments in American small businesses and farms, all while undermining our national security, diplomatic efforts, and global influence.
National security? I don't think so. You don't need Sesame Street in Baghdad to have national security. I actually believe it also operated as a slush fund for the CIA to fund the Taliban. Now, all of this gets back to another bombshell that we learned. And the media is not covering this. Lee Zeldin, the new EPA administrator, came out with a doozy this time. He found a fund, an independent fund, $20 billion that was funded just before Joe Biden left office. $20 billion of American taxpayers ready to go to 8 separate agencies. Listen to him describe it.
Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just under $7 billion was sent to one entity called the Climate United Fund.
Well, my promise is we're going to look into the Climate United Fund and see what's at the bottom of that. But $20 billion to a fund to be spread to 8 different entities? It was an end run around Congress. You may remember this video by Project Veritas. They were at the, tip of the iceberg here. Then I'll tell you why I use the term iceberg. Listen.
now it's just how to get the money out as fast as possible before they come in and like fuck up. It truly feels like we're on the Titanic and we're throwing like gold bars off the top hatch.
Where are the gold bars going to?
Nonprofits, states, tribes. We gave them the money because it was harder. If it was a government-run program, they could take the money away. If Trump won, and because it was a external policy against Trump winning.
Really, the only part of that you needed to hear was that he works for the EPA, and it felt like they were throwing gold bars off the Titanic. Well, as Lee Zeldin said today, they found the gold bars. The question is, how many more gold bars are out there in every single agency across this country? I'm going to tell you right now, there are a lot, which brings us back to the USAID hearing and the people protesting the uncovering of all of this waste, fraud, and abuse. You want proof of just how dumb they are? Well, protesters showed up, and usually these leftist protesters are pretty dumb. Watch this.
My name is Max Primorak. I am a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. I previously served at the U.S. Agency for International...
PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS! PEPFAR saves lives!
I guess these guys don't watch the news. They didn't realize that PEPFAR was one of the many programs that did prove to be life-saving, so the funding was restored. Somebody better give them a link to, I don't know, maybe Fox News or something like that.
You see, or maybe Real America's Voice. The protesters show up because they're given talking points by idiots. So President Trump and Elon Musk aren't just willy-nilly cutting. They're cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse. And if something gets cut and they realize it served a purpose, well, then it instantly gets put back in place. The protesters don't know that. I want to bring in now USAID whistleblower. He worked there. Mark Moyer is with us. He's also the author of the book Masters of Corruption, How the Federal Bureaucracy Sabotaged the Trump Presidency. Mark, I appreciate you coming on today. Thank you.
Hey, great to be with you.
All right, take me inside USAID. Are you surprised by all the things we're learning?
Unfortunately, I'm not, at least not most of it. I served in the first Trump administration, in fact, with Max Primorak, who you just showed there, and we had constant battles with the bureaucracy. And I think what you're seeing right now is a response to what we learned in the first Trump administration, which is that you have some really bad actors. There is a culture of corruption at that agency and others. And so there's going to be a lot more we find out about. I mean, you mentioned, there's been a few high-profile things we've seen, the transgender opera, and there's also armies of DEI consultants. But there's a lot more we haven't seen yet. And this agency has a $42 billion budget, and we've heard reports from Senator Ernst now that there's massive overcharging of overhead. So even in programs that may be legitimate, the taxpayers are getting fleeced. And this is really just feeding the pockets of a small number of elite individuals, mainly in the D.C. area, and their friends in the political world.
All right. Mark, there's been some allegations that USAID is being used as a secret slush fund to fund CIA activities, including money that ultimately went to the Taliban. Do you believe there could be any truth to that, or have you seen any evidence of that?
As far as recent funding from the involving the CIA, I haven't seen evidence of that. But what I have seen in the case of Afghanistan is we've been sending huge amounts of money there since the Taliban took over, and we don't even have people there to see how it's being spent. So, this is the country we're fighting for years against this terrible regime, and then the Biden administration decided they're going to start just giving them lots of more money, and that's what we'll say is a bit surprising is how crazy some of this spending is. One of the very interesting things and shocking things we heard at the hearing today was Congressman McFaul talking about how he had actually put a hold on some of the funding for Afghanistan, which normally that means if the member of Congress puts on hold, the money can't go through. But USAID blew past that; they overrode his hold, which is rather extraordinary. And so you had a Biden administration that was willing to break the rules to fund these pet projects, all over the place, regardless of whether it helped terrorists or anybody else.
Look, we've seen in Gaza, we know that federal aid money going to so-called Palestinians is falling back into the hands of Hamas. I could guarantee you beyond a shadow of a doubt. In fact, I'd bet my net worth on it that money going to Afghanistan is going to fall back into Taliban hands, seeing that they're running that country. I want to play a clip from you from Democrat Brad Sherman. He was in the hearing today, and he made this statement, and since you worked inside USAID, I want to get your response to it.
Foreign aid is a good thing. Americans think that we spend 25% of the federal budget on foreign aid and want it reduced to 10%. But the fact is, it's way less than 1%. It helps us challenge China in the world. It reduces not only hunger, but migration to our borders. And it helps us fight communicable diseases over there before they mutate and come here. And that's why Ronald Reagan recognized the importance of foreign aid.
All right, he's talking about national security back to the United States. It may do some of those things, and I'll ask you, does it? But before that, even if it did some of those things, it does some awful bad things too, which means maybe those programs need to be put someplace else. Your thoughts on what he just said there?
Well, there are some useful things it does. You know, the cases of disease is one where, you know, through our programs we're able to get information about diseases coming out of other countries, and you know, as we know, those will often end up in the United States. So you have things like that are valuable. You have things that support trade. And you know, this administration has made very clear we will only do those things that are in the interests of the American people. And this is where the Biden administration really went off the rails and lost this bipartisan support. You know, it used to be Congress was generally pretty accepting of some of this aid, but you see now members of Congress are furious because we're seeing spending on these radical social agendas, DEI, transgenderism. We also have less oversight from Congress. And so they've really invited this destruction on themselves. And the administration's now going through review. And so I do think when this is all over, we will see a lot of these programs disappear.
Look, an autonomous bureaucracy is never a good thing, and I think that's what we have with this agency, and I think many others. USAID whistleblower Mark Moore, we appreciate you coming on the program. Thank you.
Hey, great to be with you.
Absolutely, great to be with you too. All right, we have more winning for President Trump. So, one day after Pam Bondi charged Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, Letitia James, the attorney general of New York, with a civil crimes for violating sanctuary cities laws, after meeting with border czar Tom Homan today, the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, now says he will cooperate fully. He will undo the sanctuary city laws of New York City. This is Eric Adams saying this. Now remember, this also comes after just a few days ago, the DOJ dropped all charges against Eric Adams. What's going on here? Is Eric Adams ready to flip the script? Is he going to turn state's witness on so many? This is former FBI counsel, a guy I do not trust. But listen to what he says here.
Something hanging over his head, so there's a very tight leash that he's kept on. But it also says you are to stop doing any investigation. It's like basically full halt. Why would you possibly do that? I mean, this is, there's a reason that you are seeing this reaction in the Southern District of New York.
All right, this is proof of why we don't need any more idiots inside the FBI. The reason you would stop that investigation is if you're going to get more out of him from turning him into a state's witness. Maybe Eric Adams knows where the bodies are buried. Maybe he knows everything about Hochul and Alvin Bragg, the DA, and Letitia James, and maybe he's going to blow the whistle on all of them. After all, he's pretty happy about those charges being dropped.
I never broke the law. And I never would. I would never put any personal benefit above my solemn responsibility as your mayor. So I thank the Justice Department for its honesty. Now, we can put this cruel episode behind us.
All right, so he thanks the Justice Department, makes a deal with Tom Homan, let ICE agents come on in to New York City, all is well in the world. What is next? Will he drop the book on Hochul, drop a dime, as we say, back in the day? Maybe. Joining me now, editor-in-chief for The Manhattan. She's also the author of Supermoms Activated. She ran for city council in New York. Jacqueline Toberoff is with us. Jackie, good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, what do you make of all of Adams' behavior now over the last couple days?
Yeah, look, he doesn't want to go to prison. He doesn't want to go to jail. So this has been a very weak and a very vain mayor, and he was facing some serious charges, and he read the tea leaves. There was a mandate, November 5th. Every neighborhood in New York City shifted right for Trump. Manhattan went 11 points. The Bronx and Queens went 22 points. He sees what's going on. Next thing you know, the charges are dropped against him because he himself has been complaining about the financial reality of harboring illegal aliens in New York City.
You know, Jackie, you've been on this show before. You were on with Steve Bannon all the time. You've been blowing the whistle on the sanctuary city policies, what it's done for crime in your city, the economy in your city, and all of that. Eric Adams wasn't listening then, was he?
No, Eric Adams has wasted $5 billion of taxpayer money. Let us never forget that he was a pioneer. He campaigned on something that even de Blasio wouldn't do, which was allowing the then 800,000 non-citizens be able to vote. We're now going to have to waste more taxpayer money to fund a legal defense and appeal to not let that happen. But he's a horrible mayor. But putting that aside, he is now controllable. And, you know, when it comes down to the end of the day, President Trump is from Queens. He loves New York City. He sees what's going on here. He sees that it's going right. And perhaps it's easier to work with a docile mayor.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is classic Trump strategy here. And you use your advantage. He put the screws, and he took advantage of the left going after Adams because Adams started to speak out about immigration. He took advantage of that, puts the screws to Adams, and now he starts to get what he wants. Now, Adams isn't completely giving it up because here's where I get confused. Adams says he's talking about suing the federal government to get back the $80 million that Department of Homeland Security just clawed back. Remember, this is part of the $59 million that was paid for these high-end hotels. We got homeless vets on the street in New York City, and they're paying for high-end hotels for illegal aliens, but he wants that money back now. What do you make of that, Jackie?
That's, I think, Eric Adams to the core. You know, again, he campaigned on this. He campaigned on putting illegals above American citizens. So that's really where his heart lies. The Roosevelt Hotel is actually owned by Pakistan International Airlines, if you can even believe this one. And they now rent it to New York City. So we sold it to Pakistan. They now rent the space to New York City, and taxpayers fund illegal aliens inside of, you know, the financial mecca of the universe.
This is what gets me so mad. All right, say you're going to give money for things you shouldn't be give money to, like they paid a Canadian company to make electric buses for the United States. Why aren't you paying an American company for that? You're going to pay money for a hotel that's owned by Pakistanis. I mean, why wouldn't you give it to at least an American company? But, you know, they don't think like this. That's changing here and now with President Trump in office. I'll give you the last word. Yeah, that's changing here again. Things seem to be like going in the right direction. Again, all neighborhoods skewed right for Trump. Mayor Adams looks like he's doing the right thing. He's going to let ICE get moving here. We've already seen a lot of deportations. Kristi Noem was here. They're going to put an ICE unit inside of Rikers Island Jail. That's great news. So we're going in the right direction because we have the right president in place. Think about all those things you just said would have been unthinkable a year ago. Yep. But here we go, and we're on the right track. Jackie Toberoff, I appreciate you coming on. Supermoms Activated. Read the book, folks, and editor-in-chief of the Manhattan. Great organization as well. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
All right. All right, folks. It is a new dawn in America, which is a good thing. But here's another little problem. They still got those 80,000 IRS agents through, right? And they're still there. And the IRS is the latest collection agency to go after all of you. It's the largest in the world, and it just stepped up enforcement for 2025. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Getting ahead of this may be the smart move, but never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has preferred direct line to the IRS, which means they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. All right, our buddies at Just the News uncovered that the Coast Guard left sensitive data vulnerable to our adversaries. Trump was right to fire that DEI hire. That's next. Welcome back, everybody. I'll tell you, we got some big news. Over at the Department of Homeland Security, their Inspector General had uncovered shocking news, and we learned this thanks to our friends over at Just the News. John Solomon and his team uncovered the fact that Coast Guard left sensitive data vulnerable to adversaries under that Trump-fired, DEI-focused commandant. So 3 days after Trump fired her, remember Commandant Fagan, Just the News uncovered this, and here's what they uncovered. when it comes to these secure servers and computer systems, the Coast Guard left them wide open. Controlled logical access. They failed to control logical access to user accounts. They failed to control physical access to server rooms. And they failed to develop contingency plans relating to cyber hacks and data recovery. The media, if you remember, attacked President Trump for firing Linda Fagan, the commandant. Remember this? 3.
What are we doing here today, firing somebody who was on the job, helping a Coast Guard that has to have a basic diverse workforce? And one of the things they need in a diverse workforce is to protect those interests of women.
No. You know what they need? They need to protect the interest of Americans. And leaving our servers wide open, connected to the Department of Defense, is not the best interest of women or men or anybody in America. So, of course, CNN is focused on diversity when we're focused on national security. Focusing on national security, diversity ain't going to matter if we're all dead. Now, turning to some of the best news of the day, RFK Jr. has just been sworn in. We've got this video of him being sworn in, just a double box, guys. He has been sworn in as Health and Human Services Secretary. How great is that? So this has been a long time coming. I like this guy. It took me a little while to get there, but I like him. Watch.
For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. And he gave me...
So, a little tough to hear. He wants to end childhood obesity. It's a noble cause. He wants to make America healthy again. It starts when you're a child. How does the media react? Here.
Question their safety, suggesting that there was a link to childhood autism and not accepting the science that debunks that notion that there is a link between the two. But even though he, at his confirmation hearing, struggled on the question of vaccines linked to autism, hedged on that question, and it caused concerns among one key Republican Senator, Bill Cassidy. Cassidy ultimately voted yes, despite being a medical doctor, despite having his own reservations.
Enough. I don't need him on that long. I get the point. They don't like the guy, right? That's the reality. The left hates him. Why? Because he's a truth teller, and they despise truth tellers. Well, joining me now is, well, quite frankly, he's another guy the mainstream media despises. He's primary care physician and author of Unavoidably Unsafe Childhood Vaccines Reconsidered. Just the title of the book's going to have him hated by the mainstream media. My man that I do not hate, love this guy, Dr. Jeff Barkey is with us. Doc, great to have you on.
Stinch, great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
All right, so this took a little bit to get him in here. What does this mean for us now that he has, well, the keys to the castle?
This is huge. It really is important. The Department of HHS, Health and Human Services, is an umbrella organization under which sits the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, National Institutes of Health, and Centers for Medicaid and Medicare. He is right over the target. All he has to do now is follow through on his campaign promises to dismantle these organizations, to bring them under control of elected officials, and get rid of the nonsense that these agencies have participated with in their corruption and their funding by pharma. I'm hopeful. We are praying for him. And I think this could very well be, Grant, the single most important appointment and confirmation in the Trump administration.
Yeah, you know, in many respects, I think it could be, because this, almost of all other agencies, if you are a smart guy or gal, you can go be and lead transportation. You'll figure it out. You put good people underneath you. But Health and Human Services is a different breed. You need to have the knowledge of studying these issues for a really long time. He does. The thing that I'm worried about is, do you think the deep state inside this agency has already destroyed documents, deleted emails, has tried to wipe the place clean of all the corruption?
I think there's probably some truth to that, but most importantly is not looking back and looking for retribution, but looking forward and cleaning up these agencies. I hope he's able to work with President Trump and in Congress to repeal the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986 that gave the vaccine companies complete immunity from liability for the products that they're putting on the market. I think that would be a good start that would hold these companies accountable, and then to revisit, as he said on your piece, revisit the idea of childhood safety and vaccines. We need to look at that and make sure that whatever products we are putting into these kids are both safe and effective.
Yeah. Look, you know me, I'm not a crazy anti-vaxxer. I'm anti-COVID vax. I do say from a common sense perspective, when you get to the point where you're putting 70-something vaccines into a child, and I had like 8 or 9, it doesn't really make any sense on that front. And then you add into this partnership that government scientists have with big pharma and their scientists, and people are getting paid royalties on what comes. You're working for the government. That can't be good for the American people. It doesn't seem like the American people are being put first in a system like that.
No, definitely not. And what's important here is not the number of vaccines. What's important here is informed consent. If these vaccines are so safe and effective, then make the case. Make the case to the American people and stop mandating that a child get a vaccine in order to attend school. That's wrong. Make the case and let parents decide ultimately, and then do the hard work to prove safety and efficacy of these products. There's a very different standard that the FDA uses to bring vaccines forward for approval versus a drug. And we need to look at that very carefully and make sure that if we approve a new vaccine, it is actually safe and effective and is doing more good than harm. And I honestly can't say that with many of the vaccines that are on the market.
No. And honestly, with RFK Jr. at the helm or not, I really don't have any faith that they're going to be able to do that in a legitimate fashion anytime soon until that whole organization is completely revamped. Lastly, on the conflict of interest that I mentioned real quick in 15, 20 seconds, am I on to something there?
Oh, of course you're onto something. And RFK Jr. pointed that out when Bernie Sanders was beating him up on the Senate floor. He pointed out that many of the members of Congress are some of the biggest takers of pharma money. So, of course, there's a conflict of interest. Pharma is the largest lobby to the federal government.
All right. Dr. Jeff Barkey, it's always great having you on. Again, the book, Unavoidably Unsafe. I urge everyone to go out and get it. Doc, good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Grant. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, folks, how about this? Grass-fed beef liver, all right? One of the greatest concentrations of nutrients you can add to your diet. It plays a vital role in supporting your heart, brain, and immune system while boosting energy and improving overall health. Sacred Human's beef liver capsules offer a natural alternative to synthetic vitamins, providing nutrients in a form your body knows how to use efficiently. Visit sacredhumanhealth.com, do it today, and use the code PATRIOT for 10% off and explore their full range of all natural supplements. All right, Trump went all in on tariffs today, demanding an even playing field for the U.S. among their trade partners. What does this mean? What are some of the egregious examples? We'll have them for you. Welcome back, everyone. So President Trump made it clear during the campaign that he's tired of America and Americans getting hosed, especially when it comes to the tariff game. So today he released his reciprocal tariff proposals, okay? Let me give you an example. Ethanol, all right? You know, we export ethanol. Brazil will take American ethanol at a rate of 18% tariff on us. We take Brazilian ethanol at a rate of 2.5%. Now, that doesn't seem fair. And, oh, guess what? Lo and behold, we take in $200 million worth of ethanol. They take in $52 million from America. That's called a trade deficit. In India taxes U.S.-made motorcycles at 100%. Do you know what we tax Indian-made motorcycles? 2.4%. Again, you tell me if that's fair. It's not. Our own Brian Glenn asked President Trump about his plan.
And we'd be very happy to have nothing and nothing. We wouldn't have any tariffs at all. But to me, it's something that I'm very proudly doing. It should have been done many, many years ago. And we're doing it now. We're doing it very late because we were very foolish, as a country, very foolish. And we're doing it now.
Good for you, Mr. President. It's about time. Now, I've not always been on the tariff game plan, right? I want fair trade and I want free trade, but you can't have free trade without fair trade, and I think that's what the president is getting at here. You heard him say, like 0 for 0. It's not how it works in the world today. Well, joining me now is economist over at the Heritage Foundation. He is a research fellow there. E.J. Antoni is back with us. E.J., it's good to see you.
Grant, thanks for having me again.
All right, EJ, I wondered if you were like me. For a long time, I was anti-tariff, but I understand that you have to have fair trade in order to have free trade. What has been your progression on this tariff situation?
Well, Grant, I think something pretty similar there. This is one of the great things, by the way, about President Trump. He is helping people to question things that we have been taught not to question, very much like NATO, for example. Remember in the first Trump administration, he started asking, well, why do we still have NATO? That's a very good question when you think about it, because NATO was put in place to keep the Soviets out of Europe, America in, and Germany down. Well, the Soviet Union doesn't even exist anymore. It's not clear why we need to be there. And Germany doesn't need to be kept down by NATO. They have nuclear neighbors in Britain and France. So again, why NATO needs to exist? That's a very good question. Maybe there's an answer to it. That's a different topic. The point is that this is what President Trump does. He asks questions that we've been told, no, don't ask those questions. And when he did it on tariffs, he opened up a lot of people's eyes to exactly what you just said, Grant, which is that you can't have free trade if it's not fair trade. In other words, if you don't have that reciprocity, then you will have one nation taking advantage of another. And for a very long time, our leaders here in the United States were perfectly content to allow the American people to be the ones who were taken advantage of, specifically the American worker.
Yeah. Let's face it, this is the greatest market in the world. People want to enter this market. And if they're going to charge us a price to enter their market that is inferior to ours, we ought to charge them a price. Now, I can tell you this, EJ. So I've talked to people inside the White House, and they've been adamant to me. They say, Grant, you've got to tell Stinchfield's army that a tariff is not a tax. They hate this talking point that comes from many conservative economists that a tariff's a tax. They say it is not a tax because of this equaling of the playing field. Would you agree with the White House assessment of that?
Well, Grant, it's a bit of a tricky question. And the reason I say that is because just because something functions as a tax does not mean that that's the only thing it does. Furthermore, just because something functions as a tax doesn't mean that the American people are going to pay that tax. We saw this, for example, when tariffs were slapped on China in the first Trump administration, and about 80 cents on the dollar of those tariffs was paid for by the Chinese manufacturers. And so this idea that somehow a tariff represents an automatic equal tax on the American people, I'm sorry, but that's just not the case. Neither economic history nor economic theory support that idea. But I'll go one step further, Grant, and say Why is it that so many economists say that they are for free trade when it's only international trade? What about free domestic trade? If you really want free trade all around and you really view tariffs as a tax, then why aren't you protesting just as hard against the federal income tax as you do against tariffs? I would much rather, if we're going to reduce one tax, quote unquote, or another, I would much rather reduce the federal income tax and help shift some of our tax burden onto foreigners when we are doing so much good for the rest of the world, like patrolling everyone's sea lanes, for example, and keeping them safe with our Navy at our expense. How about the rest of the world help pay it for that? Help foot that bill.
Yeah. Well, this is why I have you on, E.J. Antoni. You're my kind of guy. We want to get rid of the income tax or lower it at least. Now you're talking my language. And I think a lot of people out there would think the same way as you, including President Trump, by the way. He talked about American manufacturing. I mentioned Brian Glenn, who's our White House correspondent. He asked him specifically about this and how this will help American manufacturing. Take a listen.
Brian? Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing. Right. Talk to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum. What's the feedback from those guys?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And
so I think American manufacturers have to like this idea. E.J. Antoni, if you can, 15, 20 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. And look, it doesn't matter if these countries decide to go toe-to-toe with us with this trade war. If that happens, then fine, we'll produce more here and we'll employ more Americans. Or if they end up reducing their tariffs, if they concede to President Trump's demand, then once again, we'll have other industries producing more and we'll end up employing more Americans for export markets. Either way, the American worker wins.
Yeah. This is why I think our economy is poised to take off now under President Trump and these plans. E.J. Antoni, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you as always.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we have heard about USAID at this point, but what about when foreign money influences our local elections? That's next. Welcome back, everyone. So we focus on federal elections all the time. There's all talk about foreign money getting into our federal elections, but what about at a local level? Local elections can be some of the most important that we have. You wouldn't want foreign money influencing our local elections, but it appears it is. There's a new bill being offered up in Kentucky to stop foreign money from influencing local elections. I want to bring in with me now from the Association for Mature American Citizens Action, AMAC Action, Senior Vice President, Andy Mangione is back with us. Andy, welcome back.
Hey, Grant, good to see you.
All right, so foreign money in local elections. Explain this. Is this going on across the country?
Yes, it is, except in the several states that have banned it. The Federal Elections Campaign Act, Grant, prohibits foreign nationals from contributing to candidates for public office in the United States. But in 2021, the Federal Elections Commission ruled that the same restriction does not apply to state ballot measures. And that created a loophole that allows foreign entities to influence American state and local policies, including ballot measures. So it's up to individual states to recognize this and to ban this kind of interference.
All right, so this is ballot measures. This would be as if you want to build something or funding for a certain thing, not individual candidates. Is there do local municipalities, states, counties allow foreign money for candidates, or is it just these policy type elections?
We're looking at state ballot measures. And you're looking at, and these ballot measures, they include amendments to the Constitution. These are pretty serious ballot measures.
And so why does this matter about foreign money? Why should we be concerned? It's almost a rhetorical question, but lay it out for me, Andy.
Let me give you an example. After the Dobbs ruling that overturned Roe v. Wade, more than $14 million in foreign money poured into the state of Ohio to support a ballot measure that codified radical pro-abortion laws in the Ohio Constitution. They were successful, Grant. And once you have something like that codified into the Constitution, it's very, very difficult to overturn. The money comes from foreign billionaires and is funneled as dark money to organizations that spend millions to advance liberal state ballot priorities in states throughout the country. This is a serious issue.
All right, so Kentucky's trying to do something about it. Tell me what the Kentucky bill would do.
The bill itself would ban this type of interference, plain and simple. It would give a dose of transparency. It would protect people, organizations. It would say this commercial is funded by ABC Company. So there's transparency in this bill, and there's an effort to ban foreign influence on state ballot measures. It's a really well-written bill. That's why it got our attention.
Does the majority of states have protection against this, or is it the other way around?
It's the other way around. 7 states have banned foreign influence or foreign money from ballot measures. 2 have kind of done it. So you're looking at a total of 9 that have banned it entirely or have kind of banned it. So there's many, many states in the union that need to address this issue. That's why when we see a ballot measure like this, we jump all over it.
Yeah, and one of the things you and I have talked about is the strength in numbers. So what, you activate the AMAC membership to start getting involved in things like this. From a membership level, what can people do to start raising awareness about this and maybe get some of this legislation going in their state?
You know, a lot of these sessions are short sessions in the states. Some of the larger states like California and other large states are in session year-round. They can pay attention. All right. In Kentucky, for example, that's where I live. It's a 30-day session. It's a short session every year. They're not consecutive days, so the session can kind of be stretched out over a few months. But you can pay attention on their website to see what bills have been proposed. You can pick up the phone. You can call leadership in either of the chambers to tell them to get these measures on the floor, which is exactly what we did. We track legislation like this, Grant, and we saw this was a very good bill that bans this kind of foreign interference in elections and mobilized our Kentucky AMAC members. They sent over 300 messages to the legislature and urged them to pass this bill.
Well, this is what AMAC can do, and we're grateful to have you on the program and your support of this program. I'm going to tell people how they can get a membership to AMAC. Andy Mangione, thank you. All right, so folks, to get a 5-year AMAC membership, all right, 5 years, you get 47% off. That 47 is no coincidence, by the way. Normally $60, you could join today for just $32. This is the conservative version of what the dirty word, AARP. All right, so it's amac.us/grant. Shun the other organization. amac.us/grant. Do what I did and join this great organization. The city of Worcester, Massachusetts is so frightened of President Trump, they officially voted to become a transgender sanctuary city. But you've got to see and hear the public comment portion of this. You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Welcome back, everyone. So the clown show in full effect in Worcester, Mass. They're trying to make the city a transgender sanctuary city. And look who spoke out in favor of that.
And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes.
People here are trying to control the rights of others, and that's not right. We should make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans people.
Why do you bring that kid in there and throw him into this political gulag? It really amounts to child abuse. The crazies were out in full force, and in fact, there's crazies because it's Worcester, Mass, so they voted in favor of a transgender sanctuary city, as if, what do they think we're doing, going to run around and round up the trannies? First off, I don't even want to be with the trannies. Why am I going to round them up? All I want is for them to stay away from my kids. You want to be a tranny? Well, then go be a tranny, but stay away from my kids. I don't care what you do. I really don't. But stay away from the children. And throwing that kid into the middle of it, bad news all the way around. That is going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls thanks to all of you. GrantStinchfield.com is the website. Check it out. The podcast every day. We'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks for watching.
Live from Studio 6B, 8 p.m. on the East Coast on a Thursday night, February 13th. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Rick Delgado's got the news. Slick Rick's going to be here. He's going to do some sports. Vinnie Mac in the house tonight. He's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your day?
My day was actually not stressful.
That's a change.
I have nothing to report other than, liberals on Facebook that I really wanted to engage with, and I actually stopped myself.
Did you write Vin? Did you text Vin for advice on how to do that?
No, because I'm usually pretty good at myself.
Yes, you've actually, you and Vin are...
compare some notes.
Yeah, we did.
A crazy week.
God, I mean, the two of you.
Well, because I include footnotes. Like, I'll include quotes and footnotes.
Oh, sure.
And I'll smash these people in the head because they're so stupid. So we have to tell them and remind them that, look, here's the proof that you're an idiot. So I make sure I provide that.
You have a bibliography in there at the end of your posts on Facebook.
Right.
Ben, how are you?
Very effective.
How am I? Well, yes. How are you?
How am I?
The questions get harder as we go along.
Oh, my God. I was canceled.
Welcome to the party, pal.
I was canceled by a group of people that I know very well. Can you believe that? Canceled.
Your family? What are you going to do for Thanksgiving this year?
I can't go home for dinner tonight. I don't know what the hell's going on.
By who?
Yeah, a group of my close friends in California, the LA tribe. Their hair's been on fire since January 20th. Okay,
not the only thing on fire.
Yeah, they think I am absolutely out of my mind. So it's quite entertaining. Well, there's some truth to that.
Maybe agree with them there.
So what was it that finally pushed them over the edge?
What was it? What was the bridge too far for them?
Right, because I feel like I haven't known you that long, but I feel like I know you well enough that you just didn't turn out like this.
What do you mean? How they turned on me, or just in general?
Like what was the final straw that made them turn on?
What was it? What did you say?
I got into a fairly heated one with someone that we mutually knew, and one of his friends sent the F-bomb across on me. And he doesn't realize I box 3 days a week, does he? Yes. And that caused a bit of turbulence. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. And then shortly after that, I got a cancellation call.
Yeah. A call?
Really? Yes. I'm going to go into this in a little detail in the show, which I thought would be very entertaining.
Okay, very good. A little teaser, as we call it.
Yes, a little teaser.
So they actually called you
and said you're out of the group.
You're out of the group.
They called me. It was a 900 number, though. It cost me $1.25 a minute. So it was expensive.
My God.
They did. They called me to cancel me. So
Vin's just out of control on social media. So who the hell knows where the truth's going to lie with this story? Really. By the way, did you notice he's starting to do it even on our 6B?
What?
Did you see today?
No.
Everybody text a little line about something, this, that, the whatever, JFK or whatever. Chelsea, did you see Vin's?
No.
That's starting to push towards like a paragraph. He didn't just say, okay, we're getting Facebook Vin into the LFS6B internal chat.
Yeah, if you're going to say, I don't have a bibliography, however.
That's true.
I put out what I think.
He does get quite wordy.
I told you I used to go on I told you I used to go on Facebook and I would scroll down, and anytime I saw Vincent Buta commented, I said, "Oh, here we go. What is this and who is this?"
Yeah.
And then I'd open up the comments, and then Vin would write. It would show like 2 lines, and then it would say
see
more.
Yeah, see more.
And I would click see more, and War and Peace opened up on Facebook.
About 10 chapters, I believe.
How could you write this much to somebody, I'd say?
You know what? I'm right there with them. That's how I end up, which is why I stop myself from engaging sometimes, because I can't sit on the toilet for that long to write all this stuff out.
Oh, I'm doing it like driving on the highway. I'm going through Dunkin' Donuts drive-through, typing away while I'm going. It's crazy. Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Thank you.
All right, very good. So Vinnie Mac will expand on that story. Delgado's going to have some news. Slick Rick's going to have some sports.
Did you record the call?
Yeah, did you record the call?
I didn't record the call, no.
Damn.
Would have been good.
So Vin wasn't here yesterday, and I know the audience is going to just hate this because they had to endure it yesterday, but I have to give Vin a chance to to see a little, just a smidge, nothing close to playing the whole thing, of the crazy towns from yesterday because Vin wasn't here. So Vin, this is the first one. I don't know if you've picked up on this, but the resistance is getting strong against the president and Elon Musk. And I came on last night saying I think they really have to rethink now their strategy because the resistance is getting very focused on how they're going to push back. They're coming up with some very good ideas, really strong ideas. This was one of them. Roll it, Aaron. Just a little bit here.
Just a taste.
Yeah.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on?
There's a Beatles tune.
Which side are you on? We'll fight against Doge. We'll fight Elon Musk. No Elon scab within our walls. We'll fight from dawn to dusk.
All right, thank you, Aaron. There you go.
Very talented. Well, all you need is Ryan Seacrest there and possibly an American Idol moment. And, little pitchy. Yo, dog. Little pitchy. Yo, dog.
In the key of non-binary, as our friend Kevin Downey Jr. would say, yes.
They have lost their minds.
Oh my God!
Lost their minds. It's it's the lowest sort of level of humanity at this point, and at the point of that which they've lost their minds and don't have anything else to say, but start singing these dumb songs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the first one. Second one, Vin. I'll just give you the same thing I told the audience. That right there was not the strangest clip of the night. Okay. So that kind of sets the bar.
All right.
This was Crazy Town number 2. This happened 2 nights ago in Worcester, Massachusetts at the city council meeting. Roll that, Aaron.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't.
A new villain on the Batman series?
If you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a space,
she features
safe space
unhappy
for
meals at her
people,
restaurant.
You better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have,
Aaron.
and how many, and the two of them.
What do you think of that, Vin? Would you like to have been at that meeting?
I think those are 2 additional characters for the Batman series. I believe that could be excellent. There's the Joker, the Riddler, and the blue-haired maniac, and others. I saw those for real. Like, I watched the news that aired this. Unbelievably crazy. What has happened to this world? But the one in the blue hair, you're right. The unhappy meal, I think, was a pretty good move.
Yeah. So you missed both of those last night, but you get the idea.
Yeah, very good.
And we discussed whether it's really seriously time to have what has happened to a discussion around mental illness in this country. In that it went from something years ago that was like quiet, to now that has been so celebrated and boasted up on the left that you end up with a half an hour of this at your city council meeting.
Right.
And people are supposed to take it seriously.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right on a serious note on the mental illness side.
Yeah.
Like, this is something, it's in so many aspects of the progressive liberal sort of enablement system they've had where mental illness is pervasive. It's pervasive in this particular group of people, but it's pervasive in the Trump derangement syndrome to the Elon Musk derangement syndrome. It's all sort of the same syndrome of enablement, of brainwashing, of letting people believe these crazy things are real.
Well, not only believe these crazy things are real, but believe that their emotions, how they feel, is to use the Trump's name, the president's name, I should say, should trump everybody else's feelings.
Yeah.
Like, I have these insane feelings, and everyone must share them and agree with them.
Yeah.
Or else there's going to be hell to pay. There's going to be violence in the streets. They have to be the ones who are, like Damon said, they're boosted above everybody else because look how I feel. I feel so bad. I have to dress up like a crazy looking McDonald's character.
It's feeling entitlement.
Yeah.
And by the way, that sentiment, this is part of me getting into some of these wars with people, is the judgmental entitlement side of how the left and the progressives kind of look at things. So in this case, I feel this way. How can you not respect that and feel exactly the same way or understand that? And it's like, because I think you're crazy. And I think it's the same thing with just an average discussion with someone from the left who has that entitlement and that judgmental side, rather than just discussing and saying, you know what, Rick? I don't agree with you. You want to grab a beer?
Right, exactly. As opposed to them, I don't agree with you. I need to punch you in the face.
I need to punch you in the face. And then you kind of look at the whole thing and you're like, you know what? Are there enough therapists in the world to help resolve this? Because that's what's really needed now. There's a serious mental health issue. I mean, it's an epidemic anyhow, because of what's going on in society with social media and other stuff. But this particular issue is a glaring example of what's needed.
And I love it because Trump just broke all these people.
Oh, yeah.
He really he broke all of these people, and it's glorious to see every single day. Even the politicians who are now cursing, and they're like, I got this one lady. Did you see Maxine Dexter, the Democrat?
No.
All right.
No idea who that is.
I think she was in the crowd. Maybe it was before or after the song crowd. I think it was from the same group, where she got up to speak, and she had this to say about Donald Trump. She went there, and you can see it for yourself. This is cut number 2. Democrat Maxine Dexter, she has been broken and says we need to do this to Trump. Cut 2.
I've been told I have 30 seconds, so I am going to tell you that we do have to, I don't swear in public very well, but we have to Trump.
I saw this. Crazy.
Ew. Please don't tell my children that I just did that.
You're great.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing your children should probably be most worried about you. Would be the fact that you said the F-bomb. I think there's probably a lot of other issues that are affecting your kids more than that, by the way.
The anger.
If I had to take a wild guess.
Yeah, well, you had to really stretch yourself out there, right? Yeah. But the anger and the expression of the anger that you see. One thing, though, I have to say, that out of all this derangement we're seeing, wasn't convinced we would see this. And that is this unity in the Republican Party.
Oh, okay, right.
I mean, Tulsi Gabbard getting approved, RFK getting approved, and hopefully, the FBI director, Cash. They're united for the first time. I don't ever remember this level of unity. Do you?
No, and it's funny, we don't have time now. We're going to hit the break. But thinking about Tulsi and RFK, they're like the latest pariahs of leftism, right? Because think about where they were positioned just 4, 5, 10 years ago within the parties.
Yeah.
Where Tulsi came from, RFK, Kennedy, where they're from. And now to see where they are working on this team and that they've been attacked by, quote unquote, their side.
Yeah.
Has been quite something to watch. Yeah. So
always cannibalize.
All right, just getting started. 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. New sports all coming up. Kristen Thorne's going to join us as well, investigative reporter. Oh, she's only a 5-time Emmy winner. Why is she here? We have no idea. She's going to join us.
I think she got lost.
A little overqualified to be on this show, but we'll talk to her coming up. We're back.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. My hose is lightweight. Oh, no. My hose will not kink. Come on. And my hose is anti-leak. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow to a full-size 3/4-inch hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking and squeezing that water out until it's practically bone dry. And that makes it easy to carry and put away. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, similar to the technology used in forest fire hoses because it's light and tough. 3 times stronger than the other hoses. It's guaranteed for 10 years. Nearly impossible to tear or snag. And the redesigned connector protector helps stop leaks at the spigot. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Easy on and off, even with gloves. With more than 100 patents worldwide, it's the best pocket hose in the world. Get the super light 25-foot pocket hose copper bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn off and on. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. It's a $30 value, yours free with every 50-foot copper bullet. But it's not available in stores. This is an exclusive release of our newest pocket hose. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-448-0876 or visit copperbullethose.com. So call 1-800-448-0876 or visit copperbullethose.com. Order now.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck handbag for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's going to do some sports. Delgado's got some news. Vinnie Mac's here. He's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Before we get to the news and sports, let's get to, Trump just every day is just...
It's a whirlwind.
Just whirlwind of making news, taking questions, making statements in the Oval Office, swearing people in, taking 24 more minutes of questions. This might be the most satisfying thing, at least to me, who's held this vendetta for about 15, as long as I've done this show now, 10 years, 11 years.
Oh, boy.
The person I've complained and bitched about more than any single person. Oh, no, it's not a Democrat. You would think it was. It's not. It was a Republican, and President Trump today said this. Said this. Lost the audio. I thought I heard it start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I do have the clip. I think it's cut 7 where he talks about his favorite turtle.
Yes.
Frozen turtle.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we have it. So let's play it. Let's see if that one works.
Cut number 7. Here he is taking Mitch McConnell to task.
Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against RFK Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that he wanted to go to the end and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it even. And that's saying a lot. But the fact is that he raised money, and he gave a lot of money to senators, and so he had a little loyalty based on the fact that as leader you could raise a lot of money. Senators would call me and they say, he wants to give me 25 million. Can I take it? I'd say, take the money. Take the money. But he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty. He, was able to get votes. But I was the one that got him to drop out of the leadership position, so he can't love me. But he's not voting against Bobby. He's voting against me, but that's all right. He endorsed me. Mitch, do you know that Mitch endorsed me, right? Well, he did. You think that was easy? What?
He had polio, obviously, and his
I don't know. I don't know anything about he had polio. He had polio.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can tell you about him is that he shouldn't have been a leader. He knows that. He voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy, and we have a very strong party. And he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's not he's lost his power, and it's affected his vote. And, it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great.
Yeah, so there you go.
So for those of us, especially me, who have screamed about this guy for 10 years, and by the way, asked and pleaded for President Trump in 2020 to not endorse Mitch McConnell. So when he says, there's kind of, it's a little bitter when he says he wasn't mentally there 10 years ago. Well, why'd you endorse him when we had a chance to get rid of him? That's the one thing I'll never figure out. Because we could have got rid of him in 2020 or whatever it was.
But then the seat would have went to a Democrat.
And that would have been worse?
Yeah.
No, it would not have been worse. Nobody could be worse than Mitch McConnell has been. Not a chance.
First time around, Trump was misled by Mitch, by Paul Ryan, and all of these folks. He was not familiar with that system. It was new, the whole thing, and these guys took advantage of him. This time around, the one great thing that's happened here with this election is it is his party. He won the election in 2016. It wasn't his party. He won the election.
He crashed it.
He won the election. It wasn't his party.
Right.
This is his party. Proof is in the pudding. When the Republicans band together like they have, pushing through these nominees like they have, with the opposition at a level that's extraordinary, and some within the own party that are still moving over, Susan Collins and others, that says everything you want to say. So it's apples and oranges, and Mitch was in the way.
Yeah.
In the way big time, as was Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan gets no pass on this. He was horrible. He screwed up 4 years. Unfortunately for Trump, he did so many great things, but they tried to screw him up at every turn. This time around, it's his party. He's in charge. He's making the decisions, and people are following.
Yeah.
Boom.
And not only that, he also got screwed. He didn't know the Mitch McConnells and Paul Ryans until he got there.
Had no idea.
But he also got screwed by the people he did know, like the Chris Christies of the world.
Oh, boy. You're 100% right.
So he goes into it thinking, all right, at least this guy, I can trust him. And he gets screwed from him as well.
He's like, I know Chris Christie.
Right. I've known him for years.
He was probably like, I know a lot of these guys.
Right.
Even the Democrats.
But he didn't know them.
I know Chuck Schumer.
He didn't know them like he needed to know them.
No, you're 100% right.
So,
but it's a different time, a different day, and it's a great time and a great day.
Put up this tweet today, by the way, in case everybody was wondering, well, geez, why is Mitch the only one who's voting? Why all of a sudden Mitch has decided? Jamal Hawley, representative from New Jersey, said, Mr. President, real Donald Trump, yes, it's true. Senator McConnell's working with our representatives at the DNC if you needed a confirmed answer.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure he's out to destroy Trump if he could, but he's just not capable.
Put him in his wheelchair, put him in the truck, drive him to the dog track.
He's done.
Put a little pin on him that says, I used to be Mitch McConnell, and sayonara.
He's glue.
That's what we need to happen.
Yeah.
So, all right, 23 past the hour. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slickster's here. Slick, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
LFS6P is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow. Slickster's got sports. What's going on?
All right, let's get to the scoreboard. NCAA Men's Division I basketball right now. We got Maryland and Nebraska getting ready to tip off at 8:30. Then we have Memphis and South Florida at 9, as well as San Francisco at Gonzaga. That's 11 o'clock. All no games in action right now. NHL, though, they're doing the Four Nations face-off in lieu of the All-Star game this year. And we have USA and Finland. Game is just underway, about 50 seconds in. So we will be tracking that. So again, no big all-star, frou-frou that we have every year at the weekend. We're going straight on with USA, Finland, Canada, and Sweden all facing off to see who's going to be the big win. I know Vin's a big hockey fan.
I love it.
Great stuff, right?
I love the tournament. It's great.
Who do you like?
I'm absolutely with Canada and the U.S. I mean, of course, the United States. I want the United States to win. Right. Canada will be my second choice.
Right, USA, absolutely. So we're going to keep track of that as well. NBA action right now, just underway. Rockets and Warriors, 14-12, 5 to go there in the first quarter. And Kings and Pelicans knotted at 19, 4 minutes to go there in the first as well. And again, the Genesis Invitational, that kicked off today as well. Torrey Pines course in La Jolla, California. $20 million purse, and number one was McCarthy. He shot a 4-under today to open the field. And speaking of, let's talk about Aaron Rodgers, right? I heard that, New York Jets to split with quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Big news. We know the New York media market is a lightning rod, of course, with football and any sports. And we got the New York Jets told quarterback Aaron Rodgers they plan to drop him from the roster, the team said Thursday. Aaron, are you upset about that?
Honestly, not really. I feel like with the new regime that's coming in with Aaron Glenn, and they basically redid their entire staff, so we can't keep going back to what's not working. We just have to move on. We can't just be worried about being Jets fans for this next season. We got to worry about the team for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Exactly. And Rodgers,
good luck.
41 questions. He's expected to be a post-June 1 roster cut, allowing the Jets to split $49 million salary cap charges between 2025 and 2026 season. Releasing or trading Rodgers before that point would result in a $49 million cap charge in 2025. So Jets are moving on. They're probably looking to draft a Shedeur Sanders or somebody.
They need to draft an entire team.
Yeah, exactly.
What's not working, Slick?
You know what?
What's not working with the Jets? Okay, for the last 10 years, what's not working?
I have a great prediction. I think the Giants should take Aaron Rodgers and then draft Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. That would be a great move for the Giants.
You lost me at hello.
And that's a wrap in sports. I don't play darts.
You watch. We've got the receivers. We just need to get them the ball.
I think they're going to draft Tim Tinnerington, I believe. He'll be the first round.
Tim's back. All right, live from Studio 6B, we're back. Kristen Dorn will join us when we get back right after this.
Learning is hard work. Hard work requires character. Learning begins in faith. It must move upward toward the highest thing, unseen at the beginning, God. And freedom is essential to learning. Its principles must be studied and defended. Learning, character, faith, and freedom. These are the inseparable purposes of Hillsdale College.
Israel needs you. We desperately need tens of thousands to respond.
A great storm from the north has come against Israel. You've got the scriptures calling each one of us not only to pray for the peace of Jerusalem, but it's incumbent upon each one of us to defend these precious people of God. This massive grocery store should be crowded. People are lacking food.
Exactly.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is preparing meals for precious elderly citizens who can't get out.
It broke out her window that was shattered. Because of the war, much of her roof is gone. The ceiling is gone. She's frightened from Hezbollah.
Hezbollah?
Yeah. How does she get food? The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we come in. Thank you. You provide groceries, vegetables, hot meals. It's you.
Your emergency gift will help provide food to Clara and thousands like her trying to survive in the evacuated areas of Israel. Your urgently needed gift of $45 will help rush the delivery of an emergency food box and nutritious meals for a week.
It's you that gives her hope and lets her feel the presence of God.
It must be that God is here with me now. Thank you, and I'll say a special prayer of thanks to God.
When there's war and violence and brokenness, you and I, as Christians, are chosen to minister, to love. The wars come and the wars go, but something that never changes is hunger. And you help bring the peace when she can know, I have something to eat today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night, Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's doing news. Vinnie Mac's going to have some news coming up. But right now, please welcome to the show, Kristen Thorne. She is a 5-time Emmy Award-winning investigative reporter. She worked for WABC Channel 7 Eyewitness News for 13 years. And previous to that, she worked as a reporter for WCBS and News 12. She is the creator, writer, director, and executive producer and host of Hulu's first ever true crime series dedicated to finding missing people. Missing is one of the top shows produced by ABC-owned television station, and she's here to join us now. Kristen, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
He's like the Tom Brady of investigative reporting. 5 times.
I don't
exactly
think
right.
so. I'm just crazy. I just love what I do. I love investigative journalism. And so that's what happens when you love what you do.
Yeah. What you do is so important because so many things are just not known and under the covers, or maybe seem like they're one thing and they're not. And people like yourself get in there, they dig deep, and you find out the truth, like Gilgo Beach murders and other things. Yeah.
How did you decide that this is what you wanted? I mean, obviously, you probably could have done a lot of things. How did you find your way into this niche of investigative reporting and even further, the kind of the crime? How'd you find your way there?
Well, look, investigations, I think all good journalists are fundamentally investigators. But I had I'd done general assignment. That's what you see on the news every night, right? Your general assignment, street reporter out there gathering all the news for the day. And I just felt like I need something more. I want to dig more. I've always been, I was a total nerd in school. I love school. I love learning. I was like, I want to do more. And so there was an opening in the investigative unit. I applied, I got it. And it really was the best move for me at the time. It was really great because I needed more. How did I get into crime? I was the lead reporter for ABC News on the Gabby Petito disappearance.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And the reason is she was from Long Island. I was the Long Island correspondent for Eyewitness News at the time. So here I am covering the story. Next thing you know how that took off. And it was in doing that I started to think about missing people and missing adults specifically, which is a huge problem in this country. If you're between 18 and 64 and you disappear, good luck.
Wow.
To you and your family. It is scary.
Wow.
Juveniles, obviously, we have a great system set up. I mean, not perfect, but much better. Mm-hmm. We have Amber Alerts. We have all these sorts of things. Then we have Silver Alerts for our seniors. Thank goodness. But what happens in that age range is there's always an excuse from law enforcement. And I have the utmost respect for law enforcement, but I've heard these stories too many times. Oh, she's just out partying. She'll come home soon. Oh, isn't your son a drug addict? So, he's probably just out getting high. And the primary reason people have disappeared is not because many of them have not chosen to. They have been killed. They have been murdered, and they're not here because their bodies have been disposed of. And one of the reasons I am so passionate about this issue is not only for their families, is for the people who harm them, who are literally getting away with murder.
Yeah.
They know no body, no murder. You have to understand the body. Am I getting too heavy here?
No, not at all.
Sure?
No, we've got some bodies buried over there.
Okay.
We're going to send you looking around.
A couple of former co-hosts.
I'm talking about.
Well, because this is going to lead up to really one of the reasons you're here to talk about a very current event that's going on in this city.
Yes.
That I think a lot of this audience, even if they're not in this area, is going to have a real interest in, because this is probably not the only place that this is going on.
Yeah. So
That's for sure.
I will absolutely get to that. So anyway, that's really my interest. That's how the crime thing started. And then once you kind of get in that world, you just become kind of known. So I've been to CrimeCon. I don't know if you're familiar with CrimeCon, but it's a conference that focuses on helping victims of crime. And so I've spoken there. And so it's just kind of taken off. But the reason I'm here today, same idea of investigations, right? Criminal activity, looking for people who are causing harm to people, which I do in the show. I knock on the doors of suspects that I think may be responsible for these disappearances.
And can we, before we get to what you're here to write, the current event, can you talk a little bit about Missing? So you're doing investigative reporting at ABC7, and is that what led to Missing, or Missing came kind of next after that, right?
Well, it's all at the same time. So I was producing the show while I was a reporter at WABC. So as you know, Disney owns both outlets, and so that was kind of the way it happened.
Okay, so that's how it ended on Hulu.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Great. Okay.
Exactly, yeah, because of that partnership.
You know, I just wanted to add something. What you had said about the ages where people go missing and you just don't know where they are, and ultimately they're just killed and dead and somewhere else. I mean, nobody's looking for them. All you hear is cold case stuff. Nobody's looking for these people. They're looking, but they're not really looking. Like, there's not a concerted effort. It's like they've been missing for 2 months. There's nothing we can do. And then you pop up.
Yeah, and I've really become a great resource for families all throughout, really, the country. So one of the first things I tell people is you are going to find your loved one, not police. Right. You need to be putting up flyers. You need to be going through their social media. A lot of people think, oh, they have a phone, I'm just going to track them. Well, the killers take care of that. And you can't go, people think, well, police will pin the phone. You can't just pin somebody's phone. You have to have a warrant. So all these things take time, a lot of time. And unfortunately, during that time, there's, I believe, bad things that are happening to people.
Yep.
And that's why they're disappearing. And so people really have to take this into their own hands. So this is I'm very passionate about this issue, because when you hear from these families across the country and it's the same story.
It's got to be heartbreaking. And also, when you're hearing the same story over and over again, I mean,
it's the same pattern.
It's the same pattern.
You're hearing the same pattern over and over.
Same pattern.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Is there, because I watch a lot of TV, I see Criminal Minds. There's this show called 48 Hours. Is the first 48 hours, they say there's a time, like the first 48 hours are the most important if you're trying to find someone.
Well,
is that true?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, you know, the victims that I have in my show, there was a period of time when they disappeared that they were still alive. Of course they were. And when you go back through their histories and you start really digging into the text messages and things like that, something very bad happened to them. And you have to understand, police cannot open a homicide investigation without a body. Okay? The body is the key.
Yep.
And these families are not naive. They understand their loved one is gone. But having that body allows that entire investigation to now begin. And that's why finding the body is so important. Unfortunately, the criminals know that too.
Yeah.
So let's bring it back to what's going on right now in New York City.
Yes. All right. So this is something, again, using the same sort of investigative techniques. You know, we wonder why in New York we pay more for rent, more for our insurance, homeowners, car. One of the biggest things happening right now is fraud. Rampant fraud that is happening throughout New York State. So when it comes to your homeowner's insurance, in New York City primarily, we are seeing people stage accidents on construction sites or outside construction sites on sidewalks. And this has really picked up since 21, 22, 23. Okay. There's always been fraud. There's always been people who have said, I fell on this job site and now I can never work, or I can't do anything. But it has gotten to such a point now that insurers are pulling out of New York. Premiums have gone up across the board for all of us, property insurance, homeowners, because even when these accidents, doesn't matter if they're real or not, the insurance companies have to investigate them. They end up raising their premiums. They will say, we are forced to raise our premiums and we all pay for it. Forget about auto fraud. It's the same thing. You guys probably saw that viral video on the Belt Parkway, okay? Yeah. I've got similar ones of on Nassau Expressway. Same exact thing that happened 6 months before that. It is rampant. And that's why we are all paying more in our auto insurance. New York has certain laws in place that has allowed this fraud to really just explode at this point. And so there's a lot of hope. This is what I'm investigating now, digging more into this. There's been several federal RICO lawsuits that have been filed, alleging that there are law firms and doctors that are perpetuating this fraud. After one of my investigations aired, there is a law firm in the city that ended up walking away from 262 cases. Wow. They went to a judge and said, Judge, we believe that we have ethical concerns around these cases. And these were all primarily staged construction accidents. So what I'm trying to do is raise awareness about this issue, because I think it is one of the reasons we can't build more affordable housing in New York State. The governor talks a lot about that. How are you going to build affordable housing when contractors can barely afford to build massive skyscrapers where they're generating a ton of money eventually? So you now go tell that contractor, we want you to go build affordable housing. How are they going to get insurance? The insurance costs in New York are now 12.5% of the overall project cost, compared to 2.5% in New Jersey and Connecticut. How is that possible? We share borders.
You know what I just noticed in your notes, and I think this translates, a lot, our audience is all over the country, and this is a all over the country problem. Why? Because in your notes, you noted that now they're exploiting migrants and illegals because they can. And I'm talking about the lawyers and the doctors that are steering the illegals now that have flooded this country.
Yeah, so that was my question. Everywhere. If illegal immigration in the city has affected this.
So look, here's my opinion on that. This fraud has been going on, the staged construction accident fraud, for years.
Right.
Really, 2012 is when we start to see it. It has exploded in 2020, 21, 22, 23. What happened in our country during that time? We have an influx of vulnerable people who, if you tell them, we're going to give you a couple $1,000s to go here and say that you fell, and then you may have to have a surgery. We're going to have you have a little surgery, but you're going to be okay. But they'll get tens of thousands of dollars for that surgery. They're going to do it. We have a deposition that just happened back in October. A migrant came to New York. He said this is public information. He came to New York from the border. He came to New York City. Within a few weeks of being here, he fell on a job site. He said in his deposition that he is using the loan money from his lawyer as well as his workers' comp money to pay his coyote back $21,000.
There you go.
Yeah. We now have New York State workers' comp money being used to pay a coyote. And the migrant said it in his own words. It is a public document filed.
Wow.
All right, 43 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this. We'll do some more news, more with Kristen, coming up right after this.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
And for stuffy little noses, pick out the new Navage Baby Aspirator, now at Walmart in the baby department.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
It's time to get your dream kitchen at Cabinets to Go.
Right now, save on every single cabinet in your design. Up to $175 off per cabinet. Come in today and get your dream kitchen for just $148 per month.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
It's the incredible Red Dog, the amazing universal socket tool that fits, grips, and tightens virtually any fastener. Look at all the different sizes and shapes, nuts, bolts, and screws. Any head will do. Red Dog grabs on tight and locks into place fast. It replaces hundreds of different tools, yet it's smaller than a battery. 54 telescoping steel pins mold around any object. Then, up to 150 pounds of torque knock out rusted fasteners. You can get Red Dog for just $19.99. Breaking news: Red Dog may be discontinued. Due to supply chain shortages, Red Dog is stopping manufacturing immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 per order while supplies last. Order now.
Call 1-800-709-3169. That's 1-800-709-3169 or visit byreddog.com. Call 1-800-709-3169 now.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Rick Delgado's going to do some news. Slick's doing sports. Vinnie Mac's got some news coming up as well. Kristen Thorne's with us. She's an investigative journalist. And we've been talking about this, just really unbelievable that these kind of stories are not. Someone in the chat said, why is this not headline news? And it absolutely should be. So the law firm, you say, that walked away from 230 some odd cases.
262.
262.
That we know about.
That you know about. How many other law firms, or let me ask you this, first of all, did they walk away because they knew that somebody was on this story and they were like, Well,
let's just say they walked away after I aired this investigation.
Okay.
There was no walking away before I started calling and asking them, how did you file a lawsuit saying that this man fell on a job site when that man is telling me, I never worked there. And the contractor is telling me he's never worked here. How did you file that complaint? Because I had this was actually a victim of this. This man from Queens thought he was signing a job application. Someone brought him a stack of papers that was completely in English and told him, you need a job, right? Well, what you're going to do is you're going to fill this out. You're going to put your name, your birth date, and you're going to sign it. And you're going to get a check for $15,000 in the mail. You're going to go to the bank. You're going to cash that check. You're going to give me $2,000, me $13,000, and you're going to keep $2,000. That's exactly what happened. This guy, Carlos, thought that he had filled out an application for a job. A few weeks later, he starts getting lawsuits, paperwork in the mail. He's going, what is this? And it alleged that he had fallen on a job site in Brooklyn on August, whatever date, 2022. And he goes, this is... So I eventually get in touch with him. I call the contractor. I confirm with the contractor. He has no idea who this guy is. It gets worse. Someone posed as Carlos, went to a physical therapy office in Queens, went there 16 times, posing as him, billed workers' comp. It's not him. The man used an ID with Carlos's full Spanish name, his address, and changed the birth date by 1 day. And guess who the imposter listed as his emergency contact on his medical, law firm.
Wow. Was it Carlos Danger, by the way?
No. See, here's the thing. You look at a law firm that's willing to take their chance on this until somebody like Kristen comes along, and then they say, oh, well, we may have some problems with this. But here's the problem. The problem is when you look in New York, everybody is incentivized to try to walk this line because, number one, it's all about money. Number two, they look at the governor. They look at the district attorney. They look at what the AG in New York. They look at criminals in New York. And what happens? In the front door, out the back door. You can get away with murder in New York. So what is this compared to what we've seen? You can push people in front of the subway and be on the street the next day. What's a little, I may have fallen, won a couple. That doesn't even register.
That's a great point.
So everyone is incentivized. So you get a law firm, and a lot of respectable law firms, but you get a law firm that maybe is not so much, and they think, oh, this could be a lot of money. What's going to happen? They're not even locking up the killers.
Well, you know what it is.
There could be a little gray area here.
And I don't think it's about like one case. Oh, we're going to get a lot of money from this. It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kristen, is that they're going for volume. They're going, you know what? Let's get a bunch of settlements of $13,000. You get 10 or 12 of those settlements. That's a nice week.
These settlements can be $1 to $6 million.
Right, but I'm saying that the initial check.
Yes,
it's like, all right, we already got the 13. Here's your 2. See you later. Arrivederci. They don't have to deal with that guy anymore. Right. But they're still going to get money because now that building is going to be like, we want to settle. They don't want to go to court.
Yeah. Most of the insurers
that's what they're banking on.
Exactly. And most of the insurers do not want to go to court. Although now they're starting to fight back because the volume got to be too much.
Yeah.
This was going on and it was happening. And all of a sudden you had these contractors going, how all of a sudden are we getting all these claims? Yeah. And then they started looking at it and go, why are we seeing these? And of course there are reputable law firms, personal injury law firms out there. But it does seem that there are several that have identified this as a way to make money. And they're doing it using vulnerable Spanish immigrants and migrants. Every single plaintiff that I have seen, and I've looked at hundreds of these cases, are Spanish names. Every single one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
You know what I say? I say, Elon Musk, if you're watching us right now, and Doge, you need to hire Kristen.
Yeah.
You need to get Kristen in there because we need that kind of investigative reporting within what he's doing.
I get what he's doing. He's looking at data. So data is our friend. Data will tell you trends. It will tell you what's going on. That's why I love it so much because I just kind of go through and document and see how these cases are proceeding and where they're stemming from, looking at it.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right. 8 minutes to the hour. Kristen's going to hang with us for a little bit. Let's do some news. We haven't done any news yet. And here with that's Rick Delgado. News is brought to you by our friends at Freedom Force Nutrition. Supplements, vitamins, all available live from Studio6B.com. What's going on, Delgado?
Well, that's news to me. No, I'm kidding. I'm glad she's going to hang around because I do want to ask her about some of the cases in New York. Like the Sexy Rexy case, the Gilgo murder guy?
Of course.
And also the 14-year-old girl. They're up to like 13 people they've indicted for this one girl who went missing.
One on the boat?
Yeah.
That's
and being an investigative reporter. And like you said, it was her family that found her. So we'll talk about that in a bit. But today was a big day, a big win for President Trump. As you guessed it, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one of President Trump's most controversial cabinet picks, has been sworn in as the next U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary. Here is RFK delivering a tribute to President Trump after being sworn in. It's cut number 4. Take a listen for yourself. Cut number 4.
For
20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. And he gave me... He's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump, that I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, and you are going to transform this country.
Yeah, so there you have it. The words from RFK Jr. He was confirmed by a vote of 52 to 48. Of course, as you would expect, no Democrats backed him, including Democrat Mitch McConnell, who was also joining the Dems. The former presidential candidate himself will now oversee the key health agencies with about 80,000 employees for now.
When you think about that. Think about all the old clips of all the committee hearings in Congress we played where our RFK Jr. was called as an expert for all of the Dem committees at the time. Yeah. They controlled all the committees. He was a genius. Yeah. They brought him in. They wanted to hear from him. Yeah. Now, zero of them vote for him. Yeah. Zero.
Elon was a genius too. Wow. I had to get a Tesla. Yeah.
Even the guy who was part of his wedding party, Sheldon Whitehouse.
Yes.
Didn't vote for him. They grew up together. Friends for decades.
He was in his wedding party.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden he's a big danger.
Right. So again, RFK is going to oversee an 80,000 employee staff as well as $1 trillion budget. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle had questioned, of course, his health claims and his vaccine skepticism, but now he's in charge.
Oh, good. The country needs him. We're obese. We're unhealthy. We're eating junk. We've got plastic particles in our brain.
All those dyes.
Oh, the red dyes.
That was great to
Aaron, any of those donuts left in the kitchen? All right, I'll be right there. Yeah. All right, let's hit some break.
On it.
Bring me a plastic straw while you're at it.
That's a quick hour 1, hour 2 coming up. We're back right after this.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, and fixing a drain is a pain. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Just remove and replace. In seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy. Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps prevent clogs in your sink, catching hair, food, even jewelry. Made with brass and chrome and a silicone gasket, it creates a watertight seal. Order your Mermaid Drain Magic today for only $19.99 and get a Mermaid Toilet Bowl Cleaner absolutely free. Drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of cleaning. But wait, this could be your last chance to get Drain Magic at this low price with free toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3, so order now.
Call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Hour 2, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 1039 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's doing the news. Vinnie Mac's got some thoughts coming up. Kristen Thorne has joined us. Investigative journalist, 5-time Emmy winner. Boy, that's, I saw your picture on, I guess it was one of your social medias. A little party of 5 there.
Yeah, party of 5.
Boy, that's amazing.
I know.
That is
amazing.
How come you didn't win 6?
I mean,
give me some time.
Exactly, Delgado.
Give me some time.
When's
the
your
investigation
first
I'm working on, I'm putting up for an Emmy.
Exactly.
It's a raspberry.
You're going to get no credit for it, so don't even ask.
We'll give you a participation trophy.
Yes, everybody gets
all I hope is that when I go missing, she comes looking.
Okay.
You should.
There you go.
Nobody's going to look.
Trust me. Say that.
Don't hold your breath, pal.
Looking for you, Delgado. You're between 18 and 64. Get done.
I will try to find you.
Thank you.
You're between 18
Kristen and I box together, you know. We're boxers.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're boxers. She beats the shit.
Your butt.
Oh.
Excuse me, Vin? Excuse me?
What about
I didn't say it. I stopped halfway.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Speaking of Vin, almost cursing here on the show, let's do some news with Vinnie Mac. Vinnie hasn't been here. I showed him the crazy towns he missed yesterday.
Yep.
But I'm sure there's other things on your mind that you've been, you've already teased us a little bit.
Yeah.
With your Facebook, well, we were going to make a segment of this, I guess. I don't know what Vinny's Facebook fanatics or something we were going to call it. But what's going on, Vin?
There's so much. There's just so much. It's crazy. And in this particular issue.
You're welcome, Eric.
All right, let's all relax. This particular issue goes beyond my personal story, which I'm going to share with you now, what happened.
All right.
Because it has just opened my eyes in a different way to just a critical nature of a psychological and sociological problem that we have in this country right now that I can't figure out how to fix it and what the solution is. I kind of go back to this. If I told you that and there was no Donald Trump, there was no Joe Biden, it was just the U.S. government. If I told you the U.S. government was going to deport criminals living here illegally, you'd be like, yeah, that's a good idea, right? Everybody would. The left, the right, the middle, the top, the down, everybody would say that. If I told you we're going to secure the border too, yeah, sure, that's a great idea. We're going to audit spending. We're going to prosecute corruption. We're going to eliminate political correctness and wokeness. We're going to make the country healthy, RFK. We're going to create parity in tariffs and trade deals. It's going to be even, like when no more is taking advantage of us. We're going to reduce the deficit. We're going to do all these things. We're going to bring manufacturing back. We're going to clean up bias in federal agencies. We're going to protect women and not have men in the locker room anymore. We're going to have energy independence. We're going to bring peace to the Middle East and Ukraine. We're going to fund those affected by the hurricanes. We're going to finally do that for everybody. We're going to do all of these things. Military recruitment is going to be way up. If I told you all these things, and there was no Donald Trump, and there was no Joe Biden, there was no left or right, everybody would be like, yeah, it's fantastic. Well, that's not the case. Now, I had a situation here. I was canceled by people I've known for a very long time. A group of very close friends, too. They happen to be on the left coast, so maybe a little affected by some of the manipulation of news and media. But I was literally canceled. When I say canceled, I was uninvited to a major event because Trump won the election. and I spoke about it on social media. I got a phone call from a very close friend of mine who called me a racist a few years ago because I supported Donald Trump. I saw him riding my bicycle in Santa Monica, and he said, "Yeah, we can't be friends. You're racist." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" We eventually talked it out. We hugged it out, and we were like, "That was stupid." But I got canceled. He called me to talk about the canceling, and as much as I was sort of upset and hurt about this, and I think most of us on the right who might be making comments on Facebook or on social media, and I know there's a lot of people watch the show because I see you on there sharing your thoughts with my misery in this types of things. We all are going through this. Delgado's been canceled. All of us has had an issue with somebody. But for this particular time and this particular group and people that you know really well, it just pushed me back to there's a major sociological and psychological problem in this country. People have been brainwashed to an extent that it's damaging just basic personal relationships. And what I see happening is beyond just sort of Vin maybe being a little, bummed out about what happened or someone else being bummed out. It's beyond that. It's more about how quickly can a country decay and be polarized. You think about World War II and the Nazis and the Germans, and I went to Auschwitz. I studied in Germany for a year. I studied the entire World War II scenario and also what happened in Germany. And I could not come to grips as to how the German people and how all of these people went along with this. And I have to say, what happened to me here getting canceled opened my eyes to. I could see how that happened. This is a small microcosm. We're not killing people, but this is a similar thing. They have been convinced. They have been brainwashed. They feel that they're right, I'm wrong. I was even told if I changed my morals and I changed my values in not liking Trump, I can be their friend again.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Can you imagine that? That one comment to me ultimately put me over the edge because I just said that is probably the most hypocritical thing I've ever heard in my life. And we're only talking about opinions. These are words.
Now, quick question. How old are these?
That's a great question because it's extraordinarily relevant here. These are not kids.
I was going to say, because what you're describing is it sounds like the lunchroom in middle school.
These are 60-year-old men that should know better, that are teaching their children things.
They're men?
These are,
men.
They're men. They identify as men.
All right.
They're 60 years old. These are people that have lived life. They're mature. I have a lot in common with these people. We shared some of the greatest memories in the world. At least for me, I shared some great stuff with these folks. And that's why this might be personal to me, but it's not. This is an epidemic in this country. Everybody should have an awareness of this because this is just the tip of the iceberg. Really bad stuff can happen when manipulation and brainwashing, like we've seen, like they obviously have gotten. And I'm not, maybe I'm wrong. And I tell them that all the time. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong. This is my opinion.
Yeah, but friends should accept you. I mean, we're getting like kindergarten here. You're supposed to accept everybody as friends and put everything else aside. And to tell a friend to change your morals is very.
But that is part of the point is that we should, right? That should be regular human nature. We grew up that way, and most people have done that. You forgive, you stick by your friends. Something bigger than that has happened psychologically. That's where I'm coming from.
It's getting deep.
You're friends with mean girls, basically.
It's not just me.
You're friends with people who unfortunately who live an ideology that believe that if you're succeeding or the country's succeeding or the leader is succeeding or the leader is doing something that's positive, it must be at the expense of somebody else. So they look at this, Vin, and they say, you're supporting someone who, because of him, our people are not succeeding, or everything is at the expense of somebody. Everybody's in a box. Everybody's in a group. So they can't just look at you as their friend. They look at you as a part of this conglomerate that is holding their acquaintances down.
Yeah, part of the evil empire. And I've gone through in my mind over and over, like, oh, maybe they're just not good friends, and maybe this and maybe that. And I have come to the conclusion that we started this show in 2014-15. And that's when this major wave, it actually happened when Obama was in office, of information sort of manipulation. And it went in overdrive in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, boom, on and on and on. Overdrive. And when you look at that information exploitation that happened, and it happened on the news and social media, we saw all the stuff where, or the social media giants were manipulating information. And then the COVID thing brought that out even bigger. But you put all that in one big bucket. And then you say, you know, what happened to your friends? Why did they turn on you like that? And it's almost like they've been programmed. And people have been programmed. And that's my bigger point. It's not about me and my feelings and my hurt are there. It's about, wow, how is this possible with people that are smart, that you know really well? Because really bad things can happen if they use these same techniques. Case in point, you know, what happened in Germany. You know, you could take that leap because that's what happened.
What's crazy, though, is that they expect you to change your morals. Like, they're morally superior. You're not good enough. But if you just change your morals, oh, guess what? Now that should tell you everything you need to know about their morals.
That's everything.
That they are so interchangeable. It's kind of
the judgmental side, though.
Yeah, you might need some new friends there.
Yeah, you know.
Well, he doesn't have them anymore.
I got plenty of friends, but the thing is quite disturbing. It set me off from a societal point of view, and I wanted to share that with the audience because, one, I know a lot of audience folks saw this exchange, and I also know that everybody experiences this in some way, shape, or form on social media. If you're a supporter of Trump, if you're a supporter of Biden and Obama, no one says boo. You know, have you defriended anybody that's on the other side?
No, I like to watch them melt down.
It's just not what we do, though. We're not judgmental like that. They may not agree. Okay.
Yeah, big whoop.
That's the disease I see happening here. And it's a disease. So that's it. That's my rant for right now.
Yeah.
All right, very good. It's a good rant, Vinny. I'm sorry you went through that, but like Delgado says, maybe someone in the Sergeant Arby said, why don't you send them a box of tampons and tell them to just move on? I mean, come on. So I mean, there's that too.
You
could feel that way. This just happened.
Just happened.
This just happened like a week ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's hard.
All right, let's do some sports before we wrap it up. 11 minutes past the hour. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use at MyPillow. Gives you a great savings. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, Linda McMahon speaks out on protecting women and girls from trans athletes during confirmation hearing. This is Biden's education secretary was a vocal advocate for allowing trans athletes to compete with girls and women. This is Jackson Thompson of Fox News. Linda McMahon made her stance clear on trans inclusion in women's and girls sports during her confirmation hearing for education secretary on Thursday. I do not believe that biological boys should be able to compete against girls in sports. And I think now that certainly not only have the people spoken, because that was something that Trump ran very heavily on, but I believe the court has spoken, McMahon said. A national exit poll conducted by the Concerned Women for America, CWA, Legislative Action Committee found that 70% of moderate voters saw the issue of Donald Trump's opposition to transgender boys and men's playing girls and women's sports and of transgender boys and men using girls and women's bathrooms as important to them, and 6% said it was the most important issue of all, while 44% said it's very important. Trump vowed during the 2024 campaign to ban trans athletes from women's sports and girls' sports. Trump made good on that promise early when he signed the No Men in Women's Sports Executive Order on February 5th. Prior to that, Supreme Court ruled in August to deny a Biden administration emergency request to enforce portions of the former president's Title IX rewrites that would allow biological males in women's sports and girls' changing rooms. And as McMahon looks to get confirmed as education secretary, she insists on carrying out the original mission of Title IX and keeping women's sports for biological females. Goes on to detail that. So, of course, Linda McMahon, she's out there looking to advocate for education. So that's good.
Awesome. By the way, Kristen, there's about 7 bodies that I cannot find in California that you might want to be looking for.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back. More news with Delgado and more with Kristen right after this.
Saving America is no easy feat, but your kids can help the president with a free Kids Guide to Saving America. This fun guide teaches kids what they can do right now to make America great again. Get a free collectible pin when you order at KidsSaveUs.com. That's KidsSaveUs.com.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Sound like the blues. 17 past the hour. Let me talk to you about our friends at My Patriot Supply. How well do you sleep at night? Well, real peace of mind comes from knowing your family is prepared for tough times. And that's, of course, where My Patriot Supply comes in. It's America's most trusted name in emergency preparedness, and they're offering a limited-time discount on their supersized mega 3-month emergency food kit. This isn't your typical survival food. Each kit provides over 2,500 calories daily for 90 days, with delicious meals and extras, including chicken, beef, fruits, and veggies. We're talking quality meals that can last up to 25 years in storage and still taste like home cooked. The pandemic taught us how quickly store shelves can empty. Don't wait for the next crisis. Your mega emergency food kit includes free shipping, a disaster replacement warranty, and 24/7 USA-based support. The special discounts available for this week only. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now, MyPatriotSupply.com now to secure your family's future with a $250 discount if you order by 3 p.m. They'll ship your order within the same day, so you have peace of mind right away. Go right now, MyPatriotSupply.com, MyPatriotSupply.com. Get your mega 3-month emergency food kit. And hope that you never have to use it, but at least you'll have it and be prepared, because you never know. Living in North Carolina or California, you never know when that's going to come in handy. So, MyPatriotSupply.com, 3-month mega emergency food kit available now, $250 discount. Take advantage. All right, 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B.
That's an amazing product. I have to say.
It's a great idea.
To have fresh food like that, last that long, to have as for an emergency.
Well,
I stocked up. Did you stock up during COVID?
Oh, yeah.
Just toilet paper.
I went a little cuckoo when everybody else was. Well, I waited till the toilet. I don't know when it was during the toilet paper thing or whatever, but
goodness.
I just remember I need to buy beans. I don't know. I just have beans. I'm going to put them downstairs.
Put the ceiling fan on.
Baby beans, pinto beans.
I did all that. I still got. I'm still going through. I still have toilet paper. I haven't bought toilet paper yet.
Yeah, from 5 years ago?
Yeah. 3 years ago.
Wait, you're not serious.
Paper towel and
Is he serious?
and toilet paper.
Explains
Totally
a lot.
serious.
I mean, you
He's
just
serious.
never.
I don't know.
Listen,
I don't know.
Welcome to the
No, I'm totally
welcome to the
serious.
circus.
No, I think he's actually
Yeah.
being serious.
I know.
I went nuts.
How many did you buy when
I
you
bought
went?
a lot. I bought a lot.
Yeah.
That you haven't bought it now in 5 years?
You know what? I'm down to
Just
3.
goes to show you he's full of you know what.
He's really serious. I can be very gullible.
I'm
For
down to-
investigative journals, I can be very gullible.
I'm down to 3 on the big
pallets?
Costco 30
Yeah.
packs.
Yeah.
So I'm down to 3. So I'm going to start buying again.
Wow.
Well, you're very regular, aren't you?
Yeah. I was going to say,
Between
drink a lot.
that
Coffee
and
goes
paper
right through you,
towels.
huh, there, pal?
And I've got I got enough peanut butter and ketchup because they come in 3 packs. You can just get a couple 3 packs, throw them in there. You never run out.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
20 minutes past the hour. You learn something every day on this show. I mean, I don't know.
Something else.
I'm ready.
This is
ready.
this is where 5 Emmys ends you. I'm talking about Costco toilet paper and peanut butter and jelly.
This is
or
why
something.
he doesn't have 5 Emmys.
Exactly.
You have a negative 5 Emmys.
You don't even have Slammies.
I also got the double boxes of
Jammies.
Cheerios, the butternut Cheerios, the honey
right.
nut Cheerios, the regular Cheerios, the Frosted Flakes.
He's a flaker,
all
right?
dried cereals because dried cereals last.
Well, how do you look like you look, though, if you have all that in your house?
Because I don't eat it.
It's there.
That's why he has
It's
it.
there for an
It's there
emergency.
for an emergency.
Exactly.
Apparently, you don't go to the bathroom either. You use paper towels and toilet paper.
All right, Delgado, do you want to do some news, or do you want to just keep telling us about your Costco shopping list?
I just want to play one clip for Vin, and then I want to throw us back to
not
to
a
Kristen.
voice recording of his friend's meeting.
I want to throw us back to Kristen because we have some of those investigative, those big cases in New York.
Yes, I know you have a lot of questions.
So let's play this for Vin real quick. Talking about your situation, I think Clay Travis kind of hits it on the head when it comes to Democrats. Here's cut number 5.
I hope this has a beep in it.
Cut number 5.
Well, thank you.
Here he is talking to people at the University of Chicago. Tells the audience what Dems really are. Cut 5.
What is it that we're missing about, or what is it that people who are not, as Magdalene said, people who don't understand why? That's my first question. I have a second one, but go ahead.
Okay, so what I would start with is men aspire to be bigger, stronger, and faster than we are, almost universally. That's why superheroes are popular. That's why pro athletes are popular. Who is the most masculine Democrat right now in America? Mayor Pete.
Is that a gay joke?
No, Mayor Pete. No, well, no, it's just that he's not particularly masculine. Nobody's like, oh, Mayor Pete, he's a badass. Chuck Schumer. Is anybody like, hey, Chuck Schumer holding up an avocado and a beer to talk about the Super Bowl? Is anybody like that trying to grill? Is anybody like, hey, that's a dude I want to hang out with?
But Trump's like a grandpa.
Well, hold on.
He's being canceled as we speak.
Look at the
Trump took a bullet in his ear and immediately stood up and said, fight, fight, fight. Every man in America and most of the women out here were impressed by that, even if the women won't admit it. She's shaking her head strong. And second part of this, basically summing it up,
here we go.
Democrats for men are and Republicans
Democrats for men
are. There are no masculine men in the Democrat Party right now.
Yeah, so there you have it, Vin. That's probably the answer to your question.
It has been solved.
About how
I'm
you
feeling better already.
Being canceled. Yeah,
thank you.
Mic drop.
So,
My Tim Waltz clap.
there you have it.
That's it.
Now,
I mean, I don't know. Does he have a point? I think he has a point.
I think he's got a huge point.
I mean, I think there are some what we would consider masculine men in the Democratic Party.
Okay,
They're just not in front of the cameras.
But name one.
Well, what about the governor of Maryland? He's a pretty hunky dude.
Oh,
who's he?
Chris Murphy.
No, Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy. Me and Chris Murphy went to high school together, and we're just embarrassed. I'm just embarrassed by it.
Uh-oh.
No, the guy from Maryland, the black guy who's the governor there. Isn't he the governor, I think?
idea.
He's
Wes Moore.
Wes Moore, yeah.
There you
Wes
go.
Moore. There you go.
But I bet you most of those people don't even know that.
I agree. I said they're not in front of the camera, but I can think of a couple. But I get to Clay's point.
Yeah. When you've got Tim Walz.
Yeah, that's why Tim Walz and Kamala Harris polled like skim milk.
And metrosexual Gavin Newsom, he's not very masculine. You're not thinking you want to go and have a beer with that guy and chop wood and go kill wild game to sustain your own life.
That none of them, no matter which side of the aisle they're on, would have gotten shot in the ear and gotten up and done what Trump did. None of them. And that's not just masculinity. That's just leadership. That's a guy who you can see doesn't have a personal interest. He has an interest about you and me. When someone gets up after getting shot, who should easily be cowering and trying to go to safety, who's getting up and saying, no, let's fight. I'm the leader here, leading you. I care about you. That's what all that said to me. That's the masculinity that I think we see in the Republican Party.
Well, the DNC just elected David Hogg as their vice chairman, right?
There's another one.
Point taken, I guess.
Yeah. David Hogg, clean up on aisle 4, please, David Hogg.
So, Kristen, I'm sure you've been, well, we don't have a ton of time here. What do you think about this Rex Heuermann case? The pizza box.
Sexy Rexy.
What? Why do you? Is that a name you've given him?
We call him that.
Oh, okay.
That's just a nickname you came up with.
It's a nickname,
yeah.
Did Howard Stern really say that clip of Stern talking about this, saying, "Oh, they're going to find this guy, and it's going to end up being some guy from"? Did you ever hear this clip?
Yeah, I heard that.
Of Stern. Is that made up?
I think it's real.
I'm sure it's real.
You think he literally said?
Well, look.
This is like a year before they actually caught the guy.
Let me tell you, many years ago, Suffolk police had released a profile of who they thought the suspect was. And the profile was a white, middle-aged male, well-educated, with previous or current law enforcement. That's the only part that doesn't fit. But everything else is spot on. So, I think everybody kind of suspected it was going to be somebody who was kind of living among us.
Yeah. And I think they also mailed the area he came from, right?
Yeah.
Massapequa area, which Massapequa's got a lot of screwed up people in it.
Yeah, we know
Holy
that.
moly.
Where are you from, Doga? All right, well, 26 past the hour.
Massapequa.
We'll do a little more news when we get back right after this.
It's an absolute problem. It happens all of the time. If you own property and got equity, you can be a victim.
How can a scammer actually steal my home?
It's so easy for them to get the original document. They can download it and forge it. They begin to take out loans, and you're left holding the bag.
What can I do to protect my title?
Go to HomeTitleLock.com. We monitor your title and alert you if anything disturbs your title. Protect your home. You'll sleep better that night.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It easily blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, soap, mildew, mold, and more. Forget harsh chemicals. With just plain water, Horsepower can clean bathroom tiles and tubs back to their original shine and luster. It's a game changer in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud. Take it outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. How strong is Horsepower? We took this distressed 100-year-old antique and restored it to like new with Horsepower. Amazing! Get your Ruby horsepower scrubber today with bonus scouring sponge for just $39.99. Save on buying batteries. It's powered with the latest rechargeable technology. But wait, you'll also get this stainless steel brush to make range hoods and gas stoves look brand new again. Yours free. And we're not done. You'll get this Smart Flex cone brush that fits perfectly into corners, tiny crevices on toilets and tiles, or hard to reach shower door rails. Yours free. And to top it off, we'll include this microfiber cloth to clean delicate surfaces and polish cars sparkling clean. It's also free. Great news. Horsepower is now in stock and ready to ship. But due to high demand, there is a strict limit of 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-953-8622. That's 1-800-953-8622 or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-953-8622 now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Kristen Thorne's joining us tonight. 5-time Emmy investigative journalist winner. We'll have more with her.
Yep, thank you.
Delgado's got lots of questions about big things going on, people missing.
Yeah.
We'll get into that. Delgado's going to do some news. Slick will do some more sports. Vinnie Mac might have some more thoughts. But please, right now, welcome to the show the director of Epigenics over at the Wellness Company, and that's Dr. Ben Tapper. Welcome back to the show. Dr. Tapper, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Very good. Always good to have you on the show. Thanks for giving us a few moments on a day that really is a historic day. RFK Jr. gets not only confirmed but sworn in today. So I guess let me just first start there. Not a single Democrat ended up voting for him. This is somebody who the Democrats, when they were in charge of some of these committees early on in RFK Jr.'s career, they used to call him in front of these committees and have him as an expert testimony. They used to say how special he was, how great he was, obviously the family, the history of the Democrat Party. Not one single Democrat now votes for him, including Sheldon Whitehouse, who was in his wedding party, who claims now he's a big threat to the country, a threat to everything. Give me your thoughts on seeing RFK go in today. What does it mean?
Well, I think it's a big day today. We are really witnessing history, and especially going back to the Democrats not voting for RFK Jr. They're terrified of him, and really it's apparent who they work for. And it's not the American people here. They are terrified. They're in bed with Big Pharma, and really, their true colors are showing right now. Because if you look at Elizabeth Warren calling Bobby out and terrified of him suing the vaccine manufacturers for crying out loud, I mean, she has taken a lot of money from Big Pharma, and so these people are really terrified of the transparency coming to the forefront. And that's what Bobby Kennedy is coming. And really, his whole campaign's been on transparency. And I'm excited, and I'm very thankful he got in. It was a close call there. But again, I'm not surprised by the Democrats not voting for him.
One of our co-hosts on the show here, Paul Nolan, says that all these Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders types, they should have to wear a jacket, kind of like a NASCAR driver, with all the patches of all their money and sponsorships that they've taken from all these places. So, RFK Jr. said in the Oval Office with President Trump, he said, my uncle, the former president in the 60s, JFK started USAID, and he started it with good intentions, and obviously it's just turned into a disaster that most of America probably didn't even know what it was up until the last couple weeks. And now you see President Trump and what DOJ is unveiling at USAID. Give me your thoughts on USAID. Is shutting it down a good idea for global health?
Well, if you look at the amount of pharmaceutical lobbyists in the government right now, they outnumber the tobacco and oil 3-1. And so big pharma is in bed with their government, and they perverted the USAID. And I think it used to be maybe a good thing at one time. Just like the Vaccine and Injury Compensation Act of '86, there was a court system for vaccine injury, but it's been perverted, and it's been, it's not a good thing now. It's been not really, it's turned into, this morphed into this monster of a machine. I mean, look at USAID, and the $2 million that was sent to Guatemala for gender-affirming health care. I mean, I didn't sign up for that, for, let my tax dollars go to that. I mean, so I stand with Ron Paul. I mean, we need to audit the USAID and then abolish it. And so going back to, is this good for global healthcare? Absolutely. I mean, gender-affirming healthcare is an oxymoron. It has nothing to do with true health. I mean, most of that care is really putting, these chemically castrating these teenagers or these people that want to so-called have a gender-affirming healthcare, and really has no place in a true healthcare model. And so the USAID needs to be audited, needs to be abolished, and we need to get back to the roots of true health care. And that's where I think Bobby is really going after. He's going after the chronic disease, and he understands that the only way we do that is really tackle and promote lifestyle-type care. And that's where the model is moving.
Yeah. We're speaking with Dr. Ben Tapper from the Wellness Company. Of course, you can go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Of all the things going on, you see Bobby going in, you see everything that's going on with Elon and the fraud they're trying to unravel and bring to the American people's attention. One of the things that I hope doesn't get lost in the shuffle, and I do feel like people have already kind of, not forgotten, but they kind of say, well, do we really want to go backwards? And that, of course, is not only the origins of COVID, but the response to COVID, the people who were in charge of COVID at the time. What would you like to see done as far as holding people responsible during COVID who are making just absolutely horrific decisions for that disastrous response?
Well, we need to let doctors be doctors first and foremost. I mean, during COVID, the doctors' hands were tied. They were pushing top-down protocols like Fauci that was pushing from these administrative doctors, they were tying their hands, and they were heavily scrutinized if they were prescribing ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine or other drugs that were helping. So, what I would like to see is I stand for medical freedom. We need to let the doctors be doctors and not interfere with the doctor-patient relationship, and that's what we saw during COVID. Big government was trying to get in that and interfere with that relationship, and it was causing problems. And if you look at the protocols during COVID, the protocols were causing harm. The drugs like remdesivir, I would say it wasn't necessarily COVID that was killing people. It was the remdesivir and the protocols that were being pushed. And so there needs to be an investigation into those protocols. And if we ever have another pandemic again, we cannot trust the government when it comes to these pandemics. We need to trust our doctors, and really we need to trust the good doctors that are unafraid to speak the truth and go against the grain here, because we know that, again, there was a lot of corruption around the protocols that were pushed, and we need to look at every avenue available that's helping these people. And so, God forbid, if we're ever in a pandemic again, I mean, the government was saying there's nothing you can do naturally to fight this. Just wait till the vaccine comes around. I mean, I never took the vaccine. I didn't promote the vaccine. And so, I think that if we do get sick, we need to trust the body's ability to be well and to heal itself and give the body what it needs, and we can be well and not fear disease. I mean, I was taught that fear is the fire that fuels the furnace of disease. And so we shouldn't let the media push the fear-mongering campaigns like they did to scare people half to death. I mean, that's why I was saying this whole thing was psychological warfare. And so in the case of a pandemic, we should really refrain from the media and really discourage the media from pushing the fear button and scaring people, but also trusting our doctors.
Yeah. Finally, let me ask you, with RFK now in, obviously a lot of changes. We see Dr. McCary in, and all of the changes in the heads of these departments. How long should it take, or should the American people feel more confident in trusting the government when it comes to healthcare and what's going on? And should we be encouraging people to stock up on critical medications? Give me your thoughts on that finally.
Well, I think it's important to be prepared. I mean, Benjamin Franklin said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So we need to be prepared. I think, having, preparations in that regard is absolutely essential, but also valuing our health now before we get sick. We need to be proactive. Our level of health is a continuum. We either are moving towards health and wellness or sickness and disease, and the choice is yours. So it's a continuum. And so really we need to make healthy choices. But again, I don't trust the government when it comes to our health. And I believe Thomas Jefferson said it best. He said, if the people let the government decide what foods they eat, what medicines they take, their bodies will soon be in a sorry state as those souls who live under tyranny. So we can't trust the government when it comes to our health. We need to take action now and take our health into our own hands and really make good choices. And that's what it's all about.
You can visit the Wellness Company, twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Take control of your health. Be prepared. You can do all that. Dr. Tapper, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Dr. Ben Tapper from the Wellness Company. Again, you can go to twc.health/voice.
Wow. Did he nail it or what?
Yeah, wow.
I mean, he had
some history there. No, it was great.
He was fantastic, and his point about COVID reminded me of all this stuff we were talking about before with the cancellation and all that, of the brainwashing. That was, if you think back on what they did with COVID and how they convinced so many people of so many things in such a short period of time, and what he was bringing out of that just got me thinking about it. It's like that was a condensed version
well, it was
of
cancellation
what we've been
too.
seeing with derangement syndrome.
It was cancellation too, because if you didn't believe what Fauci and the medical establishment were saying, you got to get shots, you got to stay 6 feet apart, then you were canceled. You weren't allowed to say it.
You were canceled. Very, very much
Sorry,
so.
Vin. Sorry.
Yeah.
I had to mention that.
Don't bring up the word cancel with Vin tonight, please. So, Delgado, Kristen's here. Of course, yes. Kristen Thorne, investigative journalist, and she's investigated a lot of crime, missing persons. Of course, her show Missing. It's on Hulu for 3 seasons, and obviously she was at ABC here in New York for a long time. Delgado has lots of questions here.
Oh, my goodness.
Go ahead, Rick. I'll turn it over to you.
Well, there was a big case that we covered a couple weeks ago when the Long Island dad found his daughter. Like you said it yourself, it's incumbent on the family to keep up the search, because that's who's really going to do probably the most work.
Yes. The families are going to do the most work. Right. Actually, 95% of it.
Right. And this guy, this father, let me get his name for you. The dad, Frank Gervasi, found his daughter Emma Ray on a boat based on a tip, and he'd been looking for her. I guess she got abducted, went missing right around Christmas. He found her about a month later.
This is just a horrible story, what this young girl has been put through. And they've made a number of arrests. I think they're up to 14 now.
Yeah, they're up to 14 arrests. It started with the one guy that the dad beat up on the boat when he caught him.
Yeah.
And then now, I guess they've uncovered, a sex ring?
Yes, a sex drug ring. This poor girl, according to prosecutors, had been drugged, raped, fed crack cocaine. The defendants are saying they didn't know how old she was and that she was a willing participant. That is what one of the attorneys said.
Hence the use of crack.
This is a message also to parents. Do you know how this started? Social media.
Right.
They reached out to her on social media. This is the dangers of children being on social media, either having full access to it. That's how it started. That's how they find, and I've done stories on this exact issue. One of my missing victims had been on social media, had been contacted on social media. What these criminals do, and these sick individuals, is they look for young girls who appear to be unhappy. If they are unhappy on social media and saying how much, and this is not coming from me, this is from experts who told me this is how it works. Yeah. They look for girls that, I hate my parents, I hate my life, I hate my family. And then they start posting that they're doing drugs, they're drinking, they're partying. They are looking for these girls.
Yeah.
And if you think it isn't happening, it is. I just did an interview with the FBI not 4 months ago. This is one of their biggest concerns right now, is individuals who are out there targeting young people, who are looking for them, who are looking to manipulate them, get control of them. And they said, this was one of the sound bites from the FBI in Newark, who is now the head of the FBI in New York City. If you don't think that your child has been targeted or will be targeted, you are wrong. Every child at some point will be targeted on social media.
Wow.
It's an open field, like you said. Like in the past, they were stalking sort of in playgrounds or whatever, face-to-face or runaways. Now it's an open field of vulnerability.
Yep. And that's why parents have to be you have to be checking your child's platforms. What are they doing? By the way, most of you pay for the phone and the service, so you have a right to go in. I know, I'm sure my kids are listening to this and are probably horrified because they hear about this all the time. Mom. But go in, look at what they're doing, look at their chats. By the way, if you think your kid doesn't have Instagram or these social media, they hide it in the Note app. That was something I learned. So So you need to open up, if you hover over the Note app, sometimes they'll hide the app in there. So you should be looking at the messages, looking at who they're talking to, and you have a right to. This is your child.
Absolutely. All right. 17 till the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll wrap it up for a Thursday when we get back right after this.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
Bring it next time.
13 till the hour. Live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Somebody in the chat had a funny comment and said, Slick keeps all of it and Vinny keeps his...
I want to thank the Academy for this.
Next time Kristen's on, she's going to bring her Emmy and put that in front of her. Yeah. Slick, your Dallas Cowboys football helmet will look a little silly.
There's no prayer winning an Emmy on this show. You're not winning an Emmy on this show.
Well, neither are you, by the way. Yeah, you never know. Exactly,
you could do
Slick.
some good investigative work here.
Those are actual replicas of Rick's shoes. Look at his shoes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, look at his shoes.
Do you have them on right now?
Not those.
Those are a replica of something else he wears.
Yep.
There's
their actual size. His foot fits in there.
It's so cute.
Look at those tonight. They're pretty good. Well, you'll see them in the end. That's our thing. So, let's do some sports. Speaking of the Slickster, sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow. It'll give you a great savings. Like I said, I saw someone who bought a queen-size mattress. I think it got 50% off using code LFS6B.
Awesome.
They sponsor sports. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slick?
All right, Big D. One more sweep of the scoreboard before the night is through here. We got NCAA men's basketball right now. Number 25, Maryland leading Nebraska 46-41. 16 to go there in the second half. With 2 minutes to go in the first, Southern Florida trails Memphis 35-24. San Francisco and Gonzaga, 11 p.m. tip out west. NHL, good one there. We got the four nations face-off. Finland and USA tied at 1 with 5 minutes to go in the second period. Definitely want to check that out. And NBA action, we got the Warriors 82-66 over the Rockets. Minute to go there in the third. Also in the third, 4 minutes to go. Kings over the Pelicans 83-80. And at the half, the Heat lead the Mavs 56-55. And let's get to, I got one good story here. Oh, you know this guy. We love him. NASCAR's Bubba Wallace couldn't care less if President Trump attends Daytona 500. One of Todd Houston of Breitbart. Unbelievable.
Here we go.
Outspoken left-wing NASCAR driver Bubba Wallace says he couldn't care less if Donald Trump attends this year's Daytona 500 on February 16th. The president has hinted that he might attend this year's race, where Wallace will be driving the McDonald's car for Michael Jordan's NASCAR team 23XY Racing, Fox News reported. Wallace and Trump had a very public feud back in 2020 after Wallace campaigned to force NASCAR to ban Confederate flags and called Trump a racist during the height of the left's George Floyd obsession. Remember those days? The good old days.
Oh, boy.
Wallace received ridicule.
Bubba's used to only going left, so what can you do?
That's for sure. Yeah, Wallace received ridicule after he claimed he saw a noose in a NASCAR garage. Remember that one, too. That turned out to be only a rope to pull down the garage door. However, with Trump's possible attendance at the Daytona 500 this year, Wallace is trying to avoid the controversy. We are here to race, not for the show, Wallace said. The controversial driver has put his liberal politics on the back burner over the last year and has stopped spouting about politics in his public statements and on his social media accounts. Probably a smart move for old Bubba. But yeah, President Trump might go to NASCAR, Big D. That'd be pretty cool, too.
I believe it's 100% he is going to be there. It's not even up for a debate.
Especially after Bubba Wallace's comments. I'm sure he'll be there. And that's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Vinnie Mac, anything else on your mind?
Yeah, I've got two things. First, did you guys see this Mark Fogel thing?
Yep.
What an amazing moment. What an amazing moment. You know, he meets his mother and at one of the events and just, can you help get my son out? He says, if I get elected, I will. But the moment was just so touching with him in the Oval Office and how this guy felt. And he had the American flag wrapped around his neck and just you can just feel, so much emotion from him. I was just so proud.
The interesting part was he said when he spoke to him, he said, they treated me a certain way for almost 3.5 years. He said, right around January 20th, he said, all of a sudden they came and gave me a haircut, made me look better, gave me better food.
Yep.
And he thought to himself, well, there's something here, something's going on, because I've been here for 3.5 years, and all of a sudden in 2 seconds after the stroke of midnight on January 20th, they started treating me different. I wonder what happened. Well,
yeah.
They knew what was happening.
Yeah,
they knew playtime was over.
It was just amazing, and it's amazing that President Trump can do what he does. I mean, he just cuts through all the nonsense and gets things done. But one of the things that's really on my mind is, for years, we've been hearing about sanctuary cities, and anyone with any kind of logic or common sense understands the fact that there's a manipulation of information going on, because sanctuary cities aren't sanctuary cities. They're places that criminals or people here illegally can hide. It's essentially it. You don't want people to feel neglected or any of this kind of thing, but these sanctuary cities are hiding some really bad people, and they're hiding people who came here illegally. And Pam Bondi has finally stepped up, and she's taking these states to task one by one. And the outrage that surrounds this is really what's got me geeked up, because the entire matter is based on an illegal activity. It'd be one thing if the sanctuary city protected, people who came here legally because they needed some help in some way, right? We all could feel some compassion to that. And I feel compassion for the people here who are here illegally, I mean, they got, these coyotes, they came through, but they're here illegally. They shouldn't be, hidden and held in these sanctuary cities. So we have an attorney general finally that has stepped up. And the ramifications of that are quite interesting. What's happening in New York, what she's doing, she's suing the governor, she's suing a few other folks to unwind these sanctuary cities, and they're having fits upon fits upon fits. But if we're going to reset this country to a baseline of rule of law, you can't, at one side of your mouth, say, we're gonna help people who are here illegally who've broken the law, and the other side say, you can't do this because we need to help people here who've broken the law. It's just a contradiction, a hypocritical thing. But this, to me, is not just a major move by Pam Bondi, but it's a major move for the reset of the entire country. Because this is a very visible thing right now, considering the 20 million people or so that came here illegally, and not only the criminals that are there, but for the entire movement that Trump has put in place, everything is a reset. And for Pam Bondi to take this action this quickly says a lot to me about how she is going to reset the entire legal system in this country. And I thought it was worth noting because she's doing us proud.
Yeah, we'll see. I think she's going to have some battles, and we'll see where else she goes after New York. She started there, and it's probably a good place to start. So we'll see. Kristen, before we wrap, number one, everybody has loved you being here. The comments I'm getting on X and other social media. Make sure you follow Kristen on social media at Kristen Thorne. Pretty much everywhere. So check her out on all her socials. So give us, before we go, what happens next with your current story you're working on, and what else are you working on in the future?
Well, I'm continuing to dig on this insurance fraud issue. And the reason is, I know it's kind of hard for people to understand, but this fraud is affecting all of us. And if it's allowed to continue, it's going to get to a point where our rent, our homeowners insurance, the ability to make affordable housing in this state and across this country, we're going to lose all of that. Our auto insurance rates, you wonder why they keep going up. It's rampant fraud. And that's why I'm passionate about it. So usually I take on investigations that you really see the impact kind of right away. This is the first investigation I've done that's a very complex, high level, but I'm hoping that bringing attention to this issue will get New York State to change some of these laws that we have. Do I have time to explain one of these that is crazy?
You can do it in a minute.
I can. New York State is the only state in the country that has a law that makes a construction company 100% liable if a worker falls on their job site. We are the only state, meaning if the worker, let's say, is, God forbid, intoxicated or doesn't use the safety protocols that he or she has been trained on and has an accident, it doesn't matter under New York state law. The contractor is 100% liable. And we are the only state with this law. It dates back to 1885. It's colloquially known as the scaffold law. And Illinois got rid of something similar in the 90s, and we're the only ones left with it. And it's political. That's why it's still around.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Follow Kristen on social media. We'll try to get updates, and we'll have her back, of course. Whenever she wants to come, she's welcome. It's been a great night. As always, we want to salute all our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, all emergency personnel, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps the country moving and safe. Thanks, everybody on the show. Kristen, thank you so much. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. But most of all, thank you to Live from Studio 6P audience. We'll see you tomorrow night to wrap up the week on a Friday night, 8 p.m. There they are, right here.
Nice.
Look at those.
Live from Studio 6B.
Oh, my God.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Saving America is no easy feat, but your kids can help the president with a free Kids Guide to Saving America. This fun guide teaches kids what they can do right now to make America great again. Get a free collectible pin when you order at KidsSaveUs.com. That's KidsSaveUs.com.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, you know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062.
Coming to you from the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's the Root Reaction with your host, Wayne Allen Root.
Like General George Patton, never accept defeat.
These are the stories and opinions you'll never hear from the mainstream media.
Radical Marxist traitors have sold us out.
If you love God, guns, gold, tax cuts, Trump, and freedom, you're gonna love the Root Reaction.
I will give you my country when you pry it from my cold, dead hands.
If you want peace, prepare for war. This is your war. Here's your host, Sir Wayne Allen Root.
This is your war. Wayne Allen Root. Welcome to the show. By the way, just so you know, it's pouring rain in Las Vegas. You know, I always brag. It's beautiful. It's sunny. It's 70 degrees in the middle of February. It's pouring rain and freezing outside and nasty. And I have two big dogs who don't want to go to the bathroom outside. So guess where they go? And guess who's cleaning it up? Wayne Allen Root with the Root Reaction is cleaning up the dog poop and the dog pee. The Root's on fire. The only rich guy and successful guy and famous guy who doesn't have to do stuff like that is Donald Trump. You know, he's got 100 staff everywhere. The rest of us, you know, no matter how much money you have a house, you're in the house, you got to do the job. You got to clean the dishes, you got to take out the garbage, and you got to clean the dog poop in the real world. This show comes to you from Vegas, freezing, nasty Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the mainstream media. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, definitely conservative showbiz, with the fastest show in the history of TV. This show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids squared to the 1,000th power. My command central, Root for America. Get used to going there every day. My columns there, my commentaries are there. My videos are there. My TV shows are there. At the top, 3 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV. Listen to Wayne on the radio. Listen to Wayne's podcast. Click and you're on live, or you get a link to go look at any of my shows all throughout the day on any device you've got. Or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows that you missed right there. RootForAmerica.com, my command central. I make it simple. One-stop shop
Root for America. WayneRoot@gmail.com. Love to hear from you. Love to hear what you think of this show. Love to read some of those letters on the air. Every once in a while, I grab a few at random. But they're all beautiful. They're all great. 99.99999%. Love this show and think it's the best show on RAV and the best show on TV. And I really appreciate that and think you're great. Think you're the best fans in the world. Wayne, and I do this show for you. I give 110% pedal to the metal, balls to the walls for you. I never, ever come up short. WayneRoot@gmail.com. Keep them coming. Now it's time for my opening commentary. I hope you like this one. I think I hit a bullseye. It's titled The Red Pilling of America, with RFK Jr. confirmed at HHS, Health and Human Services, a man with my exact views on deadly COVID vaccines and the crimes of Dr. Fauci and Big Pharma is now in charge. Now let's see if anything changes. The world just changed. I never thought I'd live long enough to see this day. America's about to take the red pill, whether you're ready or not. This nation is about to find out some ugly truths about vaccines in general, the deadly COVID vaccine in particular, and the crimes of Dr. Anthony Fauci and Big Pharma, along with their greedy criminal Ponzi scheme friends at the FDA, CDC, NIH, National Institutes of Health, World Health Organization, WHO, and AMA, American Medical Association. I believe so many of them are greedy and on the take and bought off and bribed. Never in this nation's history has a critic and foe of Big Pharma been allowed to get near HHS, let alone run it. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. But Bobby Kennedy Jr. now runs HHS. Bobby happens to have the same views as mine about issues that will shock and rock the world. Here's what I believe. I believe the COVID vaccine is dangerous, deadly, and the biggest disaster in the history of healthcare. I believe the COVID vaccine has killed and injured millions of Americans and tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions around the world. I believe the COVID vaccine is responsible for the explosion of injuries, disease, and record-setting excess deaths around the world, including heart attacks, heart diseases of all kinds, including myocarditis, strokes, blood clots, and turbo cancer, to name a few. In young people, by the way, I believe large numbers of deaths during the drug trials for the COVID vaccine were intentionally covered up by Big Pharma, the FDA, CDC, and Dr. Fauci. This is the biggest fraud in world history, and it constitutes crimes against humanity. We need another Nuremberg trial. I believe the COVID vaccine program should have been suspended back in early 2021 when we saw reports of a massive number of deaths in the VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. I believe Dr. Fauci and his cronies used U.S. taxpayer money to create COVID-19 virus, and then it went on to kill millions and millions of people in the United States and around the world. And of course, they knew, Fauci and company knew from day one, that COVID was created in a biowarfare lab, not a wet market, because they funded the lab. I believe everything Dr. Fauci and the other leaders of U.S. healthcare recommended to combat COVID, masks, lockdowns, social distancing, ventilators, the drug remdesivir, and of course the COVID vaccine itself were all based on lies, fraud, and crimes against humanity and making money. I believe placing and keeping the COVID vaccine on the childhood vaccine schedule, knowing what we now know, is a crime of epic proportions against children. I believe this scam has been successfully perpetrated because the U.S. media was bribed into silence and mass censorship with billions of dollars in bribes paid by Big Pharma, and now we know the U.S. government paid big bribes. I believe that Big Pharma spending billions more on advertising has resulted in the mainstream media becoming complicit partners in the biggest and most deadly healthcare disaster and scam in world history. I believe the drug remdesivir is the worst and most deadly drug ever given to unsuspecting innocent patients. This drug is so bad that nurses across America call it run, death is near. Remdesivir is called by nurses, run, death is near. Run! I believe doctors across America, including pediatricians, encouraged and injected and are still injecting their patients, including children, with this deadly COVID vaccine because they get huge bonuses from Big Pharma, often as high as $1 million a year if they get a large percentage of their patients injected. All that $1 million or hundreds of thousands of dollars are on the line. They've got to get 70% or more of their patients injected. How disgusting, how disgraceful. This constitutes crimes against humanity. I know there are studies from countries around the world showing the COVID vaccine is dangerous, deadly, and damages and destroys the immune system. But the public has never heard of these studies because mainstream media refuses to report on them in return for massive Big Pharma advertising that literally employs half the newsroom. All the anchors and all the hosts and all the producers would lose their jobs if they said a bad word about the COVID vaccine and all the ads were pulled. I believe masks are dirty, dangerous, and completely ineffective when used by the public to protect against any virus. They are a total scam. The virus is smaller than the hole in the mask. Only thing the masks do is they make those who wear them more likely to get sick. I believe lockdowns were not only a complete failure, but caused more mental illness, physical illness, more cancer, more deaths, more suicides, more depression, more alcohol and drug addiction. And as a bonus, of course, they destroyed the U.S. economy and put tens of millions out of work. That was the plan, to make sure Trump didn't get reelected. I believe vaccines in general, although some have saved lives and eradicated disease, see, I've said it, are filled with nasty chemicals and dangerous fillers and preservatives. So no one wants to eradicate vaccines. We just want to make them healthier, get rid of the dangerous fillers and preservatives and chemicals, and then we support the vaccines. Not the COVID vaccine, but vaccines in general. I believe the epidemic of autism started exactly at the moment when we began demanding children take far too many childhood vaccines. It overwhelms their young developing brains and immune system. That is no coincidence. That was the moment autism exploded, when we started saying you don't get 4 vaccines anymore as a kid, you get 70. I believe the flu shot is completely worthless and ineffective, and no one needs it. As a matter of fact, for over 20 years, I've asked every person I know suffering from the flu, hey, by the way, I got a question for you. Did you take the flu shot? And the answer is always the same. Yeah, why do you ask? Meanwhile, I've never taken a flu shot in my life, and I never get sick. I believe the air we breathe is being poisoned by chemtrails. I believe our drinking water is being poisoned by fluoride. I believe our food is being poisoned by chemicals, preservatives, and pesticides. I believe the answer to obesity, diabetes, diseases of all kinds, including deadly ones, and living a longer, healthier life is not found in pills from Big Pharma or vaccines from Big Pharma. It can only be achieved with exercise, fitness, healthy diet, lifestyle, prayer, meditation, and mega doses of vitamins. I believe the medical industrial complex has bribed the mainstream media and 99% of our political leaders, so most Americans have never heard any of this. Now RFK Jr. is in charge. I'm certain he agrees with me on all of this, or certainly 90% of it. I'm certain he knows all of this is true, and I'm certain he wants dramatic change. But I'm also certain the forces of evil are lining up to stop him with all the power, money, and influence they have. Now let's see what Bobby Kennedy Jr. is able to achieve. Whoever wins this battle will determine if we will make America healthy again. All right, Root Reaction is the name of this show. It's presented by the main title sponsor of the show, Energized Health. Talk about health. This is the program that changed my life despite all my fitness, all my exercise, all my healthy diet, right? All my prayer, all my meditation, all my vitamins. I still wasn't completely healthy, and I had lots of fat to lose in my body. And I went on this program over 4 years ago, 4 1/3 years ago, and it melted 25 pounds of fat off my body in only 25 days. 25 pounds of fat in only, excuse me, did I say 45? 88 days. I started the program, 88 days, you lose your fat. That's how this program works. And then you stay on the program. It's easy. It's simple to stay on it in order to keep that fat off. And it changed my life. The fat melted out of my body. The fat melted out of my face. And suddenly I got 3 TV shows. That's no coincidence either. Thank you, Energize Health. You changed my life. And by the way, I got 3 TV shows past the age of 61. Impossible. It's a miracle. Energize Health was my miracle and my fountain of youth. Tell them War sent you to get 40% off. That's EnergizeHealth.com, EnergizeHealth.com. And oh, by the way, just as a pure coincidence, guess who owns the website Make America Healthy Again? EnergizedHealth.com. They knew it and said it and got the website before RFK ever made that phrase famous. Make America Healthy Again. That is the website of EnergizedHealth.com. We'll be right back. 2 great guests and all the big news stories today, and there's a lot of big news stories, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr. getting confirmed. Every Republican voted for him except one, Mitch McConnell. I'll have a lot to say about that when we get back. RootForAmerica.com, The Root Reaction. Prepare for war. I am that war. So I put together a new kind of segment for this show, and it's going to happen, every once in a while, maybe once a month, whenever I find the perfect person to make it happen. I'm also going to have a straight tie here. There we go. Whenever I find the perfect person to make this happen, I will put them on the show, because I want to put out there, put on blast the heroes of the American energy industry, because I am so pro-energy. The things in life I love: gold, Bitcoin, oil, and gas, right? Energy. Energy is going to make America great again. Inflation, single biggest problem in America at this moment other than the open border. And what did we just find out? That Inflation is up again, and it's going to continue going up till we get energy in plentiful amounts and energy under control and make us energy independent again. And that's what Trump's all about. So I found this guy, Mark Bruner, who's the founder and CEO of Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. And I want to give you a few highlights before I say hi to Mark. There he is up on the screen. But before I say hi, I'm going to give you some highlights why I picked him out of all the people on the earth in the energy business. First of all, his background. Second generation oil and gas legend. His companies have created more than $15 billion in shareholder value, including his big hit Ultra Petroleum, which he started and went from 15 cents to $200 a share in 9 years, and a $10,000 investment grew to $13 million. Anyone who invested $10,000 made $13 million for each $10,000 they invested. Number one performing stock on the planet for a decade. The incredible story of his new project, Lost Soldier, and how it came together. It took him 40 years to put this 40-acre site together, virgin territory surrounded by massive gas production. And it looks to be, at this point, the largest gas discovery in Wyoming and the surrounding areas in over 4 decades. Could be bigger than the Permian Basin. Could be an ocean of oil. And he's put together a talented management team. And of course, huge drilling season is now approaching. And of course, Trump is now making it easy to drill again. I like to say, instead of MAGA, it's mega-ga-ga-ga, because it's make gas drilling great again. Mega-ga-ga-ga, make gas great again. So without further ado, one of my heroes of the energy world and the energy economy and getting rid of inflation by drilling, baby, drilling, Mark Bruner. Mark, welcome to my show.
Well, thank you so much, Wayne. It's certainly good to see you again.
Yeah, you didn't know you were one of Wayne's heroes. Now, did you?
Not really. Maybe a legend in my own mind, maybe, but go ahead.
Well, now you're a legend in my mind, and now you're a legend in the minds of my viewers. So, look, you are a legend in the oil and gas industry. Tell everyone your background, how you came to get in this industry, and what you've accomplished. Give them a little background.
Well, I'm a second-generation oil and gas man. In the early 1950s, my father, Arnold Bruner, who was a very famous oil and gas man, started a company called Techstar, and it later became Texas Oil and Gas. For you gray-haired people out there, TXO was assembled on the New York Stock Exchange. When it sold out to U.S. Steel, it was the largest independent in the world. Delhi Pipelines was the largest gas distribution system in the United States. So, you know, I had an awfully good mentor. He passed away in 1976. I worked with him for 4 years before his passing. I've been in the oil and gas business ever since. As you say, my claim to fame, so to speak, is I put together Ultra Petroleum, which is about 100 miles away, okay? What I might tell you is that this is an order of magnitude, in my opinion, much, much bigger than Ultra Petroleum. And Ultra at one time produced 2% of the natural gas in the United States. So I'm very, very excited about what we found out here.
And so I want to stress something. When people invested in your Ultra Petroleum, because you were public on the stock exchange, and the stock went all the way to $200 a share, and a person who invested $10,000 made $13 million. How is that even possible? Those numbers don't even sound real. I've never heard of a stock like that in my life. Maybe if you invested in the early stages of Apple or Microsoft, or maybe the first day of Tesla or the first day of Bitcoin, it's that big a hit.
Well, I think the thing you have to keep in mind is that this is a basin-centered gas accumulation. And the good news about that is we were able to, just as we're going to be able to do here, drill lots of wells, and we have no dry holes. Okay, it's very, very predictable. And so when you have something that's predictable, it's not difficult to be able to have the capital to be able to develop it. And that's what happened at Ultra. But this is, for a lot of reasons, going to be much bigger because the formations are much thicker here and they're more regionally pervasive. I mean, right now we can see, based on what we've done so far, and we're only about a third of the way down in terms of this basin, we've got room for over 500 horizontal wells out here. So we're very excited.
Wow. And so you created $15 billion in shareholder value, and that was in the old days. That wasn't on today's dollars. That was in dollars from decades ago. $15 billion in shareholder value with Ultra Petroleum. And you really believe that your new project, Lost Soldier, and especially with Trump pushing drilling, and we need gas, and we need oil, and we need energy. This is the perfect time, perfect place, largest discovery in Wyoming. You think this is the grand slam home run of all time, huh?
Well, I do. And one of the main reasons, Wayne, was that there was a uranium mine out here and no one could do any drilling for 50 years. And so the people that had this, they called me, and I actually saw this in 2008, but they couldn't get any permits. 3 years ago, they called me up and said, we got the permits. So we drilled it, and it's a massive discovery. So there's oil and gas fields all around this with billions of dollars of infrastructure that we don't have to pay for. We're hooking our wells up this year, and we'll be in production before the summer. So very, very exciting. And we also have our own drilling company and our own drilling rigs to be able to go do this. And as you say, we have the right people in the administration. Chris Wright at Liberty is a friend of mine. They're going to do the fracking out here. They have the best fracking engineers in the world, as far as I'm concerned. So, with Durham and Wright, we believe we're going to be able to streamline the permitting process. These are all federal leases, which Donald Trump has control over, and we're going to be able to drill in a very expeditious manner. Although we are going to follow all of the necessary cautions to make sure the environment is sacred, we think that we will be able to do this very, very quickly.
All right. And so people know Chris Wright, by the way, is the Energy Secretary of the United States of America for President Donald J. Trump. I've got the right office for Chris, right?
You're exactly correct.
All right. And the Permian Basin, that's kind of the last thing I want to get into is the Permian Basin. Give people a quick history of how big the Permian Basin is and how your gas discovery at Lost Soldier compares to the Permian Basin.
Well, I think a couple of the comparisons that I can make, because, that is where the biggest production in the United States is coming from. What I can tell you is that our zones that we drill through the pressures are twice as high. And the pressures, basically, that translates into gas. And the zones are twice as thick. The other thing is there's 230 operators out there. Here, there's just us. And this is basically a lost basin, as I said, surrounded by these oil and gas fields with billions of dollars of infrastructure that we don't have to pay for. So that would be the comparison I would make. And, this is very exciting. I don't think anyone else in the U.S. has got a situation where they discovered a new basin, principally because no one could drill it. OK, and so we just came along at the right place at the right time is what's happened.
It is the right time, because if Kamala Harris had won, who knows how this might have played out if she banned, drilling on federal lands. Who knows? But my gosh, you got the luck of the Irish here. You got President Trump and you got drill, baby, drill. It's unbelievable timing. And it reminds me of my favorite movie of all time. I love Top Gun. I thought Top Gun was the greatest movie of all time. And we all know no subsequent movie, part 2, is ever as good as the first one, right? Never. Part 2 is never as good. Top Gun 2 is now my favorite movie of all time. It blows away Top Gun 1. Somehow they made it better. Greatest movie I've ever seen. And you are now with part 2, Ultra Petroleum, and now Lost Soldier. Somehow you may have beaten the big $15 billion first one with the new one, Lost Soldier. So proud of you and so excited for you, Mark. And I think everyone watching should be excited for you, because if you're right, and this is the biggest gas discovery in decades in the United States of America, then you would have a big play or a big part to play in bringing down inflation and the price of every piece of energy we use in the United States.
Well, I think that as you say, the timing is right. And with the data centers, which require energy, and that's natural gas and coal, and natural gas is the clean fuel. I was just down at NAPE, the oil and gas show in Houston, and these data centers, they're going to spend probably $1 trillion building these data centers. We've already had people approaching us to talk to us about putting in a data center here, as well as just selling our pipeline quality gas. We have 90% methane. And so, so we're really excited. And, AI must have energy, and we intend to supply a big chunk of it.
Right. And not only does Trump want us to be energy independent and be the energy production capital of the world and drill, baby, drill, he wants us to be the AI capital of the world and the Bitcoin capital of the world. And Bitcoin mining requires tremendous amounts of energy. AI requires tremendous amounts of energy. It's all coming together for the greatest opportunity that I personally have ever seen in my lifetime. Unbelievable to be in this business at this time with a guy like you who's done it before and turned each $10,000 investment into millions and millions of dollars. What's the figures at 13 million for every 10,000? I mean, the numbers, $13 million for every 10,000 invested in Ultra Petroleum as a stock. Man, you were in the right place at the right time, Mark. And of course, the tax shelter advantages of oil and gas are pretty cool too. The first year you get to write off somewhere in the neighborhood of 65 to 70% of your investment as a tax deduction. It's truly an unbelievable opportunity. I wanted to bring you on to expose to everyone one of the heroes of the energy industry moving forward under Drill Baby Drill and Mega Gaga. Make gas great again. Mark Bruner. The company is called Lost Soldier, and it's part due of his Ultra Petroleum $15 billion hit. Mark, great to have you on the show. God bless you, man. Great luck.
Thank you.
Save
God bless
America.
you too. Thank you. I appreciate it, Wayne. It's wonderful to see you again.
All right. Mark Bruner. I've met him before, and I just thought when I heard what he had, I had to bring it on to share it with all of you. I couldn't wait. Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. And he's got the biggest find perhaps in the United States in decades, biggest find in Wyoming in decades. And wow, this is exciting stuff. We'll be right back. I'm Wayne Root. This is the Root Reaction. Make gas great again. Megaga. here. It's RFK Jr. Day. Make America Healthy Again Day. But if there's one thing that's more important than inflation and make America healthy again, some really big things out there, and war around the world, I think that thing is the open border and illegal immigration is number one above all of those. Even inflation. Well, I, like you, am drowning out here because the gas bill's too high and the electric bill's too high and the restaurant bill's too high and the grocery bill's too high and the insurance bill is too high. As bad as all that is, still the worst thing in America is the open border and millions and millions of illegals that were pouring in under Biden. But it's all getting better now. And that's why my guest is coming up in a minute. JJ Carroll. JJ, I'll get to him in a second. First, I want to mention the sponsor of the show, Vertical Research Advisory, otherwise known as VRA. To keep it simple, VRA. And the website is VRAinsider.com. VRAinsider.com. After 15 years on Wall Street at the highest levels, in 2003, Kip Herriage founded VRA as global investment and economic newsletter. Since then, his top performing recommendations have beaten the markets 86% of the time, 18 out of 21 years. And not just beating the market, most of those years he beat the market by a mile. Meanwhile, the average Wall Street money manager loses to the market 90% of the time. Do you like that dichotomy? You can either win 86% of the time or lose 90% of the time. Which one do you choose? If you're a Democrat and you voted for Kamala, you choose lose 90%. I know. Facts matter. The fact is the VRA portfolio up dramatically from the bear market lows. Even with Biden as president and the market at its lowest point, he got it right. And now with Trump as the 47th president, Kip Herriage believes the sky is the limit. It's the golden era of Trump. We're all gonna make a lot of money. Kip's been a close friend of mine all these years, 22 years. I've seen his incredible results firsthand. He's got a crystal ball. I'm a witness. He recommended gold at $300 an ounce, Bitcoin at $2,000 an ounce. He's really that good. And what's really amazing is whether the economy is good or bad, whether stocks are up or down, Kip and his VRA system make you money on the way up and they make you money on the way down. Let Kip prove it to you for free. Exclusively for my fans, Kip is offering his daily VRA investment letter completely free for 2 weeks. Join now at VRAinsider.com. You'll also get his new best-selling book, The Big Bribe, free as well. Get your free 2-week membership at VRAinsider.com. Start for free, and I believe you will stay for life. And oh, by the way, that great interview I just had with Mark Bruner of Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. Well, guess what? Kip's the one who introduced me to Mark Bruner. I've known him for years because of Kip Herriage, who loves this guy and believes in this guy and invests with this guy and asks all his clients to invest with Mark Bruner's projects. And they all made a bloody fortune. Kip's good, man. Kip is good. All right, my guest is here. I keep telling you the open border is the number one issue. JJ Carroll is retired U.S. border agent, author of Invaded, The Intentional Destruction of the American Immigration System. His new book is called Treason. It will be released next week, Tuesday, February 18th. His website is jjcarroll.com, jjcarroll.com. JJ, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing great, doing so much better than that. Trump is now the alpha in the office. So great things are happening every single day.
Yeah, I say on this show almost every day, I remind people it's not Christmas every day. It's Christmas plus Thanksgiving plus New Year's plus Independence Day every day. It's that good. It's unbelievable. I've waited my whole life for these last 3 to 4 weeks now. I think we're all coming up on almost a month. Next Tuesday next week will be about a month in office. And it's the greatest month of my lifetime in politics. And JJ, I've been in politics since I was 3 in my father's arms, handing out literature for Barry Goldwater. So I've been in politics 60 years. This is the greatest month of my life. It blows Reagan away. Trump's accomplished more in the first 4 days than Reagan in 8 years. Now in the first month, it's like Reagan's 8 years times 2. It's truly unbelievable. Let's talk about Attorney General Pam Bondi. She has filed a lawsuit against New York. She did it to Illinois last week. Now she's Illinois and Chicago. Now she's filed a lawsuit against New York and New York City and Governor Kathy Hochul and Attorney General Letitia James. God, I hate that woman, for failing to comply with federal law by shielding illegal immigrants. And before I get your reaction, I want to throw in one more thing. She also chose to sue the person that heads up the DMV in New York, Department of Motor Vehicles, because they are registering illegal aliens to drive, which means they're able to register to vote. And the same thing is true in Nevada. President Trump, if you're watching, Pam Bondi, AG, if you're watching, sue Nevada and our Secretary of State and our Attorney General, who is a terrible person. And our DMV, which registers illegals to drive, and therefore they're automatically registered to vote, just like New York. It's why we lose most elections in Nevada, which is really a red Republican state. All right. Now I want your reaction, JJ, to what Pam Bondi's doing in New York and Illinois.
Pam Bondi is a part of the machine that Trump has assembled, and she's a very important part because she's going to go after these sanctuary cities. And one thing she's doing great is she's saying, you don't want to participate, you want to harm the ICE agents and Border Patrol agents, so now we're going to defund all your federal funds to your police departments. And so your audience understands the vast majority of all your funds in your local state and sheriff and police comes from the federal government. And when you remove that, you remove millions upon millions of dollars from their coffers. Now they can't recruit, they can't hire more officers, they can't even put gas in their car. They are dependent on all the federal task force money that goes to them. Look, I ran a task force within the United States Border Patrol. I had the LA sheriffs and LAPD in the task force. We actually purchased a $1 million plus boat for the LAPD to do harbor patrols. Our money paid for that. That is just one small thing that we've done. So what Pam Bondi's doing is great. She's saying, you're not going to do it. I'm going to put pressure on you, and then I'm going to pull all of your federal funding back for law enforcement, and that will cripple them, and they will have to come back and beg Donald Trump for that money.
And all of that's great, and I wanted them to do that, and I've talked about it over the years, but I don't believe this is a civil matter, JJ. I believe it's a criminal matter. So in addition to suing New York, and New York City and the New York governor and the New York AG and the New York head of the DMV, I think she should arrest them all, indict them and arrest them and put them in prison for aiding and abetting the intentional destruction of the United States and crimes such as murder, rape, kidnapping, assault, you name it, whatever illegals do. If you let them in and you let them stay and you won't report them to ICE and you won't let them being deported and they commit murder, rape, kidnapping, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, child pedophilia, you are aiding and abetting those crimes. Shouldn't they arrest them?
They should, and I'm waiting on Pam Bondi to do that, because when they release a pedophile, a rapist, or murderer, you can trace that next crime to whoever they've done that to, and then they, being the politicians of that sanctuary city or state, are complicit in that crime. It's called 8 U.S.C. 1324. You're aiding and abetting, you're facilitating the furtherance thereof. So you let go an illegal alien rapist that you know is here from Honduras illegally, and you refuse to turn that individual over to ICE, and then that individual goes and rapes a U.S. citizen. That U.S. citizen has standing. The federal government has standing, and they should arrest that politician for allowing it to happen. And finally, Wayne, here's the question I want to ask all the politicians. Why are you so hell-bent on protecting people that should not be here, that have illegally crossed into our border and have committed heinous crimes against Americans? Why are you spending all your time, talent, and treasure on them and ignoring your citizens? And they have no answer.
Professor Carroll, I have the answer. Choose me. Pick me. I'm telling you, they're in bed with the Mexican drug cartel. People don't understand this. I'm telling you, the only reason that anybody would be such a suicide bomber, that your job is to protect the American people and your constituents and your citizens, and instead you let murderers in and you let them stay and you want the border open, the only reason is you're getting paid by someone. You're getting bribed by the Mexican drug cartel. I believe the whole Democrat Party and quite a few rhinos are being bribed to keep the border open, and they get a piece of the drug money and the trafficking money and the sex money and the child pedophilia money. It's disgusting. It's dirty. It's disgraceful, but it's happening. I'm telling you. Look at this. Under the Biden administration, ICE admitted to releasing over 15,000 murderers and over 16,000 rapists and sex offenders into the USA. JJ, how can anyone accept this?
Well, they have to accept that because that's our ideology. They want to fundamentally transform America. How do you transform a nation? Look at what our CIA and USAID does to foreign nations. What do? They flood them with illegal aliens and criminals. They sexualize and perversely sexualize their communities, like our LGBTQ transgender insanity in America. They want to fundamentally transform America. Why did they allow 30 million illegal aliens into our country in 4 years? Because they wanted to change the demographics, not racially, politically, but a demographic shift from citizens to non-citizens because they can control them. When you understand that this is just bigger than America, this is the global reset. They have to take America down in order to reset the power structure of the world. I know it sounds crazy, but is there anything crazy anymore? This is just the truth. USAID, that's the best way to say it, they funded our death. They funded the international NGOs to push millions of people into America. They funded also the propaganda machine, the Pravda media of America, to propagandize America and hide all the child sex trafficking, all the pedophilia, all the murders and rapes. Our government is the enemy. And I know Donald Trump's in office. I understand he's placing people, but the United States federal government has tens of thousands of anti-Americans buried in the administrative state, and they are the enemy of the people.
Yeah, I always say Joe McCarthy was right, but he was early. And it's happening now. This communist buried our government in every agency, heading every agency, and doing damage to Trump's agenda and doing damage to the United States of America, the intentional destruction. J.J. Carroll, his documentary film Treason is available to watch right now. ThisIsTreason.com. ThisIsTreason.com. And next week, his book, Treason, will be released, and a large portion of it is about child sex trafficking. Go get a copy. Highly recommended, and watch his documentary. JJ, thank you as always for being on the show. You're a great hero for America. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We'll be right back. All the biggest news stories today on The Root Reaction coming up next. RootForAmerica.com. Tell how excited I was earlier in the show by Mark Brunel and his Lost Soldier, because I'm just investing all my money in three things: gold, meaning gold, silver, precious metals, and Bitcoin and energy. I mean, that is the future of America. And energy to me is oil, gas, and nuclear, by the way. I got a big investment in nuclear. That's the future of the next 4 years and America moving forward. If we can get a Republican elected in 2028, that's all about gold and Bitcoin / crypto and energy, drill, baby, drill. And man, we will make so much money on all that, and stocks will go up so much. And the success of Trump. I mean, yesterday we got Tulsi Gabbard confirmed. Today we got RFK Jr. confirmed. It looks like Kash Patel will get confirmed tomorrow. It was all predicted in my book, Trump Rules. These are the Trump rules of success, and all the things he did to make himself number one in business, number one in real estate, number one in branding, number one in celebrity, number one in politics, and number one in money. All of that rolled into one in the book Trump Rules. And I give you all the most important rules I learned from studying Trump for the last 40 years. He's been my mentor for 40 years. Go get it at Amazon.com, Trump Rules. And by the way, it's the perfect book, not just for you, but if you have any child who is in college studying business, finance, economics, they want to go into business, start their own business. They're going into real estate. They're going into stocks. They're in grad school. Man, they're starting their business right now. This is the book you want to get them as a gift to read and to understand success. Trump Rules. All right. I want to mention today, yes, RFK Jr. was confirmed, but the lone Republican who voted against him, along with every Democrat. Can you explain that to me? Every Democrat voted against ex-Democrat Bobby Kennedy, who just wants to make America healthy again. They're really sick people. They're mentally ill people. But the lone Republican, Mitch McConnell, and he went into a rant, kind of like the Root rant on this show. He went apoplectic about vaccines, why he didn't vote for RFK Jr. because of vaccines, and RFK is a bad man because he's against vaccines. Oh my gosh, who would not want to make vaccines healthier and stop one vaccine in particular that might be killing people? You'd have to be mentally ill. You might have to be Mitch Frozen Face McConnell. Very strange stuff. And here's the beautiful thing about RFK. I want you to know he said something today. He described how for years, after he was confirmed today, he described how for years he prayed to God to put him in position to tackle the childhood chronic disease epidemic gripping America, and how God sent me President Trump. RFK Jr., man, whoever thought a Kennedy from the liberal Kennedy family, from the Democrat brand of Kennedy, would not only be MAGA and Trump, but a big God guy, and credits God with bringing Trump to him. Wow. This is fantastic stuff, right? How many things have I written about Trump is God's choice? You can see it. He's the chosen one. I wrote the song, co-wrote the song with Natasha Owens, the chosen one. Over 1 billion views on TikTok and Instagram of our song, The Chosen One. He really is the chosen one. And when a Kennedy says it, wow. All right, sponsor of this segment of the show. Once again, today, gold went way up. I've got my little website here where I track gold. Gold was up $28.50 today. It's now sitting at $2,957.20. So it's just inches away from 3,000, a new all-time high today. And when it hits 3,000, it'll be a new all-time high too. Sponsor of this show, Advantage Gold. I always say gold is wealth insurance. If things go bad, you're owning it just so if things go bad, it's your umbrella. When the rain breaks out, you're protected. It saves you from a stock market crash, a collapse of the economy, et cetera, collapse of the dollar, war. Anything bad that happens, the stock market goes way down, gold goes way up. So it's protection, but it's also the greatest asset, as I just proved, up $28 today, almost 3,000. I bought it at 300 and 400, and now it's going to be 3,000. You be the judge. From January 2000 to December 2024, if you invested $100,000 in the stock market, you'd have done very well. The Dow was up almost 300%. S&P up over 300%. NASDAQ soared almost 400%. But gold skyrocketed 825%, and your $100,000 could have become $925,000. Wow. That's the beauty of gold. That's why I shout about gold from the highest rooftops. This is your retirement we're talking about. You don't want to leave it to chance. So you also want to buy it from the right people. You got to buy your gold from the right company. That's why I buy mine from Advantage Gold. They were awarded #1 gold company in America by TrustLink for 9 years in a row. They've done over $1 billion in retirement transactions. They're the only gold company in America with audited third-party financials, and they have 0 negative complaints with the Better Business Bureau. My friends at Advantage Gold have produced a free guide on protecting your wealth with gold. No obligation, no cost, no risk, nothing to buy, no strings attached. It's just free. It's yours free. Text ROOT to 85545. Text ROOT to 85545, or put your phone over the QR code on the screen right now. QR code is on the screen, and your phone over it takes you right to their website, AdvantageGold.com, or you can call a toll-free number, 800-450-2566, to request your free guide on protecting your wealth with gold, 800-450-2566, or text ROOT to 85545. And right now, you could qualify for up to $1,000 in free silver just for saying war. Text ROOT to 85545. All right. Let's get through some of the big stories. First of all, Kash Patel, it passes through committee. So that sets up a full Senate vote coming up probably tomorrow. Reuters, the news, the mainstream media organization, had a $9 million Defense Department contract, and they put this in writing, for large-scale social deception. What do you think that means? That means A, a total con and scam versus the American people, and or B, the COVID scam and the COVID vaccine. Stop the misinformation by spreading misinformation, because our misinformation wasn't misinformation. It was fact. We were warning you how deadly this vaccine was. We were right. But they spread misinformation about us, and they silenced us. And the news companies did it. The social media did it. The Associated Press and Reuters type of companies did it. And they all made millions of dollars from government. It turns out USAID paid them millions and millions of dollars to prop up liberal media and to force them to lie. Put out government propaganda that was lies. HHS splurged more than $22 billion on grants for migrants, including cash for cars, home loans, and startups. You ever wonder why we all feel so broke? It's because all the money of America that you paid in taxes has gone to illegal immigrants. What has HHS even got to do with illegal immigrants? Nothing. After the Trump victory, the Biden EPA scrambled to put $20 billion aside into a separate bank account so they could start handing it out to NGOs. Not 20 million, 20 billion. Your tax money being ripped off and looted. Education Secretary nominee Linda McMahon, formerly of the WWE, she is in a confirmation hearing, and she says we have to listen to parents, not politicians. And I love that, but I would add one thing. Listen to parents, not politicians, and not the teachers' unions. They don't care about your kids. You know, it's funny. There was an education hearing the other day. I don't know if it was about the confirmation of Linda McMahon or not, but I know at the hearing, one of the Democrats literally said the following. The kids in 6th grade can't read it at the right level, at their grade level. The kids in 9th grade can't read at the right level. The kids in high school can't do math at the right level or read at the right level. They can't get into college. If they do get into college, they have to take remedial courses because they aren't smart enough to even keep up in college. And you want to eliminate the Department of Education? They actually said that. You know what? They just made the greatest case on earth for why we want to eliminate the Department of Education. It isn't doing a damn thing except dumbing down the students, right? Amazing. DOJ discovers the Biden-Mayorkas illegal migration funding machine. FEMA money supposed to help disaster-stricken Americans was used to aid illegal aliens. Trump considering using defense budget to boost deportations. That was my idea. About 6 years ago, I gave President Trump the idea to use the defense budget to build the wall, declare a national emergency at the border, and therefore grab the money from the defense budget and the Pentagon to build the wall. Now he's using it to deport illegal aliens. I love it. Wayne Allen Root, the Root Reaction is over for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow night with America's Top 10 Countdown right here. Same time, same place, 10 p.m. Biggest stories in America. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless America. And viva my tax-free Las Vegas.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is poised to become the next Secretary of Health and Human Services. His nomination cleared a key hurdle on Capitol Hill.
We are all willing to work with anyone who's serious about doing the work of censoring the American people and advancing progress.
I was in charge of policy and budget at USAID during the Reagan administration when we undertook a major effort to fix it. And I'm going to show you my farewell present from AID. You can see it's a hand grenade.
I am a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. I previously served at the U.S. Agency for International...
PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now!
How soon do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job.
The bottom line is because it's not working. Department of Education was set up in 1980, and since that time we have spent almost $1 trillion, and we have watched our performance scores continue to go down. I do believe that it is a responsibility to make sure that our children do have equal access to excellent education. I think that that is best handled at the state level, closest to the states, working with state administrators, teachers, parents, who should have input into their curriculum.
NATO is a great alliance, the most successful defense alliance in history. But to endure for the future, our partners must do far more for Europe's defense. We must make NATO great again.
28 people taken to hospital. The suspect was driving this white Mini Cooper behind me and drove into a crowd of people who were not related to the security conference. They were protesting for higher wages. The suspect is an Afghan man. He's 24 years old. According to authorities, he was seeking asylum here in Germany.
And that is one woman dead, at least 27 people injured. Reports of a child fighting for their life after an Afghan migrant drove into a crowd in Munich, Germany. This is just one of many terror attacks happening in the country right now. And as that Afghan migrant drove into the crowd, he was shouting Allah. Again, that video really shocking. Of course, we're waiting for updates on that. Welcome in. I'm Michelle Backus, filling in for the great Jack Posobiec, who is currently in Ukraine on a special mission with Pete Hegseth. Let's also bring in Kevin Posobiec, who is helping out today. Kevin, thanks so much for being.
Yeah, it's great to be with you, Michelle, once again this week. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard to another edition of Human Events Daily. I'm the co-host, Jack Posobiec, and so we have a name for this 24-year-old Afghan asylum, quote, asylum seeker, Farad Nouri, a radical Islamist terrorist, and it's interesting to see that he has come, the same week as, the Munich Security Conference ahead of J.D. Vance meeting there. So a lot of this is a combination of simultaneous deals happening, and we also have the vote in Germany coming up at the end of the month. We're going to see I'm interested to see what happens with Chancellor Olaf Scholz as well. I think the United States is really causing peace through strength here. What do you think about that, Michelle?
Peace through strength is 100% the mission here. And, Kevin, to piggyback off of that, there have been 5 terror attacks in Germany in the past 12 months, all committed by asylum seekers. We've seen this happen all throughout Europe. I lived in Sweden, where there were multiple assaults, as Sweden was notorious for taking in asylum seekers as well. And women would leave the club, and all of a sudden they'd go into a taxi and they'd be assaulted. They'd be raped. This is the kind of thing that Joe Biden wanted in this America. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more. Again, we're waiting on President Trump as well as he signed some major executive orders. We also checked in Jack Posobiec for a historic day over in Europe. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Human Events Daily.
stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. This is the POSO Euro Dispatch Day 3, and, well, the cat's out of the bag. I have not been recording these dispatches from Germany nor from Brussels. I have, in fact, been recording these dispatches from the territory of Ukraine. I accompanied Secretary Bessent as part of his delegation from the Trump White House to Kiev, Ukraine, arrived there overnight by train, 10 hours in on the train, 10 hours out. Visited with the Ukrainian Prime Minister, the Ukrainian Ministry of Finance, the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, and yes, also visited President Zelensky there in his presidential complex. As you know, Secretary Bessent held his meeting with President Zelensky where they discussed this situation with the rare earth minerals and the deal that Zelensky had offered to President Trump regarding the peace for U.S., Russia, and Ukraine for ending the war. This was the centerpiece of the entire situation. Now, obviously, we couldn't be public about this trip because of security purposes, but the entire time we were completely secured. We had a traveling delegation of Secret Service dispatched by President Trump, as well as military and motorcade escorts when we arrived on the ground. What people need to understand is that it's been 3 years. 3 years of a terrible war, a horrific war that never had to happen. Had the Biden administration not been so aggressive with the expansion of NATO, had there been any effort for peace, had there been any effort for real negotiation, it's possible this could have been avoided. And that's really what it comes down to, folks. This was an unnecessary war. It was certainly a provoked war, and it's a war that takes two to tango, which means it's going to take two to get to peace. If wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth. Now, 3 years later, Human Events Daily is on the ground yet again in Ukraine, showing you the inside story of what's happening inside these negotiations. Secretary Bessent met with Zelensky only hours after Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, delivered a blistering statement in Brussels at the NATO conference. Hegseth saying that the pre-2014 borders for Ukraine were not going to happen, that NATO membership for Ukraine was not going to happen, that the United States would not send troops to the territory of Ukraine in any security post-war situation or agreement. These are things that led Zelensky at the meeting potentially to not sign the deal. So Secretary Bessent arrived with a copy of the mineral deal with him. He handed it to President Zelensky. Zelensky looked at it, said that he wanted a security guarantee. The security guarantee would be a de facto NATO membership. This was not part of the deal. He also said again and again that he wanted to meet with President Trump. Secretary Bessent urged him to sign the deal. President Zelensky did not, but said that he would revisit it potentially when he meets with J.D. Vance in Munich on Friday. This is a very critical point, ladies and gentlemen, because then, just as we were walking out of the presidential complex, the presidential palace there in Kiev, that's when President Trump, almost to the very minute, posted his Truth Social saying that while we had been inside and the secretary was there meeting with Zelensky and holding a press conference, that President Trump had spent the entire same hour on the phone with Vladimir Putin. So he gave Zelensky the opportunity to sign the deal first. Zelensky didn't sign the deal right away. That's when President Trump posted the Truth Social that has now been heard around the world, one that has the European leaders absolutely apoplectic that President Trump is cutting them out and saying that the neoconservatives and the European leaders, the NATO countries are going to be cut out because he said, look, if you aren't funding this war, and if you aren't paying your NATO dues, then why should I include you directly in the negotiations? I'm going to go straight to the heart of the matter. And he spoke with President Putin directly for over an hour at the same time that Secretary Bessent and the delegation were there in Kiev. Then Zelensky immediately hopped on the phone and said, let me call Trump, let me call Trump, let me call the president. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on in this world. There's a lot of moving pieces here. J.D. Vance, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Bessent will now be joined in Munich with the newly minted DNI Tulsi Gabbard, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. It remains to see what happens with the Vance-Zelensky summit tomorrow in Munich. This is Jack Posobiec reporting from Kiev, Ukraine for Human Events Daily.
And a very special report there from Jack Posobiec in Ukraine. Again, he said for security reasons, he was keeping it private. Obviously, it was a very safe area, but they wanted to ensure everyone followed protocol until that delegation arrived. There was actually a missile and drone strike in Kiev before they got there. So it is important to continue security precautions. Nonetheless, he is very happy to report that there is progress. And it's something that we're going to continue to keep up on. Very important to note here. Let's also bring in Kevin Posobiec if we do have him. Zelensky did not agree to this minerals deal. And this is a really interesting piece to note because the minerals is, quite frankly, Ukraine's bargaining power at this point. And it has been noted multiple times, Kevin, that Ukraine's not going to get everything that they want out of this deal. In fact, they're going to have to give up a few things. This is a negotiation. This is a bargain coming to the middle. And at the end of the day, people, Kevin, think about the amount of people that died in this war.
Many people died in this war on both sides, and that was part of the call between Putin and Trump yesterday. In fact, pretty stereotypical of Putin to draw out the conversation, bring up history for, hours on end. But aside from that, it's good to see. I thought originally that we would be negotiating for farmland and resources. As you could see, Ukraine being the breadbasket of Europe, and now it's coming out. I haven't heard it in the narrative recently, but these rare earth minerals, they're going to be very resourceful for the United States. We have lithium, titanium, not much talk about uranium. We see that more in Iran, but moving forward, I think this will be a great bargaining tactic for the United States, and the compromise is between, very stable geniuses from Trump's envoy, and it's becoming much more clear that Zelensky is not one of these. You saw how much Trump has him, under his thumb. Even before inauguration, Zelensky came to New York to meet with Trump, and now he orchestrated this deal, this beginning of the deal simultaneously between the phone call and also like the meeting with Vance and then in Ukraine and Bessent. And he denied it at first because Zelensky didn't even know what was happening just yet. But the fact that Trump and everyone is over there, it's genius. And of course, Jack, shout out to Jack. I was with him over there 3 years ago, as he said in the dispatch, but this isn't peace yet. We still have to follow through with these negotiations, and this is still uncharted territory. It's dangerous territory, and we have to pray for everyone involved in it. For their safety.
Yeah, and as you mentioned I've been seeing prayers online for Pete Hegseth as well, because this is his first day at NATO. And I believe we do have a soundbite on that we can get to. As he said, make NATO great again. I remember this clip. President Trump will not allow anyone to turn Uncle Sam into Uncle Sucker. And that's what the American people want.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We begin with an update on the evolving situation involving Hamas's plans to release more Israeli hostages on Saturday. The terror group says it will work to, quote, remove all hurdles in order to release 3 more hostages. The big picture is if Hamas follows through, the ceasefire deal with Israel is expected to move forward. Hamas started a diplomatic game of chicken earlier this week when the group accused Israel of breaking the terms of the truce, claiming that the IDF failed to allow tents and shelters into the war zone. This morning, it appears Hamas is blinking as President Trump encouraged an end to the ceasefire if the hostages weren't returned by noon on Saturday. And President Trump's campaign promise to end the war between Russia and Ukraine appears to be materializing. A meeting is set for tomorrow in Munich, Germany, during which Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will lead a delegation to begin peace talks. The move comes on the heels of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that NATO membership for Ukraine is off the table. Wednesday, President Trump spoke with both Presidents Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky.
When the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later. We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not too distant future.
And back here in the United States, shoring up the budget is a pressing matter of the day, the pressing matter of the day. Happening in a couple of hours, the House Budget Committee is set to debate and likely advance a budget blueprint that was unveiled on Wednesday. It is the first step in the budget reconciliation process. Reconciliation is how House and Senate Republicans plan to circumvent Democrat opposition and pass President Trump's domestic policy priorities, which include border funding, energy policy, and extending the president's 2017 tax cuts. One of the internal fights Republicans will likely face is the bill's provision to increase the already historically high debt limit by $4 trillion. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Well, guys, it is a bad day to be Big Pharma because RFK Jr. has been confirmed as Secretary of Health and Human Services by the Senate. Major news this morning. A lot of people really excited over that. We're going to get reaction in just a moment. Let's also bring in Kevin Posobiec as we are both filling in for the great Jack Posobiec, who is on a special mission over in Ukraine right now, doing big work over there for the MAGA peace deal. And Kevin, it's interesting. I'll never forget the day that RFK Jr. came up on stage and announced that he'd no longer be running for president. And then the plot twist of the century, joined up with President Trump. And I remember when he was running, is he pulling votes from Republicans or Democrats? And to be quite frank, he was pulling votes from both sides because his message resonated with so many Americans, especially mothers who were raising children and trying to keep them away from the chemicals and the additives, and Big Pharma, who's pushing all this money onto lawmakers to ultimately make decisions for their pockets rather than the American people. It's something that I know a lot of people in the health and fitness culture were very big on. And really seeing the convergence of the MAHA and MAGA movements come together was when I knew America is changing. People want reform and they want change. And mind you, it's interesting to note as well, RFK Jr., he was getting hit from both sides. At first, a lot of people didn't think that he would make it through. As we had said earlier, many Democrats, even Republicans, saying that a lot of Trump's picks were dead on arrival, and that simply wasn't the case. The people voted for reform, and that's exactly what happened. Another big hurdle is the Senate Judiciary Committee has Vance Cash Patel out of the committee. He's now headed for a final full Senate vote, something we're going to keep an eye on as well. Adam Schiff, of course, was dodging questions about slow walking Cash Patel's nomination there. It's also funny to watch what Democrats are saying right now. I thought I saved a couple of the tweets. Senator Cory Booker, Cash Patel is dangerous, dishonest, and unqualified. I'm calling for President Trump to withdraw his nomination to be the director of the FBI. And if his nomination is brought to the Senate floor, I will vote no. Well, we all knew that you would vote no, so this isn't anything groundbreaking, to be quite frank. But you have to consider the rhetoric that the Democrats are using, and keep note of this, because now they're saying Kash Patel is dangerous. He's dishonest. He's unqualified. Notice what they're doing. The Democrats are grasping at straws, and they really have no game plan. So that's why they're resorting to name calling and trying to diminish somebody's character. They have no idea what they're doing. This is just the beginning. And I want to bring in Kevin Pasovic, if we do have him right now, to chat about this, because Kevin, I've been warning about this. Big pharma is powerful, and it is lining the pockets of a lot of these lawmakers. And a lot is going to come out between RFK Jr. having Kash Patel as the head here. I think that these Democrats are scared. I think that Adam Schiff is scared. And that's why they're trying to do anything they can to stop this.
Yeah, they certainly are going to try and stop this, and they have nothing. I'd like to see what Elizabeth Warren is up to today. She's probably vehemently riling about, and she's probably not going to be cooking any steaks today or drinking any raw milk in celebration of RFK. I got to say that much.
But you are. You said you were.
That's right. I sure am. I was half tempted to just take this whole setup outside next to the grill. It's a little cold up here in DC, but hey, it's a big day for all of us. But yeah, especially we got to follow through here. Yeah, we got to get Kash through as well. Can't celebrate too early. Yeah, we got to go after. I'm looking forward to Kash personally going after Pencil Neck Schiff here for all his accusations, and it's going to be glorious. It's going to be so glorious, and I'm looking forward to RFK as well, what he plans to do with the CDC and the FDA towards any of these vaccine mandates, environmental protocols, cloud seeding. I mean, there's just so many areas we could touch on here. It's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, it is. And we are waiting for that confirmation with RFK Jr. A little later today. We'll get that up once we get that. But, it's interesting to see the rhetoric, to see what Democrats are doing at this point. We were talking with Mark Mitchell yesterday, Rasmussen Reports. Trump approval rating today hit 54%, only 36 strongly disapproved. That shows promises made, promises kept. It has been, what did we say, 28 days in office? I wrote it down here somewhere, that President Trump has been in office, and just think, 24. That's it. I'm hearing 24. Just think about the monumental change that has happened in that small amount of time. And the Democrats, quite frankly, don't know what to do. Again, they continue attacking Doge, Elon Musk. I actually saw something today just about the net worth of these politicians, right? You have Mitch McConnell, who, by the way, voted no for Tulsi and RFK Jr. Keep note of that as well. Who's shocked? But Kevin, think about it. Mitch McConnell's annual salary, $200,000. His net worth, $95 million. Similarly, Chuck Schumer, $210,000. His net worth, $75 million.
Nope, not for long.
Nope.
That's what RFK has. He has the budgetary
Kevin Pasovic
power.
Speechless. We're going to change a lot up. It's an exciting time in Washington, a new era. Stick with us. We'll be right back again. Jack Pasovic in Ukraine right now on a special.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. President Trump is focused on leveling the playing field with our trade partners today, but he's also working towards realizing his campaign promise of ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. The commander-in-chief deploying Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio to Munich, Germany tomorrow to begin brokering a ceasefire and ultimately peace agreement between the warring countries. But as part of his deal-making, he is also putting America's values first by ensuring a return on investment in Ukraine.
We're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have rare earth and they have oil and gas and they have a lot of other things. And we're asking for security on our money.
So does it mean you are not sending
They've agreed to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
Does it mean you are not sending any more aid to Ukraine?
No, we are, but we want it secured. And the money is going to be secured.
Now, all of this maneuvering comes on the heels of President Trump speaking with both Presidents Putin of Russia and Zelensky of Ukraine on Wednesday. It appears the conversations move the needle as President Trump says both men are ready to talk about peace. The parade of world leaders making their way to the White House to meet with President Trump continues today as India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi visits 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. However, before that meeting, the president is expected to make a major announcement about his plan for reciprocal tariffs. It's an announcement that's going to likely be watched around the world.
The world has taken advantage of the United States for many years. They've charged us massive tariffs that we haven't charged them. Both friend and foe taking advantage of us. So we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs, which is whatever they charge, we charge, very simply.
According to House Speaker Mike Johnson, there may be exceptions or even exemptions to the tariffs for pharmaceuticals and for autos. Stay tuned to Real America's Voice for live coverage of the president's announcement the moment he makes it. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
And welcome back to Human Events Daily. If you're wondering, where is Jack? Well, Jack is on a special mission over in Ukraine right now. Take a look. It's the MAGA peace deal. He's doing big things over there. Of course, very exciting. We've been checking in with him constantly as he's making major moves. Take a look at that. Right there. It's very exciting to see. And this is a huge deal, guys. This past week has been historic in terms of getting us closer to peace, stopping World War III. We're calling it the MAGA peace deal, peace through strength and love. Pete Hegseth had said today that he is not going to stand for this any longer. Make NATO great again. He outlined everything. We are strong yet again. And speaking of President Trump, in office, not even a month, and still signing executive orders. We're live there now. Take a look at that. Again, these are all reciprocal tariffs that he is putting into place. Take a look.
All great people. Yes, sir. Very good. Thank you. You want to read the names?
I can if you'd like, sir.
Go ahead, please.
First, the chairman will be Devin Gerald Nunez, and the members of the board will be Scott Glade, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, Brad Wenstra, Katie Miller, Wayne Berman, Rents Priebus, Robert O'Brien, Joshua Lobel, Sandra Gerber, Jeremy Katz, and Thomas Hicks Jr.
Okay, good. All good.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum for your attention entitled Reciprocal Trade and Tariffs. This memorandum will reshape American trade policy with the guiding principle being that our tariffs and our treatment of other countries should be reciprocal based on their treatment of us. It charges your Secretary of Commerce, your U.S. Trade Representative, and other cabinet secretaries to pursue that policy vigorously and to develop trade policies in accordance with it.
That's good. Well, we'll sign that. And before we do, I think I'll mention that some numbers have come out. And as you know, we're looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. And this just came out from the Government Accountability Office. And they're pretty staggering numbers. The federal government loses as much as $521 billion in fraud a year. That's what Elon's working so hard on with his group of almost 100 geniuses. In 2023, there was an estimated $236 billion in improper payments made. And they think that number is very low. Should be much higher. $236 billion. This is why we're doing what we're doing. This is why I campaigned so hard and discussed this so much. And since 2003, there have been $2.7 trillion in improper payments, meaning payments that went to the wrong people or payments that shouldn't have been made. According to the Economic Policy Center, very respected, in 2024, there was an estimated $162 billion in improper payments. Earned income tax credit, this is having to do with earned income tax credit. It was $15.9 billion. Having to do with food stamps, improper. $10.5 billion in improper payments. Restaurant Revitalization Fund, $8.7 billion. Supplemental security income, $6.5 billion. This is all bad stuff, bad payments, fraud, largely fraud. Unemployment insurance, $5.6 billion. According to House Ways and Means in 2024, Social Security, Disability Insurance, and Survivors Insurance Programs sent an estimated $8.3 billion in improper payments, including $6.5 billion in overpayments where they overpaid. So these are staggering numbers, and this has been going on for a long time, and we're finding a lot of it. And those numbers are minimal. They're really minimal. Those are numbers that have been proven. So you can imagine what the real number is. But we're going to make America rich again, and that's a good place to start. But here's really the place to start, because we're talking now about reciprocal tariffs. And on trade, I have decided, for purposes of fairness, that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them. No more, no less. In other words, they charge us a tax or tariff, and we charge them the exact same tax or tariff. Very simple. Nobody knows what that number is unless you go by the individual country. You can see what it is if you go to the individual country and you look at what they're charging us. In almost all cases, they're charging us vastly more than we charge them, but those days are over. For purposes of this United States policy, which is a big one, we will consider countries that use the VAT system. You know, you hear about a VAT tax all the time, the VAT system, which is far more punitive, actually, than a tariff. Similar, but more punitive. To be similar, so that the way we're going to look at it, we're going to call it a tariff, because they use that as a way of getting away from the tariff and the designation of tariff, but it's essentially similar or the same thing. So a VAT tax will be viewed as a tariff. Certain areas of Europe do it, to put it mildly. They have about a 20% VAT tax. Sending merchandise, product, or anything by any other name through another country for purposes of unfairly harming America will not be accepted. In addition, we will make a provision for subsidies provided by countries in order to take economic advantage of the United States, which a lot of countries do, including our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies in this, having to do with trade. And this has been going along. That's why we have a $36 trillion amount of money that we owe. We owe $36 trillion, but that'll come down rapidly. Likewise, provisions will be made for non-monetary tariffs, and a non-monetary, that's where they charge and they do things that aren't, there's no dollar amount, but they make it impossible for you to do business. They do tests on cars, like dropping a bowling ball on the hood of a car, and if the hood doesn't withstand it, which no hood would except for an army tank, then they say, I'm sorry, you can't sell your car into a certain country. That's a non-monetary tariff. So this is in order to take economic advantage. Likewise, the provisions for the non-monetary tariffs and trade barriers that some countries charge, and most countries, many countries have something to that effect in order to keep our product out of their domain, or if they do not even let the U.S. businesses operate. So in some countries, they just won't let us even operate there. They charge us a lot, but they won't even let us go in. And we have many of them. And what our Secretary of Commerce, standing right behind Howard Lutnick, what he's going to be doing is he's going to come up with a number that's an equivalent number to that. But in many countries, not too many, but quite a few, they don't let us do business. They effectively don't let us do business. So we're going to put a number on that is a fair number. We're able to accurately determine the cost of these non-monetary trade barriers, and we'll be able to do that very accurately. Okay? It's fair to all. No other country can complain, and in some cases, if a country feels that the United States would be getting too high a tariff, all they have to do is reduce or terminate their tariff against us, in which case we're going to pay the same thing. There is no tariff. So if they have a tariff and then they complain that this is too high, all they have to do is reduce their tariff or not charge it. I think there'll be certain countries, it's already happened. I believe I heard that the EU today or yesterday lowered the tariff on their cars to 2.5% because that's what we charge. And they lowered it from 10%, but it was really much higher than 10%. But 10% to 2.5, that's already happened. That's a big win. We've been after that to happen for many years, but it never happened, but nobody did anything about it, sitting in this lovely chair. So there are no tariffs if you manufacture or build your product in the United States. So if you build your product in the United States, there are no tariffs, nothing. You don't have to worry about it. It doesn't exist. A lot of companies will come back to the United States to build their product, make their product in the United States, because there will be no tariff, nothing. For many years, the U.S. has been treated unfairly by other countries, both friend and foe. This system will immediately bring fairness and prosperity back into the previously complex and unfair system of trade. We had a very unfair system to us. Everybody took advantage of the United States, and we paid a big price for it. America has helped many countries throughout the years at great financial cost. It is now time that these countries remember what we've done for them and treat us fairly. We want a level playing field for all American workers. We want a level playing field for the United States of America. I've instructed my Secretary of State, my Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of the Treasury, and the United States Trade Representative to do all the necessary work to deliver reciprocity. In other words, reciprocal reciprocity to our system of trade. So we're going to have a reciprocal tax. Whatever they charge, we charge. If they don't let us in, we're going to determine a value for that. But overall, it's going to be a very simple system. Whatever they charge, we charge. So nobody can complain. I don't think anybody can complain. And I'm going to sign this. And the numbers are going to be very fair, but staggering. They're going to be large, but very fair. And this should have been done years ago. And I did it in a different form with tariffs and taxes on China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars. No other president, as you know, ever took in 10 cents. But that was a few countries. That wasn't what we're doing now. Now we're doing it with every country. So this is every country. And essentially, when they treat us fairly, we treat them fairly. It's a very fair way of doing it. And I don't know that it's ever been done before, but that's the way. I'd like to ask Secretary of Commerce to say a few words, please, Howard.
So reciprocal tariffs sound fair, but when you understand how brutally unfair the world's trading has been since we opened ourselves up after World War II, right? We tried to export the power of our economy to rebuild the world. And what happened since then is everyone else has taken advantage of us. Some countries, like the VAT that the president spoke about, 20% on everything we sell, just casually. And when they sell to us, of course, they drop that 20 right away. So it's sort of an export subsidy, if you will. So we are going to address each country one by one. But here's the key. They'll get an invitation to trade with the greatest consumer economy in the world. And in exchange for trading at the greatest consumer economy in the world, you have to treat us the way we're going to treat you. It's going to be the same, but no more inviting bad people to the party. So what the president spoke about with Mexico and Canada is we gave them the greatest invitation ever, right? You're our neighbor, you're our friend, trade for free with us. And what did they do? China came in, right? Steel done by India, aluminum done by Australia. You have Australian aluminum mines operating at 90%, and U.S. aluminum mines and aluminum production 50%. We're going out of business, and they're using Canada to come in. So the president is keenly aware, keenly focused on changing this model. We will be fair to each country, but no inviting any other country in.
And Kevin, could you say a few words, please?
Oh, sure, sir.
Kevin Hassel.
Yeah. One of the things that we noticed, sir, when you asked us to look into the numbers was that last year, U.S. companies paid foreign governments $370 billion in tax. And then we in the U.S. Asked them to pay us tax for what they did, and the U.S. gathered $57 billion. And so we paid them $370 billion, and they paid us $57 billion. And when people say, oh, you're doing this tariff thing, how could you do that? Why would you do that? It's so unfair. Let's think about this. They have 3/4 of world GDP. We have 1/4 of world GDP. And we're paying them $370 billion, and they're paying us $57 billion.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it's big numbers. Mr. Trade Rep, would you like to say something? Congratulations, by the way. I watched you 2 days ago on television, and you did fantastically.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You make it easy for me, Mr. President. We have $1 trillion deficit coming out of the last administration. We can't have that anymore. We've had 60,000 factories lost during the period of globalization. All of these things have harmed our workers, they've harmed our farmers, they've harmed our families and our communities. And that stops right now. We're going to look at everything. We'll certainly look at the tariffs, but we're also going to look at subsidies. We're going to look at taxes that are discriminatory. We're going to look at fake antitrust regimes in other countries that try to regulate our companies, our competitive companies. We're going to look at all of these things, and we're going to figure out exactly what we should be charging other countries.
Well, thank you. And it won't be complicated. It'll be very easy. Big numbers, too. The biggest you've ever seen. Peter, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Tariffs are bad. Around the world, they're higher than we have, but tell you what, non-monetary barriers that are imposed on us are even worse. And President Trump has been right to single out, for example, the VAT tax, the value-added tax. There's a reason why Germany sells 8 more cars than every one we sell them. And it's not American craftsmanship, it's not American design. It's simply the unfair trade practices. And that VAT is a killer. It's a hidden tariff. It's also, as Secretary Lutnick said, it's a hidden export subsidy. There's about a $20,000 differential between when we try to sell them a car and they sell us a car. And that's going to stop with this man.
Well, I want to say that actually tariffs are good. Tariffs are great, actually. And the problem is we didn't charge them and everyone else did. They charged us, but we didn't charge them because we were generous or foolish or stupid or all of the above. So this is one of the biggest, I think, economic bills ever signed. I think it's probably the biggest in terms of what it represents. Now, this doesn't include what we did a few days ago with steel and aluminum. That's over and above this.
Cars will be over and above this. Look at what's coming shortly. If you take a look at the chips and various things in that world, that universe, that'll be over and above it. Also, pharmaceuticals will be over and above. So those elements will be over and above. Otherwise, this is covering pretty much everything. And it's going to be great for the United States and fair for the world. I mean, it's the most fair you can do. We could charge just a flat tariff, and that would be in many ways easier, but you could make a case that wouldn't be fair to other countries. This is fair. Remember, whatever they charge, we charge. Or whatever they charge us, we charge them. And they charge us nothing, we charge them nothing. And it really works out well. And we'd be very happy to have nothing and nothing. We wouldn't have any tariffs at all. But to me, it's something that I'm very proudly doing. It should have been done many, many years ago. And we're doing it now. We're doing it very late because we were very foolish, as a country, very foolish. And we're doing it now. Well, that's a good one.
Mr. President, you won the White House in part because of high inflation. If your tariffs make prices go up...
Excuse me, we haven't asked you to speak yet, please. Right? Okay. Go ahead, please.
You won the White House in part...
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you are meeting Prime Minister Modi of India.
Yes.
What kind of trade and tariff relations would you like to have with India, and what's the vision for India?
Well, yeah, India traditionally is the highest, just about the highest tariff country. They charge more tariffs than any other country. And, I mean, we'll be talking about that. But, again, whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it works out very well. It's a beautiful, simple system. And we don't have to worry about, gee, we're charging too much or too little. But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much. There are a couple of smaller countries that are actually more. But India is they charge tremendous tariffs. I remember when Harley Davidson couldn't sell their motorbikes into India because of the fact that the tax was so high, the tariff was so high. And Harley was forced to build, I guess they built, I don't know, that was a while ago, but I think they built a factory in India in order to avoid paying the tariffs. And that's what people can do with us. They can build a factory here, a plant or whatever it may be here, and that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips and semiconductors, that includes everything. If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
Mr. President, what should consumers expect? Are prices going to go up short-term, long-term, medium-term?
I mean, not necessarily, but I'll tell you what will go up is jobs. The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs for everybody. This is something that should have been done many years ago. China did it. I mean, China did it at a level that probably nobody's ever seen before. If you manufactured a car, you couldn't send it into China. The tariff was so high, so everybody went and they built in China. It was no big secret. So we're going to see, but it's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country, and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before. I think our farmers are going to be helped. Jobs are going to be helped, but our farmers are going to be helped. Our manufacturers are going to be helped. And again, if somebody wants to come in, including the car companies, if they want to come in and build car plants, they'll do it without tariffs, and therefore prices won't go up. There could be some short-term disturbance, but long-term, it's gonna make our country a fortune.
So Americans should prepare for some short-term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that.
Well, if the prices go up, and
let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen, other than We know that jobs are going to be produced at levels that we haven't seen before. We know that we think interest rates are going to ultimately be coming down because of things that happen, and they go hand in hand with the tariffs. But we think that prices for some things, many things, it could be all things, will go down. Ultimately, will go down.
Mr. President, the timeline here, sir, there's a period of time for a review, a report, 180 days.
Sure.
What's the earliest date that you think tariffs will actually be implemented in the next?
Well, I would say, maybe I'll ask Howard to answer that, because he's going to be the one that's implementing. What do you think?
Our studies should be all complete by April 1st. So we'll hand the president the opportunity to start on April 2nd if he wants. So I think we'll be ready to go on April 1st, and we'll hand it to the president, and he'll make his decisions. But remember, if they drop their tariffs, prices for Americans are coming down. Our production's going up, and our costs are going down. Remember, it's a two-way street. That's why it's called reciprocal.
And have you spoken to any American CEOs directly about this? Are they calling you?
I have. I've spoken to many, and many love it. And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down the $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked about the DAT and the EU before, and you're concerned with how the EU treats you. Do you have a number in mind on the European Union? Do you have an idea of where that number is going to land?
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff. Plus, they charge lots of fees, and they're doing something else. European Union's been very tough on our companies. They sued Apple, they sued Google, they sued Facebook, they sued many other companies, and they're American companies, and the kind of numbers are staggering. And the court system over there is not very good to our companies. If you know that Apple had to pay, I think, $16 billion in a penalty, a court case that was really shocking because most people thought they would have won that court case, people that watched it. So they've been very tough. Airlines have called me up and they said, could you help us with Europe because they're charging us so many different fees. I got a call from the head of American, United, and other airlines saying, every time we land a plane, we get just absolutely killed by the European Union. And so they haven't been treated as good. We think the European Union is wonderful. We all love Europe, love the countries in Europe. But European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada has been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada is going to have to start paying up. And Canada's been tough on the military because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So Canada is going to be a very interesting situation because, we just don't need their product. And yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. And Canada is just absolutely, I say it, and sometimes people smile and sometimes they say great idea, but Canada, their taxes would come down greatly, their security would go up greatly. Amazing things happen to Canada, and really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Mr. President, how are those negotiations going with Canada? There was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because and you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have...
We are back with What Makes America Wonderful. We do this segment every day in hopes of putting a smile on your face and also reminding you just how great and wonderful this country is. Listen to this. At age 76, following his retirement and the loss of his wife, Danny Chauvin found himself struggling with an abundance of free time. As a Vietnam War veteran who had also faced PTSD and depression, he understood the importance of staying occupied, and it was during this time that he came up with an idea that would not only transform his life, but also positively impact many in his community. Chauvin made a straightforward offer on Facebook. Here it is, quote, "If there are any honeydew tasks that you need help with, I'm here to lend a hand." Well, he didn't anticipate the overwhelming response that ultimately followed. His post quickly gained traction, and soon requests began flooding in. Now, Chauvin fills his days with all sorts of repairs like hanging porch swings, installing showers, fixing closet doors. On occasion, he even takes on as many as 4 tasks a day. What's truly remarkable here is that he does it all without charging a dime. And what makes America wonderful, you ask, is that even when you face hardships like Danny did, we find ways to persevere and to continue to prove why America is truly the greatest country in the world. Danny, kudos to you. All right, let's get to our America's Voice question of the day. It reads, President Donald Trump promised that hell would break out if Hamas didn't release all hostages by Saturday. So what do you believe is going to happen? Dawn Rowley, we appreciate you chiming in, writing, I believe Trump just gave the green light to blow them off the map. And Brian Sharkey writes, what Trump says he means. Does that mean Israel or the U.S. does the attack, or both? I think that will give the enemy a reason to kill all the hostages, sadly. Gwen Earhart, thank you. You write, what I believe isn't important, and neither is anyone else's important. The only important opinion is God's and President Trump's. And finally, Susie Byers writes, if all hell does break loose, then what will happen to the hostages that are alive inside the tunnels and elsewhere? Let's get one last one in here. Diane Simon writes, bomb the hell out of Hamas. There you go. We'll leave it there. All right. Diane, thanks so much. And thanks to you for tuning in. We appreciate you being here with us. Have a great rest of the afternoon, folks. We'll see you back tomorrow.
They need our protection.
You
yes.
just mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's undertaking with your authority. You granted him new authority this week. Will he secure any new government contracts while he is working on DOGE?
No, not if there's a conflict. If there's no conflict, I guess what difference does it make? But we won't let him do anything having to do with the conflict.
Are you personally checking to make sure there's no conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I am.
He answers to you.
Sure, he does. First of all, he wouldn't do it, and second of all, we're not going to let him do anything where there's a conflict of interest.
Mr. President, your negotiations with the EU are there's discussions ongoing already. How quickly do you expect that you'll hear back from them about any of these other measures?
The EU's been very nasty. It's just been, they haven't treated us properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in, my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect them? I said, I won't protect them if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, we're in for probably $200 billion more than Europe. Why are we in for more than Europe? We're in for more than Europe. I mean, think of it, or NATO. I mean, let's call it NATO because Canada's in. By the way, Canada is just about the lowest payer. Also, they shouldn't be, but they are just about the lowest payer in NATO in addition to everything else. So Canada's really been taken advantage of. And if they had to pay just something modestly fair, they wouldn't be able to succeed as a country. And that's why I feel they have to become a state.
You've been very critical.
Is it your expectation that partners will offer major concessions and that you actually don't end up applying those tariffs?
No, I think that a lot of them will stay the same, and whatever they pay, I'll pay. I mean, we'll have a lot of them stay the same. I think some. Look, I heard as an example, EU lowered their tax on cars down to the exact same amount that they were much higher. They were approximately 5 times higher, and they lowered them down to the exact tax that we're charging. That took place like yesterday or the day before. Is that a correct statement? I think it's that, yeah.
Do you expect any exemptions or waivers?
I don't expect that, no. This is a simple system, and there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, exemption, in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea and Samsung didn't have to pay the tax because it was a tax on China, and Apple makes a lot of their product in China. So I did that because it wouldn't have been fair. But now this applies to everybody across the board. This is a much simpler way of doing it, much better.
Did you hear you had that major call yesterday with President Putin of Russia. President Zelensky responded today basically saying any agreements they won't accept unless they're made with Ukraine. Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those negotiations in your view?
I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we would have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too. A lot of people, a lot of forks in the a lot of forks in this game. I'll tell you what, this is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end. The young people are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since World War II. And it's a ridiculous war, and it has to end. We had a good talk with President Putin. I had a good talk with President Zelensky, very good talk. And somebody said, oh, I should have called Zelensky first. I don't think so. I mean, we have to find out whether or not Russia wants to make a deal. I know that Zelensky wants to make a deal because he told me that. But I now know that Russia wants to make a deal.
Did you ask Secretary Hegseth to walk back his comments yesterday saying Ukraine won't join NATO and won't go back to pre-2014 borders because those are bargaining chips you could use?
No, I didn't. Somebody told me that, but I thought his comments were good yesterday, and they're probably good today. They're a little bit softer, perhaps, but I thought his comments
from yesterday.
I thought his comments yesterday were pretty accurate. I don't see any way that a country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO. I don't see that happening. And long before President Putin, Russia was very strong in the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started. because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO, and he shouldn't have said that. As soon as he said that, I said, you know what? You're going to have a war now, and I was right about that. This is a war that would have never happened if I were president.
But you don't think you think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that was a very stupid thing to say. I thought when he said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. In other words, it's okay if Russia does a minor incursion. I thought that was a very foolish thing to say. This thing's got it started. The other thing that got it started was how badly Milley and these stupid people, the bad generals, how badly they did with Afghanistan. I was going to pull out, but we were pulling out with dignity and strength, and we were going to take our equipment with us and everything else. They are... I mean, what they're doing is, what they did with that, I think Putin looked at that mess and he said, wow, this is a great time, I'm going to go in. But what the Americans said, I'm not blaming Americans, but I will say what they said had a big influence on his deciding to go in. Yeah.
When Elon Musk met with Prime Minister Modi earlier today, did he do so as an American CEO or did he do so as a representative of the U.S. government?
Are you talking about me?
No, Elon Musk.
Elon, I don't know. They met.
So
and I assume he wants to do business in India. But India is a very hard place to do business in because of the tariffs. They have the highest tariffs just about in the world, and it's a hard place to do business. No, I would imagine he met possibly because, you know, he's running a company. He's doing this as something that he's felt strongly about for a long time because he sees what's happening and he sees how the country is really being hurt badly by all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah.
So how will you know whether he's meeting with a CEO or meeting with a representative of your government?
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question. All right? I'll ask him that question, yeah.
On auto tariffs, what should we expect, sir? You mentioned obviously steel and aluminum and pharmaceuticals. What are you thinking about auto tariffs? You haven't talked about that enough.
I think autos are coming soon. I think they're all coming more or less at the same time. And it's not going to be a big shock to the system. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. Much more important than the money. It's a lot of money, but it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. It's going to bring chips back to our country. It's going to bring automobile. We're going to do a lot more automobile manufacturing in our country. You know, when I did this, when I announced this during the campaign, they were going to build the largest car plant in the world in Mexico. It was almost under construction. It was just starting. And when they heard me make that statement and they thought I was going to win the election, actually, it was a few months before the election itself, China was building the car plant. It was going to be the largest in the world. They immediately stopped construction. You can see the foundations there. They immediately stopped. When they heard I was doing this, that would have destroyed Detroit. It would have destroyed Michigan. This plant would have taken up more than almost the whole state bill. And it would have been very destructive. When they heard me speak, and they said, "Wow, if he gets in, we're gonna lose our shirt." So they stopped building. That's the impact that tariffs have. Again, you know, I say it and I say it loudly. It's the most beautiful word. But now I say religion, love, and a couple of other things are more beautiful because I got in a lot of problem with the fake news when they said, "Oh, other things are more important. God is more important." But these are the words. But I would say it's number 4 or 5. To me, it's the most beautiful. And I'll tell you what, I think really reciprocal tariffs, those 2 words, reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
And on this, there should be no exemptions, right? It would be all.
We're not looking to do any exemptions now. Because you don't need to. With reciprocal, you don't need to.
Mr. President, do you have an update on TikTok and how Fox Radio? Do you have an update on the TikTok negotiations and kind of like that timeline's running out, isn't it?
Sure. Well, I have 90 days from about 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure it can be extended. But let's see. I don't think you'll need to. We have a lot of people interested in TikTok, and I hope to be able to make a deal. I think it would be good. You know, people have learned it's very popular, and we'll have to probably get approval from China to do it, but we have a lot of people that are interested, and a lot of people, I think China will be interested because it's to their benefit too. So I look forward to that, but We have a lot of people that are interested in TikTok, quite a few.
Mr. President, Joe Schwartz arrived today, Gavin Klager and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting to happen? You talked about the ERS.
But I think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. And you know, that force is building. I call it the force of super geniuses, but it's building. And you know, they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people.
How long do you expect judges
on tariffs, sir?
Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing.
Right.
Have you talked to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum? What's the feedback from those guys?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And this will eventually be the car companies, chip companies. We have to have chips made in this country. Right now, everything's made in Taiwan practically, almost all of it, a little bit in South Korea. But everything, almost all of it is made in Taiwan. And we want it to be made. We want those companies to come to our country in all due respect. You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away. We had Intel, we had these great companies that did so well, and it was taken from us, and we want that business back. We want it back in the United States. And if they don't bring it back, we're not going to be very happy.
And you mentioned pharmaceuticals as well. In China, that's national security.
And other places, China and other places. We want to get the pharmaceutical and drug business back into the United States, where it should be. Right?
So on tariffs, are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
No, I'm not concerned about anything, really. I mean, I'm just doing what's fair. This is a very fair thing. This should have been done a long time ago. I would have done it, but then COVID hit. I was getting ready to do this years ago, and first time we had the most successful economy in history, and then COVID hit, and this was going to be the thing that I was most waiting to do, but it was awfully hard to do this with Italy and France and Spain, and all those people were dying, and then we put tariffs on.
On this negotiation,
I have a big heart.
Sir, on Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't.
Do you trust him?
I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down, like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities, and they're all laying down on the side, they're lying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them. And this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
troops? He's a friend of CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility.
Who else? Sir, if you can find a buyer in the United States for TikTok, do you think Xi Jinping will authorize the sale?
I think so. I'm going to make it worthwhile for China to do it. I think so. I mean, I got to know TikTok because during the election, I ended up with 36% higher than my opponent with youth. Okay, that never happened before. That's always been a Democrat thing. Youth, it became a Trump thing, and I think TikTok. I think Joe Rogan was a part of it. Some of the great people that I did interviews with were a part of it. But I think that TikTok was I think it was a big part. Look, as you know, we were up by 36% with youth. The Republican was never up with youth. And I focused on TikTok, and I found it to be amazing, actually, and very fair. And
I think the image of TikTok is different than it was before the election. I think people saw it and they view it as a positive, not a negative.
But isn't that all?
I think it'll be to China's advantage to have the deal be made. Yeah.
How much money do you think you'll raise from tariffs on an annual basis?
That's the most interesting question. I think it'll be a staggering amount. It will be the external, I call it the External Revenue Service. That was a name that was devised by a few of us, but I think it's going to be a staggering amount.
We've heard it's the number $1 trillion floated in meetings with senators.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know, but already the Senate's saying, well, wait a minute, they're looking at some of the numbers and they're saying, whoa, this is, look, we want to, I say America first, I say make America great again. That's what we're doing. This is, I think it's the most important thing I've signed. I've signed some very important things. Right to try was so important. I mean, a lot of important things. Space Force, the biggest tax cuts in history. This could be one of the most important things that we've ever signed.
Do you expect the Russians and President Putin to attend the summit in Saudi Arabia?
Eventually, yeah. Not quite yet. It's a little early. They're having a meeting in Munich tomorrow. Russia is going to be there with our people. Ukraine is also invited, by the way. Not sure exactly who's going to be there from any country, but high-level people from Russia, from Ukraine, and from the United States.
Do you want to add Russia back to the G7, sir?
I'd love to have them back. I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8, and I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back. Obama and a couple of other people made a mistake and they got Russia out. It's very possible that if that was the G8, you would have had the problem with Ukraine. And if I was president, you definitely wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine.
Can I ask
but you ask a very good question, the G8. It used to be the G8 and then these people threw them out. And I was arguing with Trudeau and with numerous of the people. Actually, Prime Minister Abe, a great man from Japan, agreed with me 100%, and some of the others did too. But I got there, it was the G7, as you know. They had already been terminated. I think it would have been very helpful, and it still would be helpful to have Russia be a part of that mix.
So I
think if they were, I don't think you would have had the problem that you have right now.
Russia kicked them out of course because they kicked them out of course because they illegally annexed Crimea. I mean, how would you have responded if Russia invaded or?
Well, they took Crimea during Obama.
2014.
They took. Well, now they're looking to take the whole thing. Then they took a big chunk of land and people, as you know, during Bush, and now they're trying to take the whole thing during Biden. The only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. They never took anything with Trump. Nothing. Not 2 inches of property of land. But Crimea was Obama. And then Bush gave them a lot, you remember? And then, in fact, it's a sort of a standard little phrase, and Biden's giving them everything because this is a war that shouldn't have been had. And the only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. It's the way
What's your message to Wall Street about these tariffs? There's been some nervousness on Wall Street about
I don't think so. I mean, there hasn't been very much, and I think it's going to make the United States stronger, and in many ways it could make other countries stronger too. Other countries want to have a strong United States. They want to have a strong America. And I think it's going to make us very, very strong, much stronger. And we have a lot of work we're doing on the military. Our military already, I've authorized some contracts to be built that are very substantial. We're building the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest military equipment in the world. We're building it. At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China, and I'm going to meet with Russia, in particular, those two, and I'm going to say there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at $400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military, and I'm going to be meeting with China. We were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China
had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
You want to do the China meeting in the United States, or would you travel to China?
For what?
A China meeting. Would you do that here?
I tell people all the time, the question is who's going to have the first meeting, where are you going to go? I say this to Putin, to President Xi. I say to everybody, never bothered me, I'm willing to say I'll go first. It doesn't matter. It's the end result that counts. So it doesn't make any difference.
When do you want to have a conversation about global defense spending?
Well, I'd like to have that as soon as things settle down. I'm going to have that conference primarily with China and Russia, because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuclearizing, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many. You could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building nuclear weapons, and China's building new nuclear weapons, and China's trying to catch up because, they're very substantially behind, but within 5 or 6 years they'll be even. And we're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. Hopefully there'll never be a time when we need those weapons. If there's ever a time when we need nuclear weapons, like the kind of weapons that we're building and that Russia has and that China has to a lesser extent but will have, that's going to be a very sad day. That's going to be probably oblivion.
Do you see that as a trilateral negotiation? One giant summit with you, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I could see that. Let things calm down a little bit. When I left, we had no Middle East problem. We had no Russia going into Ukraine. They never would have done it. Putin never would have done it. And I came back, and we got like the whole world is blowing up. So when we straighten it all out, then I want to have one of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, and I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that. And I think we'll be able to do it.
If Elon Musk identifies wasteful spending in the Defense Department, defense contractors and the like, are you willing to go after that spending as well?
Yeah, we have to go waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, and we're doing that.
I'm just wondering about your conversations on defense spending. Would you want to do that as a trilateral, or would you use the existing body that also already includes China and Russia, the G20?
No, it's the people. It's President Putin, President Xi. I don't need bodies. I don't need anything. It's people. It's all about people. It's about relationship and people. And, I've had a good relationship with President Putin. I've had a good relationship with President Xi. It's about people. And I think when things straighten out, which I hope will be in the not too distant future, the meeting I want to have first is a meeting with China and a meeting with Russia on slowing down, stopping, and reducing nuclear weapons in particular, and also on not having to spend the kind of money we're all spending on weapons, military weapons generally.
I think my question is, would you have those meetings separately with each of those leaders, or would you try to bring them all together?
Both. You start off separately, and that's what was happening. I was dealing with President Putin. We had really an understanding when we were going to denuclearize. What a beautiful term that is, right? Denuclearize. What a great thing if we could do that. And we were going to. He really liked the idea, and so did I. And we had then called China, and China was very open to it. And then COVID hit, and then we had a rigged election. But now there was no rigged election. Now we have an election that was too big to rig. That's what my whole theme was, too big to rig. And they tried, but they didn't pull it off.
Sir, as part of the reciprocal tariffs, would you also direct agencies to study the impact they would have on prices in the U.S.?
No, there's nothing to study. There's nothing to study. It's going to go well. The United States is going to become a very, very strong economically country. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have spoken against BRICS. India is part of BRICS. Do you want to dismantle BRICS, or you just want to be part of it?
I don't care, but BRICS was put there for a bad purpose. And most of those people they don't even want to talk about it now. They're afraid to talk about it because I told them if they want to play games with the dollar,
then they're going to be hit with a 100% tariff the day they mention that they want to do it. And they will come back and say, we beg you not to do this. BRICS is dead since I mentioned that. BRICS died the minute I mentioned that. And I remember when Obama and Biden in particular, I guess he said that, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. We have them over a barrel. If BRICS wants to play games, those countries won't trade with us. We won't trade with them. And if any trading gets through, it'll be 100% tariff at least.
On your cabinet,
and you know what? When they hear that, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, "Look what happened to BRICS." They didn't want to talk about it. They don't even want to admit that they were a member of BRICS. That's what's happened.
On your cabinet, sir, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. get confirmed he's going to come in here and be sworn in. Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against RFK Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that he wanted to go to the end and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it even. And that's saying a lot. But the fact is that he raised money and he gave a lot of money to senators, and so he had a little loyalty based on the fact that as leader you could raise a lot of money. Senators would call me and they say, he wants to give me 25 million, can I take it? I'd say, take the money. But he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty, he was able to get votes. But I was the one that got him to drop out of the leadership position, so he can't love me. But he's not voting against Bobby, he's voting against me, but that's all right. He endorsed me. Mitch, do you know that Mitch endorsed me, right?
Well, he did have polio.
That was easy?
And he had polio, obviously, and his
I don't know anything about he had polio.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can tell you about him is that he shouldn't have been leader. He knows that. He voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy. And we have a very strong party. And he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's not he's lost his power. And it's affected his vote. And, it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great. Marco got 99 votes. How about that? Marco got 99 votes. And Marco, by the way, I have to tell you, Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's been a great Secretary of State. They're all doing great. But we're going to have a swearing in today, and maybe we're going to have a second one, because I hear we have a couple of them coming up. And the man behind me is doing a fantastic job, Secretary of Commerce. And I think you're going to see something very big come from today's signing. This is going to be a very important signing. Okay?
On U.S. Steel, sir, can I ask very quickly? You said you meet with the head of that company and the Japanese.
Yeah, U.S. Steel is going to be here. A lot of the steel companies are coming. I think steel companies, they love what's happening to them. We saved it. If I didn't do the tariffs from my first term, you wouldn't have one steel company here. You wouldn't have one steel. There wouldn't be a steel company alive in the United States. And right now, they're going to be thriving. They're doing very well, but they're going to be thriving. They're going to be coming out. People are going to want to buy those steel companies like crazy.
Are you still planning to mediate talks between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel?
I don't know. I think U.S. Steel right now has all the power. The tariffs have given U.S. Steel a new lease on life. Okay? Thank you all.
All right, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go.
Thanks,
guys.
Come on.
Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Quickly.
Welcome back to America's Voice Live. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. You were just listening to President Trump, who signed an executive order to issue reciprocal tariffs on other countries that impose tariffs on American products. 10% tariffs on China have now been placed, but the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico have been paused. 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum expected to start taking effect next month. Those were among the announcements from the president. And also, just moments ago, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was confirmed as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He was also sworn in. Let's take a look at that.
Again, and he's going to do it. I think he's going to do things that will really make us very proud of this day. Like his father, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy, Bobby has devoted much of his life to serving his fellow Americans in his campaign for president, and he was a very tough competitor. I did not like it at all. So let's get him on my side. But in his campaign for president in 2024, Bobby brought together a coalition of supporters across party lines, and he really worked very hard, and he had tremendous support, unbelievable support. And I think a lot of that support came my way when we decided to do a little merger, and it was really great. And it was very loyal, incredible people. They believe in him so strongly because he's a fierce advocate for the health of our children and for the values of free speech, democracy, and peace. And people are going to be very impressed, I have no doubt. I've known him a long time. He's been a friend of mine a long time. Perhaps most importantly, though, Bobby created a nationwide movement made up of millions and millions of mothers and fathers and young people and concerned citizens of every background who want to end and this horrible chronic disease crisis that exists in America. He's absolutely committed to getting dangerous chemicals out of our environment and out of our food supply and getting the American people the facts and the answers that we deserve. After years in which our public health system has squandered the trust of our citizens, and they really have. They don't trust us. They don't trust anybody, frankly. They've gone through hell. There's no better person to lead our campaign of historic reforms and restore faith in American health care. Bobby's going to do it. The United States spends more money in health than any other country on earth, but we're growing sicker every year. We're not as healthy as countries that spend just a fraction of what we spend, so there's something wrong. He's going to figure it out. In recent decades, we've seen staggering increases in cancer rates across all age demographics, including more than 40% increase in childhood cancer since 1975. Who can believe that? And an explosion in other chronic childhood illnesses. Not long ago, 1 in 10,000 people, children, had autism. Now it's 1 in 36. Think of that. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 36. Who can believe that? There's something wrong. There's something wrong. And I think it's something that can be found out. In 2022, more than 40% of children had at least one chronic health condition, and today nearly 80% of young adults do not qualify for military service, in large part for health reasons. Think of that, 80%. Something is wrong, and that's why immediately after Bobby is sworn in, I will be signing an executive order establishing the President's Commission to make America healthy again. We have some great people on that commission. Chaired by our new secretary, this groundbreaking commission will be charged with investigating what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic illness, reporting its findings, and delivering an action plan to the American people. And it's going to be a plan that people are really waiting to hear. Bobby, I want to thank you. You've gone through a lot. It's taken great courage. You've been amazing, actually. I'd call him, I'd say, "You're going to be okay." And he said, "I know, I really do." He's really been supported amazingly by Cheryl and his family. And it was very tough. It was a very nasty group of people that were after him. But he was tougher and he was smarter than they are. And that's why he's here today. There are very few people that could have withstood the assault, but he was able to. So I just want to congratulate you. And we have a very special person here to swear you in, a man that I think has done just, I think he's just an amazing man. As you know, his name happens to be Gorsuch, and he's a member of the Supreme Court in extremely good standing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I didn't know, are you two friends or something? Or did this just happen to be the justice? Did this just happen to be the luck of the draw? What happened?
I reached out to him.
Did you reach out? Well, you reached out to a very good man. So please, if you would, thank you very much.
Sorry, Justice. This has to be done first.
I'll do this first. Sorry. We're going to make this a good one, right? Okay, it's good so far. Good. It's a 10.
That's
No, why a minute?
Go in there. Get the kids in there. Show them now. Get the kids in there.
Take the kids. Okay, I'm holding it.
Sure, all right.
Over here, please.
All right.
I'm really happy.
Would all the family like to join? Yeah, sure. All right. All right. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Repeat after me. I, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
I want to begin by thanking President Trump for giving me this extraordinary opportunity, and I want to introduce my family and thank them for being here. My wife Cheryl, my cousin Anthony Shriver, my daughter Kik, my other daughter Kira, Carolina Shriver, Joey Shriver, Jackson Hines, and Amaryllis Kennedy. All right. And I want to thank all of you for your support and throughout this whole 2.5-year journey. My first time in this Oval Office was in 1961, and I came here to meet, or 1962. I came here and I had a meeting with my uncle, who was president then, where we talked about the environment. He was involved deeply, as we all know, in restoring physical fitness in this country. He challenged at one point during his administration, he challenged Americans to do a 50-mile walk, which I ultimately did, but I remember the day that my father completed his walk. We were staying up at Camp David, and my father came in after 18 hours walking on the C&O towpath and with his feet bleeding and blisters on them. My father had one of his best friends was Al Lowenstein. And Al Lowenstein ultimately was a congressman from New York who was assassinated himself in 1980. that Al Lowenstein had started the Dump Johnson movement to get rid of President Johnson and end the Vietnam War. And at the time that he started it, people just thought it was a fool's errand. And ultimately, he asked my father to run for president against Johnson. My father wouldn't do it at that time, and he asked G. McCarthy. McCarthy did it, and he joined that campaign. And my father ultimately ran, and Johnson then dropped out. So Al Lowenstein had succeeded. And although Al Lowenstein was on the other side now, running against my father with Gene McCarthy, my father wrote him a note, a quote from Emerson, where he said, "If a single man plant himself firmly on his own ideal and there abide, the whole wide world will come around to him." For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. All right. And he gave me... He's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump. I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. Right. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, and you are going to transform this country at a time when we see all of the indicia of democracy now in tatters in our country. We see the rise of the military-industrial complex, the rise of totalitarianism, these attacks on our Constitution, and this breathtaking epidemic that is disabling our people. President Trump has promised to restore the American dream in this country. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one. 60% of our population has only one dream, if they get better. President Trump has promised that he's going to restore America's strength. But we can't be a strong nation if we have a weak citizenry. If people are sick, 60% of our people are sick, 77%. As President Trump mentioned, our children cannot qualify for military service. And we need a man on a white horse now. We need somebody who is willing to come in and has the spine and the guts and the strength to challenge orthodoxies, to stand in the way of vested interests, and to break institutions that have turned against our democracy. President Trump has shown again and again that he is that hero. And most recently, I greatly appreciate it. I called you the day that you announced the termination of USAID. My uncle started USAID in 1961 for humanitarian purposes, to put our country on the side of the poor. It has been captured by the military-industrial complex. It has become a sinister propagator of totalitarianism and war across the globe. And very few people understand how sinister this agency really is. And President Trump saw that, and he stood up to it with a masterstroke. And we want to do the same thing with the institutions that are stealing the health of our children. We need a revolutionary figure, and you are that figure, and I'm very grateful for you for giving me this opportunity. Some of the allies that I've had in this battle for a long time were Senator Rand Paul, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Roger Marshall, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Buddy Carter, who've all been champions of the MAHA agenda before I even came along. I'm very grateful for you for standing strong. Thank you very much, President.
Mr. Secretary, if I could ask, what plans do you have immediately at HHS now that you're sworn in, sir?
He's going to be running it. He's going to do a great job.
What would you like to see him do first, Mr. President?
Find out a lot of secrets that have been maybe kept from us, but he's going to come up with some solutions to some big problems, health problems. And I think he's going to go down in the record books. I really have confidence. This group has great, even Rand has confidence.
If I could ask you, Mr. Secretary, do you plan to fire anyone immediately, or what are your plans on day one, which I guess is today?
Our plans are radical transparency and returning gold standard science, NIH, the FDA, and CDC, ending the corruption, ending the corporate capture of those agencies, getting rid of the people on those panels that have conflicts of interest. We can do unadored and unimpeded science rather than the kind of product that is coming out of those agencies today.
Mr. Secretary, may I ask, how do you address concerns that some Americans may have about your stance on vaccines?
When people actually hear what I think about vaccines, which is common sense, which is vaccines should be tested, they should be safe, everybody should have informed consent, People are reacting because they hear things about me that aren't true. They hear characterizations of things that I've said that are simply not true. When they hear what I have to say actually about vaccines, everybody supports it.
Mr. Kennedy, Kara Keshnova from Lindell TV. What's your message to Democrats in the Senate that fought so hard to keep you from taking this position? And congratulations, by the way.
President Trump has promised me the president for all Americans, and he has said to me that he understands that there's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. All of our children need to be protected, and whether you're in a blue state or red state, I'm going to do everything I can to work with you, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to restore child's health in this country.
Mr. Secretary.
Great job. Thank you.
You've been listening to the country's new Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Interesting enough, he was sworn in the very same office his uncle once occupied as President of the United States. And that is a perfect transition to our next guest, because research finds that yo-yo dieting, where you lose a few pounds and then get it all back plus a few, can lead to some serious health risks. Miles Grimard is the founder and CEO of Brickhouse Nutrition, and he joins me now with his insights into the supplement industry and why he created Field of Greens. Miles, welcome. It is good to see you.
It's great to see you. It's a perfect transition from him up there taking the confirmation.
I know, isn't it? So let's start there. Your thoughts on Robert F. Kennedy now not only being confirmed, but also sworn in as the country's new Secretary of Health and Human Services, your expectations for what he does and will do for your industry.
I think it's going to be huge for our industry. It's great to bring a light on, the people trying to get healthy, and also telling people it's time to get healthy. It's time to, change their life for the better. Because as he said, 60% of our country needs to change the way that they live a little bit. And having him at the face of it, at least encouraging people to do the better thing, is a great message to the country.
One of the messages that RFK Jr. has really been preaching for several years now is regulation of the FDA, regulation of our food sources, and that would likely extend, to your business as well, the vitamin and supplement industry. What would you like to see happen? And then we'll talk more about what you're doing, but what would you like to see happen to the industry as a whole?
Yeah, right now the FDA, it regulates the industry as food, not as drugs, and supplements. They're in this gray zone. I used to own a very large online retail company for health, right? And I would see firsthand that they're coming to for example, let's say it's a multivitamin. If someone's coming to our website to buy a multivitamin, they might just see multivitamin, not understand the dosing that's happening, right? So maybe they just see there's one for $15, one for $30. They don't understand one's half dosed, but they're going to save money and buy a $15 one. And even if they are a little more clued in and they look and they say, all right, this is just, this isn't going to do anything. There's also a sourcing thing. So the FDA is staying out of it, but there's sneaky neat things the industry does where you can save a lot of money using, poor sources and sell it in a certain way that makes it look like, the customer, they want to be healthy, they're taking this, and again, they're just trying to save money. And then there's even the marketers, right, where the top marketing companies, they might have just as bad as a product, but sell it for the same price as the high quality one just because they can market the product better. And there's so many, just coming from the industry, there's so many weird things. People will spike the samples so you feel good when you take their sample and then put the trash inside the real product. It'd be great to have the FDA kind of come in and look over this more than they currently are.
All right, so now that you've scared all of us, tell us what Field of Greens does that's a little bit different from what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, so again, coming from that background, I wanted to create a different company. It's kind of there are some sides of the industry that are a little bit dirty. So I created Brick House, and we hired the best doctors in the industry to create the top products. And one of the first ones is Field of Greens, which everyone needs to be having their fruit and vegetables in their daily life. And there are 7,000 fruit and vegetable products out there, and that was one of the ones I realized they're not doing much for the consumer. So we got Dr. Eric Serrano and Mike Kim on it, and I just said, do the best you can, create the best product in the market, and let's see what happens. So that's kind of how Field of Greens came to be, which is rather than just kind of putting in some cheap produce and saying, fruit and vegetable product, which they, our competitors can say it's a fruit and vegetable product. The Field of Greens, everything inside of it was chosen for a specific reason, whether it helps your heart, lungs, skin, metabolism. Everything's in there for a specific reason to help the body in total.
So here's what really got my attention. There's this Field of Greens Better Health Promise. How does that work? Sounds great. How does it work?
Yeah, so there's two ways a product is working. One is you take it, you feel better, you look better. And the second way is you go into the doctor. You don't know if your liver is always functioning better than it was before, but your doctor will. So we created the Better Health Promise, and some of the doctors, they said we can run with it because we know it's going to work, which is the next time you're at your doctor's office, if they don't say you're better, then we give you a full refund. It's something that we're worth taking the risk on.
Do you have anything for hair growth? I'm a baldy. If you have something for me, I'm more than willing to try it.
Might help, but again, I'm not going to try to lie to you and say it will. So probably not.
Fair enough, then.
There's a place in Turkey I heard about, though.
You know what? I saw something on Facebook on that, but that's a whole nother story. Miles, we appreciate your time, my friend. Thanks so much. Continued success.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And go to fieldofgreens.com and use RAV for 20% off.
All right, there you go, folks. You get the hookup as well. After the break, we're going to have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is. Plus, we'll share your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. Here it is on your screen. President Donald Trump promised that he would break out, or that hell, would break out if Hamas didn't release all hostages by Saturday. So, what do you believe is going to happen?
Welcome into Special Report. I'm Bo Davidson along with Emily Finn. In just a short while, President Trump is expected to host Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India at the White House, as well as host a bilateral meeting and a press conference. And breaking today, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been confirmed by the Senate to become the next Health and Human Services Secretary by a vote of 51 to 48. This comes on the heels of Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation yesterday as Director of National Intelligence.
Here to break down the latest developments is our very own RAV White House correspondent Brian Glenn, who is in Washington, D.C. for us right now, awaiting President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. Brian, thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good afternoon.
So I want to talk about these cabinet picks that are getting confirmed. Some people had concerns about Gabbard and RFK getting over the hump, but they've cleared their confirmation hearings. Was the pulse that they had the votes?
I think so. You know, we kind of counted that we knew it'd be close, and I said this earlier today. It's almost like your favorite football team. Either you win 50-0, or you win with the last second field goal and you win by 1 as time expires. It doesn't matter the size of victory and how many votes they got. They got the votes. They got confirmed. And I think it does show the strength of all of these confirmation, all these nominees that have gone through. They got the votes. Yes, Mitch McConnell was kind of a surprise, if you will, to some who voted no on a few. But when it's all said and done, I think that this has been a great run with these nominees. And of course, we just witnessed RFK Jr. getting sworn in the Oval Office just moments ago. Great day for Trump's cabinet as we move forward.
Yeah, he is batting 1,000. And I know, Brian, you mentioned that it seems like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. genuinely wants to make America healthy again. This is not just a slogan.
Yeah.
This is something he has personal conviction about.
Yeah, he told the story of why this means so much to him in this moment in this Oval Office. Matter of fact, he kind of retold a story in his younger days of being in that Oval Office with his uncle, talking about some of the issues that we're talking about today. And I really felt that emotional connection for him today. His wife, his family was surrounding him. He had a lot of people that had been great surrogates for him from the very beginning, joined him in the room as well. But I genuinely feel that he wants to make this country healthy again. And it all starts with what we eat. And Bo, they talked about the numbers of the obesity rate in this country and other illnesses that we did not have years ago. And he wants to certainly clean up our food and make us all healthy. I don't know who could be against that.
Yeah, I know, and I should think about that as I just grabbed a little pack of Rolos and Reese's, unfortunately. I need to think about that refined sugar. Well, Brian, I know we are awaiting the visit of Prime Minister Modi of India to the White House any moment now. This will be the second foreign leader to meet with the president. Why did Trump, do you think, choose this particular visit at this moment? And what do you expect will be discussed today?
Oh, I think we're going to talk about some tariffs. That's when he was in the Oval Office earlier. Reciprocal tariffs. That's basically meaning, and if a country charges you a percentage, we're going to charge that same percentage back, no matter what it is. And so, India is certainly a vital trade partner. He is going to sit down with Modi here in moments. I mean, the pageantry is set up behind us as he makes his way in here any moment now. But trade talks are definitely going to lead their discussion today. And of course, President Trump, just a few days ago, announced that 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, and of course China being affected with it. Also talked about bringing manufacturing back to this country, specifically pharmaceutical, semiconductor manufacturing. Send some of that back here. And I asked him a question about pharmaceutical, and it's almost like a national security issue to make sure that we manufacture the very important drugs we need in this country so that we have them. We can't be reliant on countries like China.
Absolutely, Brian. I want to switch gears here. It seems about 74,000 federal workers may opt in to the Trump buyout program that would shed these jobs from the federal government. What is that buyout like? And is this the first step of many to thin out the bloated federal bureaucracy?
Yeah, he often talks about how good that buyout plan was and how many people actually took advantage of it. And I think that's something to be said, but there's still, people that will hold out on it. This is one way to reduce the size of this bloated government. And of course, when you look at DOGE in general, that's another avenue that will certainly decrease the numbers of people in some of these departments and some of these really wasteful organizations that don't necessarily lead a function of helping this country. So this is just the beginning, and we knew there would be some growing pains with this. We knew there'd be some kickback, and of course President Trump has absolutely he ran his whole entire campaign on depleting the size of the government and scaling it down to not only reduce the cost, but make us more efficient. And that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, and the Democrats that are so upset about this, it's like, what a novel concept for a president to actually do what he says he's going to do and make his good on his promises. I think that's what's scaring them so much. Well, Brian, with Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, the newest cabinet members, we still have Kash Patel yet to be confirmed as the director of the FBI. What are you hearing inside in D.C. and your sources on what that vote tally is looking like? Do you think there'll be any need for a tiebreaker, or will he have kind of that 1 or 2 vote comfort margin that RFK had today?
I think he has a comfort margin, to be honest with you. I think out of all the nominees, he actually, in my opinion, and some of the inner circle that I have, is they're telling me that he had the cleanest track record. He has the cleanest background. He doesn't have as much controversial stuff that might pull or draw or push, I should say, some Republican support away. So I think he's relatively comfortable in getting everything taken care of, but he will be one. You want to talk about shaking the government up? My goodness. Kash Patel in there. I kind of like that one line he said. He'd like to turn the FBI building into a museum of the deep state. And of course, everyone at home is cheering that statement. And I know he said it, hypothetically, he didn't really mean that. But cleaning up our government, cleaning up the DOJ, the FBI is certainly something that needs to be done. And he is definitely the person to do that.
Yeah, definitely getting things done there, Brian. It seems that DOGE has discovered the Biden-Mayorkas illegal migration funding machine, which went to immigrants rather than to FEMA. Give us an update on that and any other DOGE discoveries that you've been hearing about.
Yeah, well, we had that big hearing yesterday with Medicare, Medicaid, found $2.7 trillion in improper payments, which is essentially fraud. Okay, so we got that clear, and I want to make sure our viewers understand the next process. That report will be issued in days to the executive branch, and at that point, that's when and also in Congress. So we got legislation, executive orders on that to make those corrections. Now we shift our attention over to USAID at the end of the month. Now you talk about a hearing. This thing's going to be massive as they look at all of the fraud that's involved in that. And we've seen Caroline Leavitt just rattle off all of the obscene things that have been funded through this USAID. So that's the next hearing that we're going to have. Now, in terms of the illegal immigration, the funding in New York City, man, you talk about $59 million going to house immigrants. And that's after they were told to stop that. Of course, that's been halted. Check has been canceled, so to say, on that. But that it just shows the defiance of some of these organizations on defying what the president says to do. But the buck really stops in the house that's sitting behind the camera right now, and that's got Donald Trump in there, and so it's going to be some accountability for that.
Let me ask you this, Brian. We talked a little bit yesterday about Elon Musk and him being in the Oval Office and taking every question, and I know that you're in these rooms. Are you getting a sense that the other media agencies out there, particularly the left-leaning ones, that they are now putting Musk in their crosshairs because they're so upset about what he's doing? They're calling him an unelected bureaucrat, that he's a co-president. We're hearing that. I'm seeing a lot of target on his back when, in fairness, Elon Musk is being one of the most transparent people out there and taking all their questions. So are you getting a sense that that is what the media's new target is, and why?
Yes, I do. And, it's interesting, it's interesting to say this. President Trump has commented on just how involved Elon Musk is in all of this. And he says, my goodness, I don't know when the guy has time to run his own companies. He's spending so much time trying to help this country become more efficient and cut out this waste, abuse, and fraud. But he has definitely been target number one. Some of the questions we had in today in the Oval Office talked about, is Elon Musk going to get any new government contracts now that he's in Doge looking at contracts? And of course, President Trump says, look, everything's going to be reviewed. Everything's going to be transparent. Elon Musk has been very open about, being transparent on getting new contracts. And he says, hey, the contracts I get with the government is the best value for the buck, because he is certainly delivering on things. And we found out that's not necessarily the case on a lot of these contracts. So to answer your question, the media is having a meltdown on that. And but they better get used to it, because I don't think Elon Musk cares what they think. And he's certainly doing a good job. If you want to rate his job performance, what he's finding out is something this government for years never even cared to look into. But Elon Musk and his team are doing such that.
Well, and it seems, Brian, that the reason a lot of Democrats and even liberal outlets are concerned is because he's found out where that money went, and it was a liberal Democrat slush fund, is what it sounds to me like, and that's why they're so up in arms about it. But we'll get more from you. I know you're awaiting Prime Minister Modi visiting the White House, so we'll check back with you in a bit, Brian. Thanks so much.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Well, coming up, Moms for Liberty call for the end of the Department of Education. We'll find out why when we return. Stay with us.
Is the largest collection agency in the world, and it just stepped up enforcement for 2025. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Simply avoiding your tax troubles is the worst thing you can do. Getting ahead of this is the smart move, but never, never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS. This means that they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid.
Tax Network USA has proven strategies that are designed to settle your tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. Their attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Talk with one of their strategists. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. Stop looking over your shoulder and put your IRS troubles behind you once and for all. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. One more time, that's tnusa.com/RAV.
And welcome back to Special Report. President Trump's pick for Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, faced senators today in her confirmation hearing. President Trump has stated that he hopes McMahon, once confirmed, puts herself out of a job. Our next guest is hoping the same thing.
We want to welcome in Tina Descovich, the co-founder and executive director of Moms for Liberty, to the show. Tina, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, like President Trump, Tina, you want the Department of Education dismantled. Tell us why.
Well, the Department of Education, since its inception in 1979, has done absolutely nothing for the students in America. It was created to help equalize student outcomes, and it has done the exact opposite. The national report card was released last week, and scores are down even more than they were at COVID. And the achievement gap, which is the gap between the highest learners and the lowest learners, has grown even wider. And so it's just an epic failure.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you brought that up about the nation's report card that was released last week, because you're right. Most students were further behind than they were in 2022. So we're on a really bad trajectory here. Student learning was already in decline with COVID school closures, but it seems that there have been no improvements since. Why do you think that is?
Because schools have been focused the last several years on everything but the basics. You know, long gone are the days of reading and teaching phonics and doing math, and they've infused gender ideology. They spend classroom time talking about their feelings and social emotional learning. And, you know, there's only so many hours in a day at school, and when you're using them to do things that aren't teaching the basics, you're destined for failure.
Tina, the gap between the highest and lowest performers in school has grown by 10% since 2019. It seems that the most vulnerable and at-risk students are struggling the most. How can we fix this and get these students to a higher performance level?
Well, there's a lot of things, but first and foremost, if you close the U.S. Department of Education, there'll be more funds that go directly to the states and then directly to the schools. There is so much money spent right now on the middlemen at the U.S. Department of Education, but not just that. What the U.S. Department of Education does, they skim some of the money off of the top of the $80 billion that Congress sends over, because they have to pay their staff and do the things that they need to do to run programs. And they send it to the states, and then the states take some, and then they send it to the school districts. And so if you eliminate the Department of Education and you do block grants directly to the state and to the schools, you've eliminated that funding. But you've also eliminated all the staff that the school districts need to hire to cut through all the red tape and to process all the paperwork and to do all the forms. You know, I was on a school board from 2016 to 2020, and I know exactly how many people we had to employ in the administrative staff to manage the Federal Department of Education regulations. And so get rid of it.
Yeah, that is really, really interesting. Tell us a little bit more about your time serving on a school board. What were you able to see with your boots on the ground, if you will?
I like to say we saw behind the education curtain when we served on school boards, because you go into the job thinking you know what's going on, and you really don't. And I served in a pretty conservative county, a lot of conservative people, teachers on staff, but they still are doing a lot of things, and not necessarily all their fault, to erode parental rights. You know, parents sometimes don't do their jobs, and so schools feel like it's their job to pick up the slack, but it's not. We have got to work with parents, whatever it takes, to educate them, to make sure that they are engaging in their full potential as being a parent, and that they're raising their children. And so school districts, you know, started making decisions about medical care and moral upbringing, and as we know, with ideologies infusing what they think was right, worldviews that they think are right. And parents really, they're getting more loud and more vocal as they saw what was going on in classrooms. But it's a constant struggle in every school district across this country to keep the power with the parents, with the families, and away from the teachers' unions and the bureaucrats.
So, Tina, I got a question for you then. If you get rid of the Department of Education and everything goes down to the state level, I could see that possibly being where red states would do exactly the things that you're saying, put more emphasis on phonics and on basic education. What happens once it goes back to California and they decide to really infuse wokeism into their schools because they have control over it? How do you prevent that from happening, or do you just say, well, that's a left-leaning state, you should move?
Well, you can't prevent, it's not being prevented right now. Have you taken a look at what's going on in the schools in California? The U.S. Department of Education doesn't have anything, it doesn't have a say in that right now. California is on its own path with extreme gender ideology being infused. They have spoken up and said that they are not even going to comply with President Trump's executive orders that he's signing that pertain to what's going on in the schools with Title IX and some other things. And so eliminating the Department of Education won't change one iota of what the state of California is doing. The people in the state of California need to voice their concerns, organize better, stand up against it, and fix these problems.
I mean, is there anything good about our Department of Education, or like you're saying, does it just need to be completely dismantled?
I know you're poking, looking for something, but I can't think of anything. The Department of Education does about three things. They manage college loans and things of that nature. That could be outsourced to a financial institution. There's no reason that the U.S. Department of Education needs to do that. And then, like I said, they take those K-12 funds from that are allocated from Congress and they distribute them back to the states. Those could be block grants that go straight to the states, straight to the schools without all the red tape, which would be better. And then the last thing they do, which we're watching through DOGE right now, is they take all of these funds and allocate them to nonprofit organizations with ideologies that don't align with most of America, don't align with what parents want their children to know. They infuse them into the schools, and that absolutely all needs to go away now.
Well, Tina Descovich, thank you so much for joining us today and imparting your wisdom. We really appreciate you being here. Thanks so much, Tina.
Having me on.
Absolutely. Well, coming up on Special Report, J.D. Vance has been in Paris for a summit on artificial intelligence. We discussed this with AI specialist Nate Bradley. We'll be right back in just a moment. have won this election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or service. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service, it's a call to action to defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee.
But the difference is every dollar that you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% US-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code RAV. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT.
Well, welcome back to Special Report. Just before the break, you saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming into the White House, and we'll get to that just momentarily as soon as we have more. But for now, Vice President J.D. Vance has been in France this week, participating in a global summit on artificial intelligence. Global leaders and experts have gathered in Paris to discuss the advancements and implications of AI.
Here to give us his summary and analysis of the Vice President's involvement in the summit is Nate Bradley, the CEO of Data Vault AI. Welcome to the show, Nate. I'm so sorry. Welcome to Special Report, Nate.
Thank you kindly. Yes. Thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
Well, Nate, first and foremost, is J.D. Vance's participation in this summit, would you say, a positive development for the United States?
Oh, without question. So, it's good to see the administration out front on this. Politics tends to run several cycles behind, our technology and our industry in general. Here you're looking at a real opportunity for us to get ahead of some of the key issues that are going to face politicians around the world. When you see the vice president with such a deep connection, you just mentioned Prime Minister Modi, among the most intelligent and thoughtful leaders that we have in the world today, and someone that seems to have a tremendous, great connection with Vice President Vance. I'd also point out, Second Lady Usha Vance and their son attended a birthday party where the Prime Minister attended. And when you look at the hosting country here in Macron and France, the European Union, many aspects of the demands around AI are going to create a number of political and economic issues that we're going to face head on in the coming year, in the coming years. And when you look at that, mid to small size businesses need representation. This is really the role of our government, is to level the playing field and allow these technologies to penetrate to small to mid-sized businesses, to allow those that need to become educated or that want to become educated in these areas to have access to that education. When you have corporations and educational institutions gobbling up these resources, the governments are now stepping in to say, how do we get the most out of this technology, but also protect ourselves from a number of threats that we'll face because of this technology.
Yeah, Nate, I think you're absolutely correct. Artificial intelligence is going to be the future. It's inevitable. We're going to have to learn, going to have to have experience, and that's something that you have extensive experience with, is AI development. And you have been encouraged by the Trump administration's investment in AI infrastructure and the $500 billion joint venture with Stargate, OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. Tell us why this recent action will boost the United States' AI capabilities.
Well, when you look at AI agents and the building of them, analogous to when we built out websites, you're going to see AI agents of all types, in all industries, in all modalities. And these agents, as they are built out and perfected by various entrepreneurial opportunities and also established technology companies that are, flooding into this area with investment, it's good to see our government at least try to keep pace with that. With respect to the recent developments and the investments, you can only say that this is a technology poised to change the world. We are at, like when we created the internet, like when we first got connected, we're at this Web3 threshold, which is decentralization, AI, and the ability for crypto and many other experiential technologies to take the world by storm.
So tell us why international collaboration on AI is so important.
Well, these are technologies that cross borders. You can see that the impact of these technologies will affect the global economy. And therefore, we have to collaborate as global leaders, one, to to help protect our citizens, to get the most out of this technology, and then look at those that would try to use this technology for clandestine or negative utilization. We've had so many examples of where technology gets ahead of itself and people don't realize the unintended consequences. And here's some of the smartest leaders in the world gathering to discuss these issues and to put fail-safes in place. So it's about time, and the effort on an international basis is something that America will be drawn to leadership in this area because we simply have the most talent and the most resources. Now, when you look at India and their importance, and you can see the Prime Minister's kind of prevalence in these meetings, he is representative of a powerhouse in this area of both human and technological resources that the world's going to come to depend on. So he rightfully so seems to be at the shoulder of our vice president at this summit.
Nate, you've expressed concern over the absence of tech staff at the AI Safety Institute regarding name, image, and likeness. There was an AI-generated video that emerged on social media, I believe yesterday, of celebrities flipping off Kanye West for his anti-Semitic remarks. And at least one in that deepfake, Scarlett Johansson, denounced the footage. Is this why name, image, and likeness have to be treated so delicately in the terms of AI and its future?
Well, perhaps at the center of the greatest controversy around AI is the fact that once it learns you, once it knows your voice, once it knows your look, it doesn't need you anymore. And if you don't own your likeness, if you don't have the ability to monetize your own likeness, it can be taken from you. And we see that with Johansson in such a profound way. But each of us individually have our likeness. Your voices and your likeness run this show today, mine as a guest. But if that is taken from us, what is the need for us? And that is the center of the controversy around these technologies. And there's many mechanisms to protect ourselves. But again, it's about getting out front. NIL is something that's powered a new economy, a new way to think of the world. But it too comes with a great deal of challenges and inequities. You don't want NIL systems, for example, in our collegiate system, to only award, the beautiful or only award the talented athlete and not the engineer. And so we have so far to go in this, and our likenesses and our name and image are combined with our brains and our outputs, our writings and our teachings. And when AI learns this, it won't need humanity anymore. And we have to get out in front of the issue before it takes it all from us.
So Nate, how should we feel about AI in the broader sense? Should we fear it? Should we embrace it? Proceed with caution? I mean, it sounds like there's definitely some risks, but a lot of rewards.
Well, I was with a younger colleague that's been working on, how to incorporate it into daily living. Like, how can I use it as an advantage? And as an executive in this space and using AI, it's given me such a personal leap in the abilities around me and those around me. So what I would tell you is that there is a utilization that's very important that every American is unable to unlock in every aspect of their life and every question that they have, that there's a companion if you could only trust it. And this comes down to the Chinese import and all these fakers and technologies that want to take your identity because you asked a question. This becomes kind of the war that we're under. And it comes down to awareness for consumers to gear up and understand this issue. But for owners of businesses to utilize it, we're standing at the threshold of a breakthrough. Something that can break the stalemate and the scientific juggernauts that we have not been able to solve. We now have a companion that can guide us through some of the hardest problems in humanity. But we also have a potential threat and an enemy that you would not believe if it focuses on being that. So subordinating AI, having it work for every American in our lawful pursuits is one of the greatest gifts we've ever encountered in technology. And then on the other side of it, if used, proprietarily by those that don't believe in equality or have communist regimes behind them, it is equivalent a threat.
Yeah, Nate, I was at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona about this time last year, and I remember seeing on the front cover of their magazine those two, fingers touching each other. One was a robot, and it made me think about they're trying to replace humans. They're trying to replace even God or a creator, if you believe that way. And I was thinking to myself, this is kind of what they're after. So it sounds to me like you're saying you've got to be able to harness the technology for the right reasons. About 15 seconds left. Just put a button on it.
So, with respect to replacing humans with robots, there are areas where it's high time, and there's areas where in commerce they can give us a strength and a backbone and a delivery that we've never seen before. 24/7, road crews and other things. Yep. But this cannot be positioned
as replacing. Well, thank you, Nate. I hate to cut you off, but we've running out of time. But thank you so much for your thoughts today, Nate. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And we'll be right back in just a moment.
Welcome back to Special Reports. We want to bring you an update on the damage from the historic Los Angeles fires, with the total in economic losses reaching more than $250 billion. At least 29 people died in the flames and thousands of homes and businesses were destroyed. Now, the communities are looking to rebuild as they weigh options for potentially replacing local leadership.
And we want to bring in former Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva to the show to discuss. Alex, thank you for being with us.
You got it.
Well, Alex, you have firsthand knowledge of what local efforts are like to contain fires in Southern California. It's an area of the country prone to this happening, of course. Everyone knows that. So what went so wrong this time that these fires ultimately became some of the worst in California's history?
Well, you had the reservoirs that ran dry that were put offline right in the middle of the season where you needed the reservoirs full of water. You had hydrants with no water in them. You had fire crews that were not stationed where they were supposed to be in the anticipation of a potential fire. And most glaringly, in terms of the loss of human lives, you had a sheriff who was totally MIA, and you did not have evacuation orders that were issued in a timely fashion, and you didn't have enough personnel to actually make the evacuations happen, and that cost people their lives.
Absolutely. Yeah, you say about the sheriff. We know that LA Mayor Karen Bass wasn't there either when the fires broke out. A lot of people have been critical of her and Gavin Newsom's lack of leadership. Do you think that that was enough of a wake-up call for Los Angeles residents that they might actually vote out some of these left liberal leaders?
I think that's a distinct possibility because it's a deep blue state, deep blue county, deep blue city. However, it was all pie in the sky progressive ideology that got all these people into office. But when it came to the hard nuts and bolts about making government work in times of crisis, all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute, maybe we need someone who actually knows how to do the job and make sure, the trains run on time. And that didn't happen in the worst time possible, this historic level of fire.
Yeah, Alex, I'm optimistic, but at the same time, I know how, unfortunately, deeply ingrained liberal philosophy and ideology can be. You hope that they vote them out and get better people in there because you're 100% right about their policies, exactly what created it. Well, on the flip side of that, President Trump has been getting a whole lot of work done during his first month in office. He even took a tour of the fire damage in LA County and promised to help with the rebuilding process. Tell us what you expect that to look like and what Los Angeles needs right now from the federal government.
Well, right now, they need from the federal government the ability, the capacity, get all the debris removed as quickly as possible, get people, all the red tape that is, there's enough red tape to choke a horse here. And we've had the Woolsey fire that was from 2018. There's people still struggling with the red tape from that fire to rebuild, and that was now going on 6 years ago. That's how severe the problem was bureaucracy here at the federal, state, county, and city level. So anything that President Trump can do to get rid of the bureaucracy, get people to get their lives back in order, and of course the huge gap between what insurance can cover versus the actual costs of replacing lost residences, that's going to be a big challenge. And on top of that, now we got to figure out where is it smart to rebuild and rebuild the same way, or do we have to start taking into account that, we're building something that the likelihood of it burning down again in the next 10, 15 years is pretty high. Let's build a little smarter next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. There's certainly going to be a lot of challenges for Los Angeles throughout this entire rebuilding process. But now that the fires have been contained, there's also some other things that have been really taken over the headlines here. Los Angeles has been a hotspot for the recent crackdown on illegal migrants. Protests are erupting across the city, and we've been seeing pushback from local law enforcement officials there as well. As other cities, as Chicago, as New York, and when they're requested to assist ICE in operations, they are pushing back. They're deciding that they don't want to. What's your reaction to this? Shouldn't they be working with their federal partners?
Well, I think there has to be a balance because local law enforcement shouldn't be doing federal immigration enforcement only because they interfere with each other and the outcome is not positive. However, they shouldn't be also butting heads and obstructing each other. There's a way they can work seamlessly while not together, but not getting in each other's way. Case in point, in the county jail system, I think Homeland and Company said there's 647,000 criminal aliens that have been deported, returned, were subject to deportation, refused deportation, visa overstays, and actual criminals like your Chilean burglary tourists, for example. Those people need to go wherever they are. And I think local law enforcement, local leaders need to make sure that those 647,000 are heading towards the exits with the help of ICE. And that needs to happen. And this whole sanctuary policy is actually now becoming an obstruction because Biden's open borders was a massive game change. So we have Senate Bill 54 in California, which established the idea where you don't cooperate. But that was based on what was happening in 2018. 2025 is totally irrelevant.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Villanueva, and we will appreciate seeing you again in the future. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Well, coming up, actor and model Antonio Sabato Jr. joins us to talk about his next projects. Stay with us. America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's also a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. So now more than ever, you need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy.
Whether it is the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kits, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of the medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America Healthy Again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. Again, that's twc.health/voice, and make sure to use the promo code RAV to save 10%.
And welcome back into Special Reports. With Donald Trump being appointed chairman of the Kennedy Center and naming Rick Grinnell as executive director, there seems to be a shift in culture. Donald Trump, after all, was a real estate tycoon, New Yorker, and celebrity before becoming president, and had a highly influential TV show in The Apprentice.
And Trump has talked about ushering in a new golden age for America, which he sees as a dramatic shift from the wokeism that cancel culture created over time, especially over the last 4 years. A celebrity that has always believed in President Trump and had no problem taking the heat for it is actor and model Antonio Sabato Jr., and we welcome him to the show now. It's great to see you, as always, Antonio.
Great to see you guys, too. Thank you for having me. I'm here in Tampa, and that's my building right there. We're right there. It's the Aura new building, which we're going to be putting up here in Tampa. Beautiful. So I'm very happy that I'm doing building right now. I'm very much in sync with Donald Trump. So I'm following
and let's just go ahead and talk about Aura, since you've got it as the backdrop. You set it up so beautifully. Tell us what it is. It seems like it's a condo hotel hybrid concept. Tell us exactly what it is.
5 stars condo hotel where you can be part of this town. You can own units. You can own a unit. You can be part of a hotel that has never been done here in Tampa. We're bringing the Miami vibe, the nightlife, which is blowing up here. You know, Bill Gates he's building so much stuff here in downtown Tampa. Tampa is the future. It's like LA used to be 40 years ago. We got the ocean, we got the beaches, we got 5-star hotel right now. Aura is going to blow it out of the water. Downtown Tampa has got to be one of the most beautiful downtown in any city in America. It's the cleanest and just stunning. And this is going to be a beautiful addition to it. And we're so proud. And I only get involved with the best, and this is certainly the best. And Aura will change the skyline of the city to a whole new level. I'm very proud of it.
Well, it certainly is looking very beautiful from the background that we can see behind you there, Antonio.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to get your assessment here of these blazing fast few weeks of the Trump presidency. I mean, it's been hard to keep up. He's been getting so much done.
It's been great. It's been great for the American people. It's been great to be respected. I mean, we're going to change our education and help our children. We're protecting our border. We're saving our country, and the American people stood up for that because there's only one America, and we really love this place, and we want to really clean it. In the last 4 years, they really trashed it, and they really took it to a whole new level. And we want to bring it back to a common sense where we really appreciate the United States. This country is the best in the world, and we want to keep it that way. And thank God for President Trump and his whole administration that finally we're getting people who actually know their business, and they know how to do it. They know how to count things. They know how to use common sense and protect the American people. These are the type of people I want to be associated with. That's why I'm doing building. That's what we're doing here in Tampa. Florida's blowing up, and America's looking really, really bright in the future.
Well, and it's turned you, Antonio, from actor and model into a total entrepreneur. So that's evidence enough in and of itself.
Exactly.
And, Antonio, You've seen that Trump has appointed people like Jon Voight, Sylvester Stallone, and Mel Gibson as ambassadors to Hollywood, which I think is ironic in that, ambassadors serve foreign countries. Has Hollywood become a foreign country in many ways, especially culturally over the past, decade or so?
It is to a certain degree, because you have a lot of people in power making really bad decisions who will control the business. They control what kind of products they make and how they film these things and what kind of scripts they write. So it is. But I think it's changing, because even Disney right now says we're going to have to change some things because we're losing billions of dollars. People don't want to be with this, this new thing that we're trying to bring up to children. And that, listen, things have to change. We're going to have to go back a little bit to go forward. And right now, they went back so far back in the last 4 years that we don't even know where we were at a minute. So we want Disney to have products for children. We want our education to protect our children, to make sure they educate our children to have better future, better school, better system, better everything. And that's what kind of expectation Trump and administration want. These are the type of people I want to be associated with. 5 stars, the best of the best. We don't lose. We're number one. That's it. And we protect the American people. So when the taxpayer money paying, and we pay a lot, we get something in return for once,
Yeah, no kidding. It's about time. Antonio, you're a boxer, and I remember the last time that you were on the show, you talked about maybe inviting Jake or Logan Paul to a fight, and now apparently...
I asked them to fight.
What happened?
I asked them to fight. They all said this, they all said that. And then a boxing promoter came to me and they wanted me to fight for no money. Listen, I'm a businessman. I'll fight anybody. I'm not scared of anyone. And I'll fight for these celebrity boxing matches anytime. But you're going to have to pay me, because I'm going to bring a lot to the table, especially when I knock these guys out at 52 years old. So I'm good with that.
Yeah, there's got to be some.
With the right people.
There's got to be some money pot for that, sure. Else I can see why you would do it.
Yeah, of course.
But now I'm understanding that apparently there's going to be a fight between Patrick Mahomes Sr., that's Patrick Mahomes, the football player's father, and former baseball pitcher John Rocker. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Well, listen, they got something, a little fight here and there, words, and then they promote a fight and people make money. That's the kind of world we live in. It's ridiculous. If you get something going on and people, stream it and it goes out there, and then people can set up a fight. But, one thing is fighting and using your words and one thing is getting in the ring and getting hit in the face. So I guess they're about to find out, and somebody's going to get knocked out.
Well, we are certainly going to be looking out for that, Antonio. So do you still hope to be involved in the film community and create new projects or appear in them? Okay, tell us more about that.
I have Grace by Night now. I have a movie coming out in the theaters called 426. It's a horror movie. And I'm actually about to do a lot of other movies, and I'm going to be in pre-production very soon. So I don't want anybody to think that I given up. I'm going to be acting. I'm going to be racing cars. I'm going to be boxing. I'm going to be promoting this project right here and selling a lot. I'm doing everything. I get bored quickly, and I have to be busy. So for me, it's doing it all. There's not only one Trump. There's a Sabato too.
And you're a parent as well. Is that right, Antonio?
Yes, I have 3 beautiful kids.
So I have a 1-year-old, and I'm just looking for a little advice here. And something probably that a lot of people watching would want to know too. So I worried, Antonio, a little bit about raising my son in the culture that we have. Now, this is, of course, before Donald Trump got reelected. And I worried about what culture was going to teach our children. And so for you as a parent, how do you manage and balance being able to teach your kids what you want them to know, the morals and ethics and work, the workmanship that you put into them versus what society will eventually try to assuage them to do? How do you balance that?
You have to balance it as a parent. If you decide to be a parent, there's a responsibility that comes with that, which means that your entire life is based on raising this child. And you have to stand up. The parents of today, they're giving up. They're giving their children to government or to public service, or here, take my kid. You have to be responsible. You have to be in charge of that human being. You have to be able to teach them the right and wrong. And so that's what parents do. And America always taught me that, because America was always the one to showcase the best of the best, how to raise the best kids, how to be in the best environment, how to have the best future, how to be number one, how to achieve those goals. And as parents have to step up. People have to step up. They have to take care of themselves physically. They have to have dignity with the food that they eat, the way they live their lives, and the way they raise their children. Enough of here, public service, or here, government, take care of my life. I'm so lazy. No, people have to get back on dignity, hard work and dedication, and respecting the things that they have, and actually have love for God and bigger things like family values and things like that. So I think we're going back to that. It's heading
I think you're absolutely correct. And I think President Trump really stands for a lot of those values as well. And he's been making so much change, even just in this first month of his second administration. I want to get your take on one of his cabinet nominees that got confirmed this week, RFK Jr. You just brought up talking about being physically, mentally healthy. I think he's going to do a whole lot at the Department of Health and Human Services. What are your thoughts about what he's going to accomplish?
This country has been the most unhealthy country in many, many years. We used to be the best, now we're the worst. So we need to get back to common sense and feeding our people better food and educate people on fitness and health. That's why I told President Trump a long time ago, I said, if you need somebody to really bring back the PE programs for our children in the schools, put me in charge of it. Don't put Arnold Schwarzenegger in charge of it. He didn't do anything. Or Michelle Obama for the food for our children and having better lives and better PE programs for our schools. These kids don't work out. They don't train. They don't know anything about training the right way. And I think with RFK Jr. and people like myself who actually live those lifestyle, because I think in the 50s, kids were a lot healthier than now. And it's unheard of that with all the technology that we have now, our kids are less healthy. They're more obese. There's all these diseases. And RFK Jr. knows all this stuff. So if President Trump needs somebody to educate kids and to put better programs for our kids in schools, I'm the man. I don't even want to get paid. Do it for free.
Antonio, I just want to ask your final thought on this is, in the circles that you've been in, especially in entertainment and in Los Angeles, I'm sure you were ostracized at one point for your beliefs. Do you think now that President Trump is succeeding so well, do you think that those conversations you'll have with those colleagues of yours, are they more open now, or are they still going to look at you like you should stay away? Have we changed the culture?
There's two different types of those people that you're talking about. One, they will probably maybe change their minds secretly, and the other ones will never do. I mean, there's people in Hollywood, big stars, named, I don't even want to name them, I don't want to embarrass them, but they believe that DEI is good.
Yeah.
I mean, they believe that. They believe that Joe Biden was a good president. They believe that. And you're never going to change it. That's their team. They're going to go into the grave believing that, and that's wrong. I think we need better people who are in higher places, who actually have common sense and some sort of education before they open their mouth. Because these Hollywood actors are very, very ignorant. They don't know nothing about. They live in a bubble in LA. You know, I go in and out. I eat my burgers. I live in Hollywood. That's not
get
American.
Out of the bubble. Antonio, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but we do have to go. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure.
Tired of one-way news?
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Welcome to RAV, where your voice matters.
Mod 1, you are in the chats all the time, engaging with our extended RAV family.
Let me know that you're a first-time chatter there. I will definitely celebrate you.
It's really incredible. It's like a family there on the chat.
We share ideas and pray for each other.
My favorite show hosts are actually in the live chat.
When you're out for a day, you just can't wait to get back.
Isn't it just amazing, like the family?
We do hear you.
The chat is where your voice is heard, and that's the whole point behind Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice, they got it going on.
Join Real America's Voice, where you make the difference.
When you are in RAV Chat, you are in the conversation.